Chapter 97. Wolf King said with a sneaky smile, "Are you touched? Do you want to cry? Then cry. Don't hold it in. No one will laugh at you. Get lost." Qin Feiyang kicked him. This guy really didn't change. Wolf King quickly dodged and smiled. When he noticed Ling Yunfei next to him, he asked, "Why is he here?" His eyes instantly turned cold. "He already knows my identity." Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation at that time. "So it's like that." Wolf King suddenly understood. He turned his eyes and looked at Ling Yunfei. "How are you going to thank Brother Wolf?" "Who's talking?" Ling Yunfei was surprised. Wolf King could only use telepathy now. Therefore, Ling Yunfei didn't hear the conversation with Qin Feiyang just now. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, making him turn pale with fright. But then, he came to a sudden realization. There was only him, Qin Feiyang, and Wolf King here. Who would call himself Brother Wolf? Without any suspense, it must be the wolf in front of him. He looked down at Wolf King and wondered, "Why should I thank you?" It seems that you still don't know. Do you think that with your little brain you can get rid of Butler Ling's pursuit? Wolf King looked at him disdainfully. Ling Yunfei was stunned. Originally, he really thought that with his own ability he could get rid of Butler Ling. But now that Wolf King said this and thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there were indeed many things that were strange. Wolf King said, "Let me tell you, if it weren't for Brother Wolf secretly helping you, you would have been killed by Butler Ling. In the end, it was Brother Wolf who went to ask Black Bear King for help." "So that's how it is." Ling Yunfei suddenly understood and quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Wolf." "Qin Feiyang, thank you too." Without a doubt. It was definitely Qin Feiyang who asked Wolf King to protect him in secret. What's the use of just saying thanks? Why don't you just be Brother Wolf's follower from now on? I guarantee that you'll live a good life. Wolf King said shamelessly. Ling Yunfei was stunned. Become a wolf's follower? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? The atmosphere was a little awkward. At this crucial moment, Qin Feiyang stood out and smiled. "All right, stop messing around. Let's get down to business. Do you know where the Black Bear King's lair is?" Wolf King said proudly, "Nonsense. Let me tell you, there is nothing in this world that I don't know. Will you die if you stop bragging?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help rolling his eyes. A leopard cannot change its spots. This saying was indeed true. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "The white-eyed wolf knows where the Black Bear King's lair is. Now the only problem is, how do we rush out of the poisonous insect nest?" Ling Yunfei pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go out and lure them away. You guys take the opportunity to find the Black Bear King. Don't forget to come back and collect my corpse." Qin Feiyang asked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" "Everyone is afraid of death. But since I've already promised to be your sword, I should naturally rush to the front and solve your problems." Ling Yunfei's gaze was firm and powerful. Qin Feiyang looked at him and said, "Aren't you afraid that your mother will be sad?" Ling Yunfei hesitated. "All right, I'll go out. As a son, filial piety should be the most important. To be honest, sometimes I envy you. Although your background is miserable, at least your mother is by your side." "Me?" "It's an extravagant wish to even look at her." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed at himself. Ling Yunfei was stunned and asked, "Could it be that your mother is already? She's still alive? But there's an insurmountable and unbreakable gap between us." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, took an antidote and left the castle. Ling Yunfei frowned and looked down at Wolf King. "Brother Wolf, don't you think that Qin Feiyang has a lot of worries in his heart?" "Brother Wolf already knows. But if he doesn't say, Brother Wolf won't ask. The only thing I can do is to help him silently and support him," the Wolf King said with a smile. His words were filled with deep friendship. Outside. Whoosh. Squeak. Hiss. Qin Feiyang held a torch in one hand and Chang Shui in the other as he sped through the forest. Around him, swarms of poisonous insects shot out from the weeds, bushes and treetops. They bared their fangs and pounced on him. That creepy cry made one's scalp tingle. "No, there are too many poisonous insects. If this goes on, I'll be swallowed alive by them." Qin Feiyang's face was as heavy as water. In less than 5 breaths, his whole body was crawling with poisonous insects biting his skin. There were even a few poisonous spiders that tore his flesh and were drilling into his body. There was already an unknown amount of poison in his body. Even the antidote was too late to dissolve it. Fainting came sweeping over. Crack. Boom. Just as he was about to enter the castle. In the sky, lightning suddenly flashed and thunder rumbled, deafening. The poisonous insects on Qin Feiyang's body seemed to be frightened and turned around to flee into the grass. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. All of them were gone. Woo-woo, crash. Strong winds blew. Torrential rain poured. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. The towering trees were all bent in an instant. Qin Feiyang was caught off guard and was directly sent flying. He hurriedly hugged a big tree and stabilized himself, following closely. With a thought, Wolf King and Ling Yunfei both appeared. Wolf King shouted excitedly, "Wow, it's so cool! Cool your sister, hurry up and lead the way." Qin Feiyang shouted angrily and couldn't help but curse. This white-eyed wolf was really too unreliable. At this time he still had the mood to shout and shout. "Oh oh oh." Wolf King nodded repeatedly, glanced around and ran to the right saying, "Follow Brother Wolf." Wolves were originally nocturnal creatures. In their eyes there was no difference between night and day. But Qin Feiyang didn't run a few steps before he suddenly fell to the ground and stopped moving. Qin Feiyang. Ling Yunfei immediately stepped forward and turned Qin Feiyang over. His expression suddenly changed. Qin Feiyang's face was frighteningly white at this moment, like a dead man's face. However, his lips seemed to be painted with a layer of ink. His breathing and heartbeat were also extremely weak. It was obviously a sign of poisoning death. At this time, the torch in Ling Yunfei's hand was also extinguished in the storm. For the two of them, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. "Brother Wolf, Qin Feiyang is dying, come and see." Ling Yunfei roared helplessly in the rain. Wolf King hurriedly turned around and ran back. When he saw Qin Feiyang's situation, his pupils suddenly became distressed and he said angrily, "Didn't he take the antidote pill in advance? How could it be like this?" Ling Yunfei said anxiously, "The antidote pill can indeed detoxify, but there are at least a dozen kinds of toxins in his body now. The poison is too deep. If we don't think of a way, I'm afraid his life will be in danger." "Damn it." Wolf King cursed angrily and urged, "Hurry up and carry little Qinzi to my back. I'll take you to the Black Bear King. It may have a way." Ling Yunfei hurriedly picked up Qin Feiyang and turned over to sit on Wolf King's back. Fortunately, Wolf King's eyes could shine in the dark. Fortunately, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, so their eyes were not dark. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Ling Yunfei to ride on Wolf King's back. "Continue to give him the antidote pill." The Wolf King exhorted and howled crazily as it sprinted away. But the howl was drowned out by the thunder. Half an hour later, Wolf King came to a canyon panting. It was so tired after carrying two people and running for so long that it couldn't howl. But it gritted its teeth and continued to run deeper into the canyon. Bang! Halfway through, its limbs suddenly went soft and it fell down. Two people and a wolf rolled into the mud. "Little Qinzi," Wolf King exclaimed. It wanted to get up, but its limbs were weak and it had lost consciousness. It couldn't crawl at all. "Brother Wolf, is the Black Bear King here?" Ling Yunfei asked. Wolf King said, Yes, it's in the deepest part of the canyon. Hurry up and carry little Qinzi to find it." After Ling Yunfei carried Ling Yunfei away, Wolf King used all its strength and howled to the sky. Then, it completely collapsed and fell into the mud. It was washed by the heavy rain and fell unconscious. This wolf howl resounded through the night sky. Even the sound of thunder couldn't cover it. The next moment, a loud beast roar sounded in the deepest part of the canyon. It was as if it was responding to Wolf King. Hearing this beast roar, Ling Yunfei was overjoyed. He used the return to origin steps and ran away. A little flame entered his line of sight. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the night sky. Although it was only for a moment, he clearly captured it. At the end of the canyon, there stood a mountain peak that was hundreds of feet high. In the night, it was like a ferocious beast lying there. There was a huge cave at the foot of the mountain, and the fire came from inside the cave. Next to the cave there were two huge creatures. It was the Black Bear King and the Black Bear Cub. "Why are you here?" When it saw Ling Yunfei, the Black Bear King was quite surprised. Plop. Ling Yunfei strode to the Black Bear King and knelt in the mud, begging, "Senior Bear King, please save Qin Feiyang." Slightly stunned, the Black Bear King lowered its head and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was in Ling Yunfei's arms. His pupils constricted. "Hurry, carry him in." It turned and walked into the cave. Ling Yunfei got up hurriedly and followed in. Although it was a bear's den, it was tidy, clean and extremely huge. Even with the Black Bear King's massive body, it could move freely. A bonfire burned in the middle. It illuminated the entire cave. The Black Bear King said, "Put him there." Ling Yunfei nodded and placed Qin Feiyang on a pile of hay before retreating to the side. The Black Bear King bent down and observed carefully for a moment before frowning. Did you give him a lot of antidote elixirs? Yes, at least 7 or 8 of them. At this point, Ling Yunfei's expression changed and he asked, Is there a problem? The Black Bear King shook its head. No, no, no. It's all thanks to you giving him antidote elixirs that he's still alive. Otherwise he would have died long ago. Ling Yunfei heaved a sigh of relief. Senior, do you have a way to save him? I'm not confident. After a moment of silence, the Black Bear King shook its head. Chapter 98. The Black Bear King's strength was monstrous, and even the big shots of Black Bear City were wary of it. Now that even it wasn't confident, who else could save Qin Feiyang? Originally, if Qin Feiyang died, Ling Yunfei should be happy, because this way he would be able to break free and regain his freedom. But at this moment he was extremely sad. The Black Bear King looked at him and said, Not confident doesn't mean there's no hope. Don't be discouraged, do as this king says. Heard it? Ling Yunfei's spirit was lifted. He raised his head and looked at the Black Bear King expectantly. The Black Bear King said, Cut his wrists and ankles and let out blood. What? Ling Yunfei was shocked. Qin Feiyang was already very weak. If he let out more blood, wouldn't he die on the spot? The Black Bear King said in a deep voice, There's no other choice now. His blood is full of poison. If you want to save him, you can only let out the blood in his body. You still have to let it out? Ling Yunfei's eyes widened in anger. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry up. The Black Bear King roared, obviously losing his patience. Ling Yunfei's body trembled. He hurriedly took out his dagger and squatted beside Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, he turned to look at the Black Bear King and said, Senior Bear King, Wolf King is still outside. I don't know how the situation is now, can you help it? The Black Bear King nodded and growled at the Black Bear Cub. When the Black Bear Cub heard this, it immediately ran out of the cave excitedly and disappeared into the rain. Oh. Ling Yunfei took a deep breath, turned around to look at Qin Feiyang and muttered, Please, you must survive. Then, he held the dagger in his hand and cut open a bloody wound on Qin Feiyang's feet and hands. Black-colored blood immediately gushed out violently. There was also a foul stench that assailed their nostrils. That blood is now equivalent to a highly toxic poison, don't touch it. The Black Bear King warned and turned to walk into the depths of the cave. There was actually a secret door inside. Rumble. Pushing open the hidden door, a dazzling golden light shone out. It was a huge pile of gold coins. Like a small mountain, they piled up in the dark room. Ling Yunfei turned his head and looked curiously. He immediately swallowed his saliva. How much wealth had the Black Bear King accumulated over the years? This was the true definition of a rich man, so rich that oil flowed out of him. A short while later, the Black Bear King walked out of the secret room and closed the secret door. When he came to Ling Yunfei's side, he threw a palm-sized metal box to Ling Yunfei. There are 3 life blood pills inside. When the blood in his body is almost drained, give him one. This is all I can do. Whether he can survive or not will depend on his willpower. The Black Bear King said. Thank you, Senior Bear King. Ling Yunfei bowed and thanked him. At this moment, the Black Bear Cub carried the Wolf King into the cave. How is it? Ling Yunfei hurriedly stepped forward, his face full of worry. The Black Bear Cub growled a few times and put the Wolf King on the ground. The Black Bear King explained, This bastard wolf cub just fainted from exhaustion. He will be fine after resting for a while. Ling Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, his expression became a little strange. Bastard wolf cub? Why did the Black Bear King's tone sound like he didn't like Wolf King? He didn't think too much about it. Sitting next to Qin Feiyang, he paid close attention to Qin Feiyang's situation. After dozens of breaths, Qin Feiyang's heartbeat and breathing had become extremely weak. His life was hanging by a thread. Seeing this, Ling Yunfei hurriedly gave him the first life blood pill. The life blood pill had the effect of creating blood. And the effect was extremely good. With the birth of new blood, Qin Feiyang's situation finally improved. The color of the blood flowing out of the wound was gradually changing. From black it slowly turned dark red. Then from dark red, it turned into light dark red. After the effect of the second life blood pill passed, the blood that flowed out was already not much different from the blood of a normal person. However, it was also mixed with poison. Because at the beginning, Qin Feiyang had already entered the state of being poisoned to the heart. The poison had already integrated into his internal organs. It was impossible to completely eliminate it all at once. His condition has stabilized. It's a close call. Now give him the third life-blood pill. After a while, give him a healing pill and an antidote pill. The antidote pill should be able to dissolve all the poison remaining in his body. The Black Bear King laughed. Ling Yunfei nodded and did as he was told. Unknowingly, the sky was white and everything woke up. But the rain did not stop, the wind did not disperse, and the sky and earth seemed particularly dark. After a nap I feel refreshed. Wolf King also finally woke up. After asking Ling Yunfei about Qin Feiyang's situation, he walked to the entrance of the cave alone and looked at the dark sky, his eyes flashing with a terrifying murderous light. Thank heavens, little Qin's life is finally saved. However, Brother Wolf will not let go of those who hurt little Qin Zi, he muttered. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look into the depths of the cave. His gaze was fixed on the secret door. The Black Bear King seemed to have been watching him. He suddenly glared and shouted, "Wolf Cub, you'd better get rid of the thoughts in your head immediately, or don't blame me for being hostile." "What thoughts? I don't know what you're talking about." Wolf King turned his head to look elsewhere with a guilty conscience, but his eyes kept rolling. At a glance, one could tell that he was up to no good. "No, I have to get him to leave quickly, or he'll definitely have other ideas." The Black Bear King muttered secretly. Cough. At this moment, a coughing sound could be heard. "I want water," following closely. A weak and powerless voice sounded intermittently in the cave. Qin Feiyang. Ling Yunfei was the first to react and hurriedly squatted beside Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang wanted to get up, he hurriedly said, Don't, you're still very weak, don't move." Wolf King also immediately ran up and said excitedly, "Little Qin Zi, you're finally awake, Brother Wolf doesn't have to collect your corpse." Ling Yunfei said angrily, Ba, do you know how to talk? If you don't, then shut up." The Black Bear King and the Black Bear Cub also looked at him with disdain. Wolf King was a little embarrassed and laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang weakly glanced at Wolf King and said, "I'm very thirsty, find me some water?" "Lie down, I'll go find some water." Ling Yunfei nodded, got up, looked at the Black Bear King and asked, "Senior, is there any well water here?" "Well water?" The Black Bear King looked at Ling Yunfei strangely. Was there something wrong with this kid's head? How could there be any well water in the wilderness? It said lightly, "There is no well water, but there is ready-made rainwater. You can think of a way." Rainwater? Ling Yunfei frowned, grabbed the iron box with the life-blood pill, and ran out of the cave. He came to a small tree and caught the rainwater on the leaves. The iron box was filled more than half. He hurried back to the cave and came to Qin Feiyang's side. He helped Qin Feiyang up with one hand and held the iron box with the other. He brought it to Qin Feiyang's mouth and said with a smile, "Drink slowly." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang gave his thanks and started to gulp it down. Ling Yunfei said, "If it wasn't for you, I would have died in the poisonous insect's nest, so the person who should be thanking you is me." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and reached out to push the iron box away. He glanced around the cave and his gaze fell on the Black Bear King. He said with a smile, "Senior, it seems that this junior owes you another favor." The Black Bear King said, "You saved this king's child. This time take it as repaying your favor." Qin Feiyang didn't say anything more, and carefully sensed the condition of his body. Other than feeling weak all over, there was no discomfort. "You've already woken up, so you should leave." The Black Bear King suddenly ordered them to leave. Wolf King was stunned and said angrily, "Can't you see that little Qin Zi doesn't even have the strength to stand up? It's raining heavily outside and the forest is also full of danger. You want us to leave now? Isn't it obvious that you want us to send ourselves to death?" Ling Yunfei also stood up and cupped his hands. "Senior Bear King, in fact, we risked our lives to come here this time to ask for your help." "What kind of help?" the Black Bear King said. "We were blocked by the two families and the city lord's mansion." Ling Yunfei immediately explained the details of the situation in a simple and clear manner. After listening, the Black Bear King pondered for a moment and shook his head. "This king can't help you with this matter." "What?" Ling Yunfei asked anxiously. The Black Bear King said, "Do you know why this king and the people of Black Bear City have been able to live in peace?" Ling Yunfei shook his head. "It's because this king has never interfered in the affairs of you humans. Although this king's strength is stronger than those people of Black Bear City, it is only limited to Black Bear City. In other places such as Yen City and Xinhua City, there are countless humans who are stronger than this king. Actually, in the end, this king doesn't want to attract trouble. Do you understand?" The Black Bear King said. Ling Yunfei said unwillingly, "Then the beast tied last time?" Before he could finish, the Black Bear King said, "The beast tide is because they hurt this king's child. If not for this king would never have done this." Ling Yunfei's brows were tightly knitted, and his face was quite ugly. He had narrowly escaped death to find the Black Bear King, but he didn't expect the other party to be unwilling to help. What should he do? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Since that's the case, then let's go. But it's useless for us to go back now," Ling Yunfei hurriedly said. "Senior Bear King's concerns are not wrong. We can't be so selfish." Qin Feiyang smiled, raised his head and looked at the Black Bear King, his face full of apology, and said, "Senior, I'm sorry this junior didn't think it through and caused you trouble." The Black Bear King was a little surprised. It had originally thought that Qin Feiyang would definitely pester it to death, but who would have thought that he would be so sensible? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Ling Yunfei and said with a smile, "Help me up." Sigh. Ling Yunfei sighed deeply, reached out and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm, and slowly helped him up. Qin Feiyang then looked at Wolf King and laughed, "White-eyed wolf, I'll have to trouble you to carry me back. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked Brother Wolf to get into trouble with you? Come on." Wolf King helplessly walked in front of Qin Feiyang. But at this time, the Black Bear King's eyes flashed and suddenly said, "Wait. No need for you to send us off, we can leave on our own." Wolf King was very unhappy now, because it knew that the Black Bear King's order to leave so quickly was purely targeted at it. The Black Bear King sighed, "This king will send you off, but this king will not go near the Black Bear City. Whether or not you can enter the city will depend on your luck, but you cannot mention this matter to anyone, and even more so, you cannot tell anyone that you have anything to do with this king." "Thank you, Senior Bear King. The two of us will definitely keep our mouths shut." Chapter 99. With the help of the Black Bear King, their journey was unimpeded. In less than 2 hours they arrived at the edge of the Black Bear Mountain. The Black Bear King stopped in front of a small hill. From here they could clearly see the Black Bear City. Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei and Wolf King jumped down from the Black Bear King's shoulder and landed on the ground. The Black Bear King said, "This king will send you here." Qin Feiyang's strength had also recovered a lot. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior. We'll meet again." The Black Bear King smiled and said, "Hurry up and go. You must enter the Danwang Hall and the Martial King Palace, because these two forces are the only shortcut for you humans to reach the heavens in one step." "We will." The two nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Wolf King into the castle. Then he and Ling Yunfei turned around and walked towards the Black Bear City. "This human kid is not simple." The Black Bear King looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered to himself. It didn't leave. Its eyes were fixed on Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianan. "Be careful," Qin Feiyang warned in a low voice. Ling Yunfei whispered. The two of them listened to their surroundings and looked around. If there was any movement they would stop and check. After confirming that there was no danger, they continued to move forward. Because they were worried that the Jiang and Mu families and the City Lord's mansion's people might be lying in ambush nearby. There was no danger along the way. The two of them came to the edge of the forest. If they took another step forward they would have a wide field of vision. So, before they walked out they first had to make sure that there was no danger. The two of them lay in the grass and looked towards the city gate. Here they could clearly see the faces of the people guarding the city gate. When the two of them saw it, they were immediately surprised. In front of the city gate, in addition to the guards of the City Lord's mansion, there were people from other forces. "It's Gu Ba." Qin Feiyang looked and was overjoyed. Gu Ba stood in the middle of the city gate, so it was particularly eye-catching. "Gu Ba?" Ling Yunfei thought carefully and said with surprise, "If I didn't remember wrongly, he seems to be the Pill Hall's managing elder?" "That's right," Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei was overjoyed. "Since he's here, does that mean that the Hall Master and the others have received the news?" "Definitely." Qin Feiyang nodded heavily. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Ling Yunfei could not wait to get up and run out of the jungle. "Senior Bear King, although I didn't help much, I still have to thank you." Qin Feiyang also stood up and turned to look at the Black Bear King in front of the small hill, his face full of gratitude. "Go." The Black Bear King opened its mouth and spat out these two words. "Take care." Qin Feiyang said silently, then turned around and chased after Ling Yunfei. At the same time he waved his hand and shouted, "Elder Gu, I'm here." This voice? Gu Ba was bewildered. Following the sound, he was immediately overjoyed. He immediately ran toward Qin Feiyang and the other man. However, the eyes of the guards shone with a cold light. "Seems like there's nothing for me to do." The Black Bear King smiled and turned to leave. But, without waiting for it to take a step. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. It was slightly stunned and turned around to look. Its pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, Gu Ba's face also changed. He saw, in front of Qin Feiyang, two masked men in black broke out of the ground. In their hands, they each held a 3-feet-long sword that was shining with shocking sharpness. As soon as the two of them appeared, they rushed towards Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei like lightning. Stop. Seeing this, Gu Ba was anxious. With a roar, he hurried to rescue them. But this change came too suddenly. Moreover, the distance between the two masked men and Qin Feiyang was only 5 or 6 meters. Gu Ba couldn't come to rescue them in time. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei were also caught off guard by this change. They never thought that, with Gu Ba in charge, there would be people lying in ambush underground, waiting for an opportunity to kill them. These people were simply desperados. Qing Feng. Close at hand. Qing Feng. Straight to the heart of the two. Obviously, the two masked men in black wanted to kill them with one blow. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei's situation could be said to be hanging by a thread. Even the two of them felt that half of their feet had already stepped into the gates of hell. But at this moment, a loud and clear roar of a beast suddenly exploded in the forest behind them. The roar directly covered the thunder. It was as if a king had appeared in the world, bringing with him a terrifying pressure. Not only did it shake people's ears, but even the blood in the body was uncontrollably surging. The arms of the two masked men in black trembled at the same time. With this tremble, the direction was deviated by a few inches. Puff. The two Qing Feng swords shone with cold light. One of them sank into Qin Feiyang's right shoulder. The other sank into Ling Yunfei's left shoulder. At this moment, blood splattered. Damn it. We actually missed. The two masked men in black roared in exasperation, quickly pulled out their Qing Feng swords, and swung it at the throat of Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. You want to kill me when you are prepared? Dream on. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with cold light. He grabbed Ling Yunfei, stepped on Luo Yan's steps and retreated like lightning. Don't let them escape. One of them roared. The two of them revealed murderous intent and rushed forward again. Their speed was far beyond Qin Feiyang's. Wuzong. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. With the increase of Luo Yan's steps, his speed was comparable to a 9-star martial master. The two of them were faster than him, so they could only be Wuzong. He glanced at Gu Ba. Although Gu Ba was already rushing over, it would take at least 5 breaths to arrive. 5 breaths. Usually it would be over soon. But in a fight, not to mention 5 breaths, even 1 breath was enough to kill. No. He couldn't just think about running for his life. At this time, counterattack was the best way to save his life. Because the other party would definitely not think that he would counterattack. Even more so, he would not think that he had a dagger that could cut iron like mud. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang turned his head and gave Ling Yunfei a look. Kill? The next moment, the two of them roared at the same time. Instead of retreating, they went forward and faced the two masked men in black. Murderous intent filled their eyes. The two masked men in black suddenly revealed a look of surprise. They actually took the initiative to rush forward? Were they courting death? Retreat quickly. Gu Ba was burning with anxiety and he roared furiously. If Jiang Haotian died in front of him, the temple master and the two hot-tempered elders would skin him alive. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Seeing that the two masked men were distracted, he decisively took out the Chang Shui and seized the opportunity to swing the two green blades with force. Clang. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The two green blades were instantly broken by the Chang Shui. What? The two masked men were dumbfounded on the spot. What was that? It was actually so sharp? At this moment, Ling Yunfei launched a fierce attack. Heart-lock killing punch. With a roar, he threw a punch at the heart of the masked man on the left. True Qi gushed out and shone brightly. Bam! The fist landed. The masked man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his entire body flew out from the impact. Little bastard, you are courting death. The other masked man was furious. He stepped on the ground and mud splashed all over the sky. Boom! He threw a palm at Ling Yunfei. The wind howled and the rain here evaporated instantly, turning into a vacuum zone. It was really amazing. However, in the face of such a terrifying palm, Ling Yunfei only grinned. Seeing this, the masked man felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eye. His expression suddenly changed. Where was he? Wasn't he just next to me? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Behind you. He suddenly shivered and gave up attacking Ling Yunfei. He quickly turned around. But just as he turned around, a white dagger as white as jade pierced through the sky like lightning, and with a puff, it sank into the top of his head. It turned out that, when the masked man attacked Ling Yunfei, Qin Feiyang also followed behind the masked man. And for this person, Qin Feiyang naturally would not be merciful. He directly pierced the masked man's head with his dagger. How is this possible? The masked man's pupils dilated quickly and his face was full of disbelief. Remember, never underestimate anyone. Sometimes even an ant can defeat an elephant. Qin Feiyang sneered and pulled out the changshui with force. Bang! The masked man fell on the spot and mud splashed everywhere. Blood kept gushing out from the wound on his head. In an instant, the rainwater here was dyed red. In the blink of an eye, the masked man who was sent flying by Ling Yunfei had just stabilized himself when he saw his companion fall to the ground and die. His heart was full of disbelief. A martial arts grandmaster was killed by a martial arts master? Ridiculous, this was really ridiculous. I'd like to see how capable you two little bastards are. He roared hysterically and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like a madman. His whole body was full of murderous intent. His hands were filled with genuine qi. Obviously he was going to use martial arts. However, Qin Feiyang and the other man were indifferent. Their mouths were full of mockery. You dare to touch my pill hall's disciple. You really have the guts. Mountain-shattering fist. At this moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Guba finally arrived and threw out a punch. Feeling the terrifying fist energy, the masked man was shocked. He quickly turned around and threw out a palm. At the same time he roared, Imperial Wind Palm. The fist and the palm collided together. Bang! Crack! The masked man was sent flying and his arm was broken. Guba was like a big mountain standing firmly in the rain and not moving at all. He strode to the side of the masked man and said with murderous intent in his eyes, You're from the mayor's mansion. Seems like I have to spare your life. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, Elder Gu, how do you know he's from the mayor's mansion? Guba said, Because only the people from the mayor's mansion can cultivate martial arts like the Imperial Wind Palm. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Seems like he won't stop until he kills me. Guba sneered, Don't worry. As long as we bring him back, he won't be able to explain himself. By then, not to mention the mayor's mansion, he might not even be able to keep his life. Just wait and see. But before he finished speaking, the masked man suddenly hit his own chest with his palm. Instantly blood spurted out. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with a ferocious expression and laughed. Killing Jiang Haoyin and Ling Yunfei was our idea. It has nothing to do with the mayor. You want to slander the mayor? Dream on. After saying that, he fell to the ground. Chapter 100. Qin Feiyang kept the Chang Shui and hurried over asking, Elder Gu, how is it? Guba said, Dead. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Once this person was dead, there would be no evidence. It would be impossible to bring down the city lord again. Because the city lord could pretend that he did not know anything or push the blame to others. Without solid evidence, no one would dare to touch him. After all, he was the city lord and represented the supreme authority. Guba pulled off the black veils on their faces. They were indeed from the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang even recognized one of them. It was the guard captain who wanted to kill him. Ling Yunfei snorted, They are martial arts grandmasters. How stupid of them to work for such a despicable person. They were all trained by the city lord and have long become the city lord's men of sacrifice. To them death is not scary. What is scary is that they did not complete the mission given to them by the city lord. Oh right, are your injuries okay? Guba looked at the two of them with concern. We are fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Guba praised, You even have the ability to kill a one-star martial arts grandmaster. I have to say that you are really amazing. You have far surpassed your peers. But don't be complacent. Continue to work hard. But Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei felt guilty about Guba's praise. Because, if not for the two of them being distracted, they would not have the chance to fight back. Taking a step back, if Qin Feiyang did not Chang Shui, even if they had the chance, they would not have the ability to fight back. So in this, there was more or less some luck in luck. Of course, their ability was obvious to all. No one could deny it. But this time they survived. They should thank the Black Bear King the most. Because in the beginning, the two green swords were aimed at their hearts. If not for the Black Bear King's roar, their hearts would have been pierced. They would definitely have died on the spot. Senior Bear King, thank you. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at the Black Bear Mountain with gratitude. He would definitely remember this kindness forever. Guba also looked at the Black Bear Mountain. He naturally heard the roar just now. And at that time when he felt the pressure, even he was shocked. But he did not think much about it. He did not think about the Black Bear King. Because in his opinion, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei could not have known the Black Bear King. The high and mighty Black Bear King would not have helped two humans. It was probably a powerful beast that martial arts grandmaster level and happened to pass by this area. Guba retracted his gaze and smiled. Let's go back. The test should be starting soon. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. When the three came to the city, the guards. Were the guards? Were the guards? Evidently he was deeply shocked by the strength displayed by Qin Feiyang and Li Qia. At first, they all thought that their captain would be able to kill the two of them easily. But they did not. In the end, it was the captain who was killed by the two of them. 5-star martial masters already had such terrifying strength. When they become stronger in the future, wouldn't they be even more powerful? Go back and tell your mayor that the 3 leaders of the Pill Hall will visit him personally tomorrow. Ask him to prepare a reasonable explanation. Guba glanced at them coldly. Then he led Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei into the city. Ling Yunfei asked in surprise, Elder Gu, are we really going to the mayor's mansion tomorrow? Guba sneered, although there is no evidence, we have to deter him. Otherwise he will not know how to restrain himself. Makes sense. Ling Yunfei nodded. Guba said, but as long as you enter the Martial King Hall and the Danwang Hall, he will not be able to do anything to you. So, the 3 came to the Pill Hall. Guba said to Qin Feiyang, you go in by yourself. I will send Ling Yunfei out to prevent any more trouble. Also inform He Wu and the others. Qin Feiyang asked, where is Elder He? He is at the West City Gate. Because we don't know which direction you will come from, the Hall Master asked me, He Wu and the 2 deacon elders of the Martial King Hall to guard 1 city gate each. Guba said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Pill Fire Hall. Everyone in the Pill Palace was currently gathered in the main hall. Right in front. The 4 of them sat on the chairs. There was a tea table beside each of them. There was a pot of tea and a teacup. They were Luo Xiong, Feng Cheng, Elder Mo and Lin Qin. However, the 4 of them had different expressions. Luo Xiong closed his eyes and remained silent. Feng Cheng and Elder Mo looked outside the hall. They were expectant and angry. Lin Qin lowered his head and kept pouring tea. There was a trace of impatience between his brows. The atmosphere here was extremely heavy. The surrounding disciples did not dare to make any noise. On the left, Cheng Yi, Ling Yan, Ji Jin, and Lu Hong stood together and whispered. Cheng Yi asked, Ling Yan, did you find out? I found out. Ling Yan nodded and said in a low voice, there are people from the City Lord Mansion lying in ambush outside the 4 city gates. As long as Jiang Haoyan appears, even if Guba and the others are there, they will still die. Lu Hong smiled and said, if that's the case, this predetermined spot will definitely be yours, senior brother Cheng Yi. Ji Jin said flatteringly, senior brother, please take care of me in the future. Cheng Yi was overjoyed and said, don't worry. As long as I get the predetermined spot, I will definitely not forget about you guys. What are you guys talking about? Let Fat Lord hear about it too? At this moment, Fatso sneaked behind the 4 of them and laughed. Yo damn Fatso. You actually dare to take the initiative to approach me. Aren't you afraid that I will skin you? The 4 of them immediately looked unfriendly. Fat Lord just happens to want to lose weight. Come, skin as much as you want. Fatso looked at the 4 of them provocatively. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. This made the 4 of them very angry. However, with the 3 big shots present, they did not dare to flare up. Lu Hong said coldly, damn fat pig, after the assessment I will slowly deal with you. At that time, if you have the guts, don't run away. You're so protective of Cheng Yi. Do you already have an affair with him? If Fat Lord remembers correctly, you and Ji Jin also seem to have some shady dealings, right? You're two-timing. You're really awesome woman. Senior brother Cheng Yi, senior brother Ji Jin, the 2 of you are really handsome. But if there were more green hats, it would be even more perfect. Just nice, Fat Lord has 2 here. It doesn't cost 998, nor does it cost 98. It only costs 8 gold coins. How about it, Fat Lord is loyal enough. Fatso laughed and took out 2 green hats, waving them in front of Cheng Yi and Ji Jin. I'll endure it. The 3 of them glared at Fatso, gnashing their teeth. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. You think it's expensive? Alright, Fat Lord will suffer a loss this time. I'll give it to you for free. Come. Fat Lord will put it on for you. It will definitely look very good. After Fatso finished speaking, he really put the green hats on their heads. Ji-jin grabbed Fatso's wrist and growled, "Damn Fatso, if you continue to mess around, I'll kill you. Without Jiang Haoyin's help, I'll see how you can survive in the Pill Palace." Cheng Yi smiled coldly and ignored Fatso. Kill Fat Lord? A cold light flashed past Fatso's eyes. He threw away the 2 green hats and took out 2 daggers. What are you trying to do? The 4 of them were shocked. Nothing. Fatso hurriedly shook his head. He looked at the 4 of them with a flattering smile and said, "I was just joking just now. I hope senior brothers and sisters don't mind. If any of you can help me hold it, I promise to give you a huge surprise." The 4 of them looked at each other and ignored him. Fatso took the initiative and stuffed the daggers into Ji-jin and Ling Yan's hands. "What are you trying to do?" They frowned. Fatso laughed evilly. He grabbed Ji-jin's wrist with his right hand and Ling Yan's wrist with his left hand. He actually used his strength to stab his own chest. Ji-jin and Ling Yan's expression changed. The tip of the 2 daggers instantly cut through Fatso's clothes and was about to pierce his skin. "Bastard, what are you trying to do?" Ji-jin and Ling Yan hurriedly pulled back. They shouted at the same time. "Murder! Palace Master Elder, save me!" Fatso also roared in fear at this moment. His entire face turned ghastly white in an instant. Ji-jin and Ling Yan were stunned. At this moment, everyone's gaze gathered on the 3 of them. They all felt that it was unbelievable. They actually dared to kill Fatso in front of the 3 great leaders? Were Ji-jin and Ling Yan's brains damaged? Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded in the hall. Everyone looked over and immediately kept quiet out of fear. Feng Cheng's face was gloomy. His old big hand suddenly slammed on the tea table. Crack! The tea table was torn apart on the spot. The teacups and teapot fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The 3 great leaders were already extremely irritated. Seeing this, they were instantly furious. Fatso, Ling Yan, and Ji-jin were also shocked. The 2 daggers fell to the ground and hit the ground with dazzling sparks. "Elder!" Ji-jin hurriedly took a step forward and was about to accuse Fatso. "Elder Hall Master, you must uphold justice for this disciple." However, Fatty was the first to shout. "Just now, I heard them talking about Jiang Haoyin. I said that Jiang Haoyin might still be alive. But I didn't expect that they actually immediately pointed their daggers at me. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have died in their hands now." He ran to the 3 great leaders and knelt on the ground. He cried with snot and tears. "Nonsense. You were the one who gave us the daggers. Elder Palace Master, he's accusing us first and framing us." Ji-jin and Ling Yan hurriedly defended themselves. They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. Fatso glared at the 2 of them and shouted angrily, "You're good. You're actually trying to frame me. Who in the pill hall doesn't know that I'm the most cowardly? I don't even dare to kill a pig. How would I dare to kill myself with a dagger?" "Enough, all of you shut up," Luo Xiong shouted coldly. He glanced at the 3 of them and said coldly, "It's unforgivable to hurt a fellow disciple. Ji-jin and Ling Yan are disqualified from the examination. Get out of the Pillfire Hall immediately and go to the pig cage to reflect on your mistakes." "Oh, Palace Master, we're innocent." Their faces instantly turned green. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted. Chapter 101. The 2 deacon elders hurriedly ran in. Without saying a word, they directly dragged the 2 of them and ran towards the pig cages. "Thank you, Palace Lord, thank you, elders." Fatso kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, grateful to the point of tears. But in his heart he was laughing sinisterly. Little guy fighting with Fat Lord was simply courting death. Subsequently, he got up and returned to Cheng Yi and Lu Hong's side, whispering, "Are you satisfied with this extra big surprise? You're ruthless, but let's see how long you can be arrogant." Cheng Yi's eyes flashed coldly. "Then we'll see." Fatso chuckled, rolled his eyes and said, "Lu Hong, why didn't Fat Lord deal with you?" Lu Hong furrowed her brows. Fatso laughed, "Because you're too dirty. Fat Lord is afraid of touching your hand and dirtying Fat Lord's pure heart." The anger in Lu Hong's heart suddenly soared crazily. "Don't be impulsive, he wants to get rid of us one by one. This way he will have a chance to enter the Danwang Hall. Endure it first, wait for the assessment to end, then slowly deal with him." Cheng Yi hurriedly grabbed Lu Hong's wrist and whispered. At this time, Lin Chen put down the teacup, turned to look at Luo Xiong and smiled, "Palace Lord Luo, it's getting late, shouldn't we draw up the list?" "This," Luo Xiong hesitated. Cheng Yi took a step forward and said respectfully, Palace Lord, this disciple knows that you're waiting for Jiang Haoyin, but he hasn't returned yet. There's a high chance that he's already dead. You can't let Lord Lin Chen accompany us to waste time just because of a dead person, right? Lin Chen nodded, praising Cheng Yi. Hee, do you really want me to die that much? But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, I'm still alive and well. At this time, a faint laughter was heard with a strong sense of ridicule. Jiang Haoyin. Fatso's fat body suddenly trembled. At the same time, Feng Qing, Elder Mo, and Luo Xiong were also overjoyed. They all stood up and looked outside the hall. A youth dressed in sackcloth walked through the storm towards Pillfire Hall. There was a sword wound on his shoulder that was still bleeding. His face was also as pale as a sheet of paper, but his eyes were like torches, extremely spirited. How is this possible? If he can come back alive like this, could it be that he can fly? Cheng Yi and Lu Hong were in disbelief. Lin Chen curiously sized up Qin Feiyang. From the looks of it, there was nothing outstanding about this person. Why was he so valued by Luo Xiong and the other two? Fatso pushed through the crowd and ran out of the main hall to welcome Qin Feiyang. He laughed and said, Jiang Laoda, Fat Lord knew that your luck is bigger than Daifuku's. You won't die. Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he said, looking at your flushed appearance, did you do some despicable business again? Fatso said unhappily, what are you talking about? Fat Lord is a good youth that everyone loves. Let me tell you, don't ruin Fat Lord's reputation. You still have a reputation? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. In terms of shamelessness, even White-Eyed Wolf was less than 1/10,000th of this guy. Fatso laughed and said, to be honest, Fat Lord did something big just now. Immediately, he whispered to Qin Feiyang about how he framed Ji Jin and Ling Yan. After listening, Qin Feiyang had a strange look in his eyes. Ji Jin and Ling Yan had just come out of the pig cage, but they were thrown back in again. They probably hated Fatso to the core. Not bad, well done. Keep it up. Qin Feiyang patted Fatso's shoulder. Although it wasn't glorious, it was indeed satisfying. After entering the main hall, the crowd automatically separated. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the three great leaders and cupped his hands, greetings to Hall Master and the two elders. Feng Qing was about to get angry, but when he saw the sword wound on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, he immediately revealed a worried look and asked, what happened to your sword wound? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, when I just came back, two cats and dogs suddenly jumped out and I was accidentally injured. But it doesn't matter, it won't affect the alchemy. Cats and dogs? The surrounding disciples were puzzled. But the three great leaders were very clear. However, now was not the time to pursue the matter. Luo Xiong turned to look at Lin Chen and smiled, I won't write the list, just say it directly, the internal quota belongs to Jiang Haoyin, and the other two quotas will be decided by the survival of the fittest, however. Before Luo Xiong finished speaking, Cheng Yi took a step forward and said in a deep voice, Hall Master, I refuse to accept this. Step down. Luo Xiong shouted. Lin Chen smiled, Hall Master Luo, why don't we first listen to the reason why he refuses to accept this? Luo Xiong raised his eyebrows and nodded, all right Cheng Yi, if you have something to say, just say it, don't waste time. Hearing this, Cheng Yi's heart was suddenly filled with a thick flame of anger. Jiang Haoyin only came now, wasn't it good that he wasted time? But he didn't even blame him. He only said one sentence and he actually said that he was wasting time. Isn't this favoritism a bit too much? Phew. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands. As everyone knows, Jiang Haoyin is only a backdoor entrant, but what about us? We relied on our own efforts to get to where we are today, so I hope that Hall Master can be fair and just. Backdoor entrant? Lin Chen frowned and asked, Cheng Yi, who is he related to? Cheng Yi said, he has an engagement with Elder Feng's granddaughter. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Deep in his eyes, there was even a trace of cold light. But he immediately covered it up and turned to look at Luo Xiong. He smiled, Hall Master Luo, you know the rules of the pill hall better than I do. You can't play favoritism. Feng Qing suddenly stood up and said, what a joke. How come I didn't know that Jiang Haoyin has an engagement with my granddaughter? Cheng Yi said respectfully, Elder Feng, Jiang Haoyin said it himself. Lin Chen smiled, since it's like this, then we'll choose someone else for this predetermined spot. Hall Master Luo, I heard from you yesterday that Cheng Yi seems to have a 6th level mental strength. Why don't we choose him? Thank you, Lord Lin Chen. Cheng Yi was wild with joy. He hurriedly bowed and thanked him. I haven't agreed, why are you thanking me? Luo Xiong said. The displeasure on his face became more obvious. Qingyi, I'll give you a chance. Back off, don't ask for trouble. Why should I back off? Hall Master, I respect you very much, but I didn't expect you to be so selfish. I don't dare to say in the path of martial arts, but in the path of alchemy, I have absolute confidence that I can crush Jianghu. In the end, Qingyi had completely lost his sense of propriety and directly challenged Luo Xiong. Lin Chen smiled faintly. A 6th level mental strength is considered one of the best in the Danwang Hall. I think it's settled. The predetermined spot will be given to him. Is a 6th level mental strength that great? Qin Feiyang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. There was a strong sense of contempt in his words. What did you say? Qingyi suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Qin Feiyang. His gaze was aggressive. Lin Chen also raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. Qin Feiyang was disdainful. He turned to look at Luo Xiong and the other two with a questioning expression. Feng Qing glanced at Lin Chen and Qingyi, then said to Qin Feiyang, "We've been waiting for this moment. Go ahead and do it." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang smiled and turned around to look at Qingyi. He said indifferently, "Crush me? Do you have the qualifications to do so?" Qingyi clenched his fists and said word by word, "Then let's give it a try." Qin Feiyang said, "How do we do it?" "Say it." "Alchemy, of course. The spot will go to whoever can refine the highest quality pill. Do you dare?" Qingyi looked at him provocatively. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Why don't we add another condition? The loser will be at his mercy, even if he's killed on the spot." What? The disciples were shocked. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a simple competition for a spot, but a bet of life and death. Luo Xiong and the other two couldn't help but frown. Although they were a little dissatisfied with Qingyi's current performance, they were still optimistic about Qingyi's future. As for Qin Feiyang's alchemy skills, they knew better than anyone else. If the bet of life and death was successful, Qingyi would definitely die. This kind of thing couldn't happen. The three of them were about to stand up and stop him. But Qingyi was a step ahead of them. "Okay, it's decided." "No." Elder Imo shouted. Qingyi turned to look at Elder Imo and bowed. "Elder, this is a joint decision between Jianghu and I. Please don't interfere." Lin Chen smiled. "It's quite interesting. Elder Imo, just let them be. Furthermore, I don't believe that they'll really kill each other. At most, they'll humiliate each other with a few words. It's not important." This? Elder Imo looked at Luo Xiong and Feng Chen. Luo Xiong waved his hand impatiently. Forget it. Let them be. They really won't cry until they're in the coffin." Feng Chen snorted coldly. He was naturally talking about Qingyi. However, Qingyi was oblivious to it and looked at Qin Feiyang with his head held high. "Are you going first or should I?" "Whatever." Qin Feiyang shrugged. "I'll go first then. Open your eyes and watch what's called alchemy." Qingyi smiled in disdain and strode towards the corridor. At this moment, Lin Chen said again, "In order to save time, you guys might as well refine the simplest healing pill at the same time. Qingyi, you use the first alchemy room. Jianghu, you use the second alchemy room." "Thank you, Lord Lin Chen." Qingyi was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to thank him. However, Qin Feiyang frowned. What did this Lin Chen mean? He actually assigned the first alchemy room to Qingyi? Although the first and second alchemy rooms only had a difference of one number, whether it was the alchemy fire or the alchemy furnace, they were not on the same level. As everyone knew, the quality of the alchemy fire and the alchemy furnace would affect the quality of the pills. Wasn't this person obviously helping Qingyi? Lin Chen seemed to have sensed Qin Feiyang's displeasure and smiled. "Jianghu, in order to prove that you're not a backdoor entrant, I gave you the second alchemy room. I've put in a lot of effort, don't let me down." Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. He could tell that this person was purely a hypocrite who hid a knife behind a smile. "Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he walked towards the second alchemy room. However, the corner of his mouth pursed into a deep mocking smile. He wanted to scheme against him with such a small trick? What a joke. Later he would know how childish this behavior was. However, he could not figure it out. It was only the first time he met this person. There was no enmity between them. Why would he deliberately target him? Chapter 102. After Qin Feiyang entered the alchemy room, Qingyi followed him into the alchemy room. The stone door wasn't closed. Lin Chen stood in the middle of the two alchemy rooms. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed secretly. "I want to see what level of pills you can make." Luo Xiong and the other two sat on the chairs and closed their eyes to recover. The outcome was already decided. There was no need to watch. Everyone, why don't we have a bet? Jianghu 1 to 10. Cheng Yi 1 to 2. Fatso suddenly shouted with a wretched smile on his face. I'm not in the mood. Get lost. The surrounding disciples looked at each other angrily. It wasn't that Fatso wasn't welcomed. It was because they all wanted to enter the Danwang Hall. However, they obviously didn't have a chance to enter. There were more than 100 disciples fighting for the remaining 2 spots. The probability was too low. They didn't have the confidence to win. Therefore, they couldn't help but feel irritated. In the 2 alchemy rooms, the alchemy had already started. The 2's movements were very skillful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were as smooth as flowing water. This is unbelievable. Genius Jianghu has only been in the Danwang Hall for 2 months. His speed can actually keep up with senior Cheng Yi? A few disciples discussed softly. Lin Shen was stunned. He said in surprise, "What did you say? He's only been here for 2 months?" Yeah. The few disciples nodded. Another disciple suddenly said, "No, he's been outside this month. Therefore he's only been refining pills for a month." He's so skillful in just a month? Lin Shen was dumbfounded. Could it be that this person was really an alchemy genius? No. Although his speed could keep up, the quality of the pills he made would definitely be inferior. He had a friendly smile on his face, but his heart was filled with coldness. However, they didn't know. Qin Feiyang had only been refining pills for a few days. The rest of the time he was copying the return formula. 100 breaths passed. Cheng Yi waved his hand. A red pill flew out from the cauldron. He grabbed the pill and, without even looking at it, turned around and walked out of the pill concoction room. He walked up to Lin Shen and presented the pill with both hands, his face filled with confidence. Lin Shen held it in his hand and looked at it. He nodded and said, "Not bad. This healing pill can definitely be considered a high-grade pill." After getting Lin Shen's approval, the confidence on Cheng Yi's face grew even stronger as he said with a smile, "My lord, I'm afraid it's still too early for Jianghu. You have a priceless body, so you'd better go sit outside and wait." I admit that I lost. But at this moment, a helpless voice sounded. "Ah!" Cheng Yi immediately laughed out loud. He turned around and saw Qin Feiyang walking out of the alchemy room. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Even if you admit defeat, you have to take out the medicinal pills you refined and let everyone see how pathetic they are." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could this person be stupid? He smiled faintly and said, "I think you misunderstood my meaning. Actually, I'm saying that your flattery skills are really top-notch. I admit defeat." Hearing this, Cheng Yi's expression froze and his face immediately darkened. "This is the medicinal pill I refined." Qin Feiyang casually threw a healing pill towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised his eyebrows without a trace. Obviously he, who was used to being flattered, was very unhappy with Qin Feiyang's current attitude. But the smile on his face was still the same. He grabbed the medicinal pill and hurriedly glanced at it. He smiled and said, "This healing pill can at most be considered a low-grade medicinal pill. It's too different from the high-grade healing pill refined by Cheng Yi. Therefore, I now announce that the quota will be given to Cheng Yi." Phew. Cheng Yi let out a long breath and said, "This disciple swears to be loyal to the Danwang Hall for the rest of my life. I swear to defend the dignity of the Danwang Hall with my life." And Lin Shen nodded. Cheng Yi turned to look at Qin Feiyang and sneered, "Do you still remember the bet from before?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Cheng Yi's eyes flashed coldly and said, "Then let's fulfill our promise now. Since we're from the same sect, I'll let bygones be bygones if you break your own arms." Break my own arms? Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes. This person wanted to kill him whenever he had the chance. Since that was the case, then let's see whose methods were more ruthless. He looked up at Lin Shen and smiled faintly. "Look carefully again." Lin Shen smiled. A low-grade medicinal pill is a low-grade medicinal pill. The result will be the same no matter how many times I look at it. Is there a need to? Qin Feiyang really wanted to get along with this person politely. After all, if the Danwang Hall sent this person to be in charge of the assessment, then his status in the Danwang Hall must be high. However, this person did not take him seriously at all. Arrogant and self-righteous. Did he really think he was a big shot? Qin Feiyang's killing intent surged. He quickly drew out the Chang Shui and swung it at Cheng Yi's neck like lightning. A painful scream rang out in the Pillfire Hall. Bam! The next moment, Cheng Yi fell to the ground, clutching his neck. Blood spurted out from his throat. The surrounding disciples were stunned. Lu Hong's face turned pale. Even Fatso was tongue-tied. Isn't this bastard a little too daring? He actually killed Qingyi in the Pillfire Hall? Get out of the way. Elder Mo's roar was heard. Everyone shuddered and hurriedly retreated to the side. The three heavyweights ran over and looked at the dead Qingyi on the ground with gloomy expressions. The usual smile on Lin Chen's face disappeared without a trace. All that was left was anger. Jiang Haoyin. He suddenly looked up at Qin Feiyang, his entire body cold and threatening. The temperature here plummeted as if winter had arrived. Everyone's pupils constricted and they involuntarily retreated. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid in the slightest. He inclined his head and locked gazes with Lin Chen as he laughed mockingly. If the Pill Emperor Hall is filled with people as mediocre as you, I don't mind not joining the Pill Emperor Hall. With that, he turned and walked out of the hall without looking back. How dare you? Lin Chen was furious. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Qin Feiyang. You're the one who's being impudent. However, at this moment, Luo Xiong roared and threw a slap. Slap. With a crisp slap, Lin Chen flew out and smashed into the wall behind him, spitting out blood. There was a bright red palm print on his face. It even began to swell. The elixir fell out of his hand and onto the ground. How dare you hit me? Lin Chen was dumbfounded by the slap. Because you're from the Danwang Hall, I've been courteous these 2 days. But what about you? Acting all high and mighty all the time, who do you think you are? Hitting you is still light. I'll kill you now. Luo Xiong took a step forward. Murderous? Hallmaster, don't be rash. Let's talk things over. Seeing this, Feng Qing and Elder Mo's expression changed. They quickly ran up and grabbed Luo Xiong's arm, anxiously persuading him. Let go of me right now. Luo Xiong shouted. Although he usually looked very amiable, once he was angry, even Feng Qing and Elder Mo did not dare to act rashly. The two hurriedly let go. Luo Xiong strode in front of Lin Chen, lowered his head and coldly looked at Lin Chen. When his eyes met Luo Xiong's, Lin Chen could not help but feel cold all over. Do you think I'm blind? Can't tell that you've been deliberately targeting Jiang Haoyin? Just because I didn't say anything, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Now open your eyes wide and look clearly for this highness. Just what grade of medicinal pill is the medicinal pill that he refined? Luo Xiong shouted. Lin Chen's body trembled. He hurriedly opened his hand, only to find that the elixir was gone. It's beside your feet. Luo Xiong shouted. Lin Chen trembled. He quickly grabbed the elixir and looked at it carefully. What? This is... When he saw the elixir patterns on the elixir, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His body and mind trembled. It was actually a supreme-grade elixir with elixir patterns. Do you see it clearly now? If you see it clearly, then shout it out. Hurry. Luo Xiong shouted coldly. This healing elixir is... Lin Chen's face was filled with disbelief. He could not accept this terrifying fact. Do you need me to say it again? Luo Xiong's tone was low and cold. Lin Chen quivered and shouted, This is a supreme-grade elixir. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Jiang Haoyin can actually refine a supreme-grade elixir? How long has he been in the pill hall? If that's the case, the supreme-grade elixir that Fatso sold previously was refined by Jiang Haoyin? Too awesome. He's simply a genius in the alchemy world. No, only monstrous is enough to describe him. No wonder the hall master and the two elders like him so much. Looking at it now, Qingyi really overestimated himself. The shock in everyone's heart could no longer be described with words. Especially Lu Hong. She kept muttering the word supreme-grade elixir. All of a sudden, she felt that she, Qingyi, Ling Yan and Ji Jin were like clowns. They thought that they were so great. They always mocked others and said that they got in because of connections. In reality, they didn't even put them in their eyes. How comical. Luo Xiong glanced at everyone and sneered, The ones who got in because of connections can actually refine supreme-grade elixirs. Is it funny? Anyway, I think it's funny, but you're the one who's funny. Luo Xiong looked at Lin Chen again and sneered, You didn't even see it clearly and you jumped to a conclusion. I don't understand why the Danwang Hall would send trash like you to be in charge of the assessment. Trash? Lin Chen's heart was filled with anger. He roared, Even if he can refine supreme-grade elixirs, the fact that he killed Qingyi cannot be erased. You still dare to roar at me. If you didn't target him, would he have killed Qingyi out of anger? We're not deaf. Just now he asked you to take a closer look. But because of your arrogance, not only did you not look, you even spoke rudely and maliciously hurt him. Now tell me whose fault is this? Luo Xiong said sternly. Lin Chen immediately lost his temper. A person who can concoct a supreme-grade elixir, especially one who just started learning how to concoct a supreme-grade elixir, is extremely important to the pill hall. I don't need to tell you. You should be very clear about it. I still remember that in order to persuade him to join the pill hall, I, Old Feng, and Old Mo put in a lot of effort. But now, because of you, he doesn't want to go to the Danwang Hall. What do you think we should do? Let me tell you, if you can't make him change his mind, I can only report this matter to the Grand Hall Master. At that time, I'd like to see what will happen to you. Luo Xiong sneered and didn't stay any longer. But when he turned around, he said, don't smile in the future. Otherwise people will hate you. Old Feng, Old Mo, you two stay and supervise the assessment. Understood. Feng Cheng and Old Mo nodded. Chapter 103. After Luo Xiong left, Lin Chen collapsed on the ground powerlessly, his face full of horror. If this matter really reached the ears of the chief pavilion master of the county of Yen, he would be skinned even if he didn't die. Suddenly, he looked at Feng Cheng and Elder Mo with a pleading expression and said, Elder Feng, Elder Mo, you must help me. This is not easy to help. Whoever tied the bell should untie it. Go find Jiang Haoyan yourself. The two of them did not look happy. Fatso went up and chuckled. Master Lin Chen, who won now? The surrounding disciples rolled their eyes. Was there a need to ask? Of course it was Jiang Haoyan. If even a person who could refine a supreme-grade pill lost, then there must be an inside story. Fatso continued, Master Lin Chen, you agreed to the bet between Jiang Laoda and Cheng Yi, right? What are you trying to say? Lin Chen glared at him. What Fat Lord wants to say is that Jiang Laoda and Cheng Yi have an agreement. If Jiang Laoda wins and kills Cheng Yi, you can't do anything about it. But you're using this as a pretext. Don't you think you're hypocritical? Do you know what the hall master meant by that sentence? He's saying that when you laugh, you're asking for a beating. No, you're born to be asking for a beating. It has nothing to do with whether you laugh or not. When you're free, go for plastic surgery, lest you get beaten up by a crowd in the future. Fatso chuckled, his face full of disdain. You? Lin Chen's eyes were cold. But suddenly, he looked at Fatso from head to toe and his heart skipped a beat. He got up and dragged Fatso out of the hall, saying at the same time, Come with me. What do you want to do? Bully the weak. Bully the weak? Let me tell you in broad daylight in front of everyone, Fat Lord is not afraid of you. Fatso shouted anxiously. It's a good thing. Lin Chen whispered. A good thing? Fatso was slightly stunned, and his heart suddenly bloomed with joy. Qin Feiyang sat alone in a pavilion. He couldn't figure it out. How did he offend this Lin Chen, to the point of making things difficult for him? So you're here, Jiang Laoda. Fatty ran over and said with a sinister smile, You've finally killed Cheng Yi. You must be feeling great right now. Indeed. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Did the hall master say that he would hold me accountable? No. You're the Pill Palace's most popular person now. How could the palace master hold you accountable for a dead person? But Lin Chen was the of the Pill Palace of the Hall of the Hall? Of the Hall of the Palace of the Hall. You didn't see how furious the palace master was earlier. If it weren't for the two elders holding him back, Lin Chen would have already gone to see the King of Hell. Fatty said of, yes. When Luo Xiong flipped out, he hadn't left the Pillfire Hall, so he heard it. Fatso went to Qin Feiyang and asked sneakily, Jiang Laoda, are you really not going to the Danwang Hall? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I want to go to the Martial Emperor Hall now. With my strength it shouldn't be a problem. What? To the Martial Emperor Hall. Fatso couldn't sit still anymore. Jiang Laoda, to tell you the truth, Lin Chen asked me to persuade you. He said that as long as I can make you change your mind, he will let me go to the Danwang Hall too. Boss, once you're the boss, you'll be the boss forever. You can't leave your little brother alone. I'm not like you. Whether it's martial arts or alchemy, I'm not as good as others. I have no hope of entering the Danwang Hall. This is such a good opportunity. Boss, you have to help me. Fatso hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, crying and acting like a spoiled child. Qin Feiyang's sleeve was covered with his snot and tears. Get out of my way. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he hurriedly pushed Fatso away. This scene was too intimate. If he was seen by others, they would definitely misunderstand him as a homosexual. Fatso said, Promise me and I'll let go. Okay, I promise. Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. Thank you, boss. Fatso was overjoyed and said in a coquettish voice, Get out. Qin Feiyang roared and kicked Fatso away. Then he hurriedly got up and took off his shirt with a look of disgust. He took out a new linen shirt and quickly put it on. You hit me so hard. Do you still have a conscience? Fatso rubbed his chest and walked over, staring at Qin Feiyang bitterly. Damn Fatso, you're too disgusting. I'm going to cut ties with you. Qin Feiyang had goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly ran away. Cut ties? No way. Fat Lord has made up his mind to pester you for the rest of his life. You have to take responsibility for it. Fatso chuckled and quickly chased after him. Qin Feiyang felt powerless. Despicable people were probably talking about this kind of person. Fatso ran to Qin Feiyang's side with a wretched face and said, Boss, when are you going to see your fiancé? Fiancé? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fatso was stunned and asked, Don't you know? Your fiancé also came to Black Bear City. Wait, what do you mean? When did I have a fiancé? Qin Feiyang frowned. Elder Feng's granddaughter. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head, saying, She's not my fiancé. It's just a joke. The fatty said disdainfully, Keep pretending. Everyone in Black Bear City knows about this. I won't talk to you anymore. Lord Fatty will go to the Pillfire Palace first. Although Lin Chen opened the back door for me, I still have to put on a show. Let's chat again when we have time. Qin Feiyang said, When we go back, don't say that I've already agreed. I'm still thinking about it. I understand. Fatso chuckled and ran toward the Pillfire Palace. Fiancé? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this joke had gone too far. After calming himself down, he changed direction and walked toward Luo Xiong's courtyard. Bastard, this is too infuriating. Luo Xiong sat alone on a stone bench, his face full of anger. A moment later, Qin Feiyang came to the door and cupped his hands, saying, Hall Master, I have something to ask of you. Luo Xiong was stunned and hurriedly said, Come in. Qin Feiyang pushed the door open and walked to Luo Xiong's side. He lowered his head and said, Hall Master, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have killed Qingyi. Please punish me. Luo Xiong was silent for a moment and looked up with a smile, saying, This matter is over, but you must go to the Danwang Hall. This? Qin Feiyang hesitated. Luo Xiong asked, Are you worried that Lin Chen will take revenge on you? Qin Feiyang nodded. Sigh. To be honest, I'm worried too. With your talent in alchemy, you will definitely attract attention if you enter the Danwang Hall. But it's easier to dodge a spear in the open than a stab in the dark. After all, Lin Chen is not only a core disciple of the Danwang Hall, but also a member of the Lin family of Swallow City. Luo Xiong said. The Lin family of Swallow City? A cold light flashed in the depths of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Luo Xiong thought he was afraid and comforted him, saying, Don't be so nervous. Before you go to the Danwang Hall, I will use the image crystal to inform the Grand Hall Master of Swallow City. Qin Feiyang said, I will think about it. Luo Xiong frowned and nodded, saying, All right, think about it carefully. All right, why are you here? Qin Feiyang said, I want to ask if the pill hall has the recipe for the crimson fire-colored glass pill? The crimson fire-colored glass pill. Luo Xiong's eyes trembled as he asked, Did you find the crimson fire-colored glass tree? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then why do you want the recipe? Luo Xiong was puzzled. I'm just curious. Qin Feiyang said calmly. The recipe. Luo Xiong thought for a while and shook his head, saying, Everyone knows how precious the crimson fire-colored glass pill is. Therefore, only the Danwang Hall has the recipe. In that case, I will not disturb you any longer. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands, turned around, and strode out of the courtyard. He was sure that the pill hall had the recipe. He knew what Luo Xiong was thinking. Luo Xiong wanted him to go to the Danwang Hall. Therefore, it was useless to continue. He went to an empty corner and entered the castle. He began to copy the fifth stroke of the Huan character formula. In the evening, the Pillfire Hall's test was finally over. The remaining 2 spots were taken by Lu Hong and Fatso. This result caused the disciples to be rather shocked. Lu Hong had level 5 mental power and her talent in alchemy was not bad. It was not strange for her to win a spot. However, Fatso's talent was not good and he did not work hard. How could he win? However, this was the result announced by Lin Chen himself. Feng Cheng and Luo Xiong were supervising, so no one dared to question it. Perhaps this fatty was just like Jiang Haoyin, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. After the test ended, the disciples dispersed. The news of Qin Feiyang refining the supreme grade pill spread like wildfire in Black Bear City. So the supreme grade pill was refined by Jiang Haotian. No wonder Luo Xiong wanted Jiang Haotian to join the pill hall by hook or by crook. The whole city was in an uproar. All the leaders were shocked. The city lord's mansion. What? The supreme grade pill was refined by this little bastard. The city lord heard the guard's report and stood up with a face of disbelief. This news was spread by the disciples of the pill hall. It can't be fake. A guard knelt on the ground and said respectfully. The city lord clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Bang. At this time, the door was knocked open. Two middle-aged men hurriedly walked in. They were the patriarchs of the Jiang and Mu families. City lord, you also heard about it? What should we do now? The two walked in front of the city lord and asked in panic. Because they were very clear about the value of an alchemist who can refine the supreme grade pill. This kind of person can only be complimented and not offended. But now they offended him. So they must find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. The city lord said without hesitation, this kid can't be left alive, otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Wuxia's lord said, I also want to kill him because my two sons must have been killed by him. But now he's in the pill hall. We have no chance to do it. Jiang clan's lord frowned and said, Mu Fei and Mu Yang may not be killed by Jiang Haotian. Why don't we apologize to him? Maybe we can save him. Impossible. The city lord and Wuxia's lord said at the same time. Jiang clan's lord asked, then tell me, how can we get rid of him? There must be a way. A cold light flashed in the city lord's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the guard next to him. He ordered, take some people to monitor the pill hall. Once Jiang Haotian leaves the pill hall, come back and report immediately. Yes. The guard nodded and quickly ran out. The city lord looked at Jiang clan's lord and Mu Yang and comforted them. Don't worry. Even if there's no chance now, we can do it on their way to Yen City. Wuxia's lord said, then we'll go back and wait for the news. Okay. The city lord nodded. Chapter 104. Jiang clan head was worried all the way. After returning to the Jiang clan, he sat beside the tea table in the meeting hall. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Suddenly, he shouted at the door. Go and call Jiang Wei and the great elder. Yes. A servant responded respectfully and immediately turned around and ran towards the backyard. After a while, Jiang Wei and the great elder came to the meeting hall. Jiang Wei asked, Father, why did you call us in such a hurry? Did something happen? The great elder was also puzzled. Jiang clan head said, Jiang Haotian's matter, you all know about it. The two nodded. Jiang clan head said, I just went to see the city lord. The city lord and the Wuxia's lord still want to continue to assassinate Jiang Haotian, but I have some hesitation, so I want to ask your opinion. Do we have any other choice now? The great elder asked. Jiang Wei said, Jiang Haotian is a vengeful man. We have tried to kill him again and again. I'm afraid he won't let it go. Sigh. Jiang clan head sighed deeply. I understand what you said, but he is now the general trend. If we want to kill him again, it's tantamount to a moth to the flame. Jiang Wei was surprised. Father, do you want to ask for peace? Yes. Jiang clan head nodded. No. The great elder flatly refused. Jiang clan head said, I know what you hate. Jiang Haotian caused you to lose your arm. He also killed Jiang Sen and the others. But have you thought about it? In fact, we have only ourselves to blame. The great elder was silent. We are different from the Wuxia and the Ling clan. They have no backing behind them. They can only rely on the city lord. But behind the Jiang clan, there is still my second brother. Although he can't be relied on usually, but when the fate of the clan is at stake, he will certainly not sit back and do nothing. So from the beginning, we shouldn't have been in cahoots with the city lord. Jiang clan head's face was full of regret. The second brother he mentioned is Luo Qingzhu's father, the chief pavilion lord of the Yen County Treasure Pavilion. Jiang Wei asked, So what is it now? Or is it a mistake? We can't continue to make mistakes. Patriarch Jiang shook his head. His eyes flashed as he said, I've decided to ask for peace. The Grand Elder said in a low voice, Even if we take the initiative to ask for peace, Jiang Haotian might not agree. No, as long as we show our sincerity, he will definitely nod his head. After all, his relationship with Qingzhu is not shallow. The most important thing is that he can refine top-quality pills now. In the future, he will definitely have great achievements. In addition to his relationship with Qingzhu, maybe when the time comes, we can use this relationship to resolve the conflict between me and second brother. Patriarch Jiang said. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up. Patriarch Jiang looked at the Grand Elder and asked, "What do you think?" The great clan elder muttered to himself for a moment before letting out a long sigh. "As long as it can alleviate the conflict between us and second brother, lowering our heads and begging for peace is worth it." Patriarch Jiang smiled. "All right, I'll go look for him now." Jiang Wei said, "Father, let me go." You. Patriarch Jiang looked at him suspiciously. Jiang Wei patted his chest and said solemnly, "I promise to complete the mission." The Grand Elder smiled. "Just let him go. After all, they are all young people. There is no generation gap. Moreover, if this kid can build a good relationship with Jiang Haoyin, it will definitely be a great help to him in the future." Patriarch Jiang frowned. Finally, he nodded in agreement and said, "I'll say this first. If you ruin the plan, I will beat you to death when you come back. Go quickly." "So ruthless. Is he still my father?" Jiang Wei mumbled unhappily. "Where is my fiancé?" Somewhere in the Pill Palace, a delicate voice sounded. It was like the roar of a lion from the east of the river, resounding through the night sky. The masked lady was holding an umbrella and angrily walking towards Feng Cheng's courtyard. Ling Yunfei brought his mother and followed behind the masked lady. His face was full of bitter smiles. His fiancée came to find him? Hee, there will definitely be a good show to watch later. Fatso ran over stealthily as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also heard the ladies shout. A bitter smile appeared on his face. What he was worried about finally came. He closed the iron book and listened carefully for a while. When he didn't hear any footsteps, he left the ancient castle and walked slowly along the small path. In front of the courtyard, the masked lady kicked open the courtyard's door like a fierce tigress. Feng Qing opened the door and looked at the masked lady unhappily. "This is the Pill Palace's important place. How can you barge in like this? Where is your manners?" "Don't try to change the topic." The masked lady quickly walked forward and grabbed Feng Cheng's beard. She walked into the attic and stood in the middle of the hall. She said angrily, "Tell me, why do I have a fiancé?" "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Girl, let go. Let go." Feng Qing roared. Ling Yunfei and his mother stood at the side and couldn't help but laugh. Luo Xiong and Elder Mo heard the commotion and immediately rushed over. When they saw this scene, they immediately revealed a playful smile. "Greetings to the two lords." Ling Yunfei cupped his hands and said, "Don't be so polite in private." Luo Xiong smiled. He looked at Ling Yunfei's mother and said, "If I remember correctly, you're called Lu Ji, right?" "Yes." Lu Ji nodded. She was a little flattered. Seeing this, Ling Yunfei grabbed his mother's hand. He looked at Luo Xiong, Feng Cheng and Elder Mo and bowed. "I haven't had the chance to meet the three of you. I heard that senior sister Feng is coming to the Pill Palace. So, I brought my mother here shamelessly to thank you in person. Thank you for helping me save my mother. I, Ling Yunfei, will never forget this kindness." Ling Yunfei said solemnly. Luo Xiong revealed a gratified smile and said, "The one you should thank the most is Jiang Haoyin." "Indeed." Ling Yunfei nodded. "I say, are you done chatting? This girl is crazy. Come and help her." Feng Qing roared angrily. The few of them looked at each other and smiled. Luo Xiong shook his head and said, "This is your family matter. We can't help you." Then, he and Elder Mo crossed their arms as if they were ready to watch a show. Ling Yunfei and his mother naturally didn't dare to interfere. "You have no loyalty." Feng Qing glared at Luo Xiong and Elder Mo. After Luo Xiong appeared, the masked woman also restrained herself a lot. She let go of her hand and bowed to Luo Xiong and Elder Mo. The two of them also smiled and nodded. The masked woman turned her head and stared at Feng Cheng. She snorted and said, "You've only been in the Martial Imperial Palace for less than 2 years, and you actually have a fiancé out of nowhere." Feng Cheng laughed embarrassedly. "Girl, you can't blame grandfather for this. It's all Jiang Haoyin's fault. If you want to find him, go find him. Even if you peel off his skin, grandfather won't blame you." Jiang Haoyin. The masked woman frowned and gritted her teeth. This woman can't be provoked. Qin Feiyang hid outside the door and muttered secretly. In fact, he had arrived long ago. But when he saw that Feng Cheng's granddaughter was actually the masked woman he met yesterday, he didn't dare to go in. Because this woman was simply too valiant. Jiang Wei's fate was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to eat dirt in front of everyone. "Call Ling Yunfei out and let's go." He bent down and poked his head out, looking at the people in the hall. At this time, Fatso sneaked into the courtyard like a thief. Seeing Qin Feiyang acting sneakily at the door, his eyes brightened. He quietly walked over to Qin Feiyang's back and stuck his head out to look inside. So many people? He scratched his head and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He asked, "What are you doing hiding here? Don't you want to go in and see your fiancé?" Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. This damn fatso, when did he come? The people in the hall all turned their heads to look at the door. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Fatso, they couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. He had never felt so awkward before. He stood up straight and stared at Fatso fiercely. "What's going on?" Fatso was a bit confused. "I'll deal with you later." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. He turned around and walked into the hall. He smiled and said, Hello everyone. We're very good." Luo Xiong nodded. There was a trace of an evil smile on his face as if he was saying, "Kid, you're in big trouble this time." Qin Feiyang's smile froze. But it instantly recovered. He turned his head to look at the masked woman. His eyes met with that pair of cold eyes. His body tensed up. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." Without waiting for him to finish, the masked woman said, "There's nothing to explain. If I didn't remember wrongly, the pill hall has a pig cage, right? Go to the pig cage and stay there for a few days." After saying that, she took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Qin Feiyang. She reached out her hand and grabbed towards Qin Feiyang's shoulder. "She's indeed a difficult woman," Qin Feiyang mumbled. He used the shifting smoke steps without hesitation and quickly retreated. He didn't want to go to the pig cage. Seeing Qin Feiyang dodging, the masked woman was surprised. "You have some skills. But you don't have the ability to escape from me." The masked woman smiled coldly. She caught up with Qin Feiyang in one step. Her hand reached out like lightning and grabbed his wrist. Her 5 fingers were like jade. Her skin was like cream. It gave Qin Feiyang a very comfortable feeling. But at this moment he didn't have the mood to feel it. He smiled and said, "Miss, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Aren't you my fiancé? Does it matter?" The masked woman smiled playfully. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "This is really a misunderstanding. Ling Er, it's really you." However, at this time, a pleasantly surprised voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked over and saw Lin Chen running over in large strides. Qin Feiyang was surprised. When he saw Lin Chen, he actually felt that the masked woman's arm was slightly stiff. Could it be that the two know each other? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Lin Chen ran into the hall and saw that the woman was actually grabbing onto Qin Feiyang's hand. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. This time, Qin Feiyang clearly caught it. He suddenly came to a realization. If he didn't guess wrong, Lin Chen definitely liked this tigress. Therefore, when he heard those rumors, Lin Chen regarded him as a love rival and targeted him everywhere. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. He didn't expect that a casual sentence would actually lead to an unexpected disaster. Chapter 105. However, Lin Chen's arrival gave him a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen concealed it very well. His face was instantly filled with smiles. He took a step forward and stood between Qin Feiyang and the masked woman. The masked woman had no choice but to let go of Qin Feiyang. Lin Chen asked, "Ling Er, what are you doing in Black Bear City?" The masked woman frowned. "Is it related to you?" Lin Chen laughed. "If you had told me in advance, we could have traveled together." "No need, I know the way," the masked woman said indifferently. It was obvious that she didn't like this person. But Lin Chen didn't mind at all and laughed. "How about we return to Yen City together tomorrow?" "We'll talk about it tomorrow," the masked woman said coldly. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang gave a look to Ling Yunfei and Fatso. The two of them understood. Thus the few of them sneaked away. But just as Qin Feiyang stepped out of the door, the masked woman noticed and shouted, "Jianghu Yin, where do you want to go?" "You guys chat, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, then used Luo Yan's steps and ran outside as if he was running for his life. "Bastard, stop right there," the masked woman shouted and was about to give chase. But at this time, Lin Chen's eyes flashed. He stood in front of her and laughed. "Ling Er, this is my first time in Black Bear City. I'm unfamiliar with this place. You grew up here, so you must be very familiar with this place. Why don't you take me around?" Ling Yunfei looked at Lin Chen, then turned to look at Luo Xiong and the other two, cupping his hands and saying, "3 seniors, this junior will also take his leave." Fatso followed. "This disciple will not disturb you any longer." Then Ling Yunfei brought his mother and Fatso and quickly left the courtyard, chasing after Qin Feiyang. The masked woman frowned and wanted to go around Lin Qin, but Lin Qin stood in front of her and laughed. Ling, let's go for a walk. This time. The masked woman was furious and shouted, Walk your sister, can't you see that it's raining outside? If you want to go shopping you can go by yourself. Lin Qin smiled. Walking in the rain is more romantic. Who wants to be romantic with you? The masked woman cursed angrily. What the hell? Why was she so unlucky to run into this idiot? Beside him, Feng Qing was also frowning. He appeared to be in a bad mood. Luo Xiong and Elder Imo looked at each other and remained silent. However, there was a playful look in his eyes. On the small path. Looking around, Fatso chuckled. Jiang Lauda is really lucky to find such a ferocious fiancé. I'm really worried for him in the future. You're gloating. Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes and shook his head. However, this woman is indeed not someone an ordinary man can handle. Yunfei, you can't talk about him like that. After all, Miss Ling is your senior. In the future, you'll have to rely on her to take care of you in Danwang Hall. What's more, Miss Ling only has a bad temper. She's still quite kind. Ling Yunfei's mother reprimanded. You're right, mother. Ling Yunfei hurriedly nodded. I'm here. At this moment. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Fatso and the other two turned around and couldn't help but laugh. They saw Qin Feiyang hiding behind a small tree, looking behind the three of them. His whole body was already drenched. Ling Yunfei shook his head. Don't look. She was stopped by Lin Qin and didn't chase after us. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and walked out from behind the small tree. Fatso said disdainfully, Jiang Lauda, back then when Ling Yunfei and Ling Sheng were fighting, you were able to face so many big shots without batting an eyelid. Why are you afraid of a little girl now? You're really a disgrace to us men. If it was me, I would directly push her down and do her on the spot. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Don't just talk about it. If you have the guts, go ahead. Fatso's face immediately turned green. He laughed dryly and said, Fat Lord wants to, but there's no other way. Who told her to be my future sister-in-law? This difficult task should be completed by you. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and looked at Ling Yunfei's mother. He smiled and said, Hello, Auntie. I made a fool of myself just now. Lu Ji smiled and said, Don't say that. Young people have their frivolous moments. Frivolous? Qin Feiyang was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lu Ji asked, Can I call you Hao Yin? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Ji said, Hao Yin, Yunfei told me about how you helped us. I'm really grateful to you. It's Yunfei's greatest fortune to be able to meet a friend like you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Auntie, you're too serious. It's just a small matter. Sensible and polite. You're really a good child. Lu Ji's face was full of smiles. She liked Qin Feiyang very much. She sighed and said, If Yunfei is half as promising as you, then I can also smile in the underworld. Ling Yunfei said with dissatisfaction, Mother, your son is not bad either. Also, don't say such inauspicious things in the future. You will definitely live a long life. Yes. Lu Ji nodded with a face full of love. Looking at this warm scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but think of a dignified figure. He looked up at the dark night sky and murmured, Mother, how are you in the capital? Ling Yunfei suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Mother asked me to book a banquet at Spring Breeze Restaurant. First, to thank you. Second, to give us a farewell dinner. How about it? Give me some face. Andy came in person. Of course I have to go. Qin Feiyang calmed himself down and nodded with a smile. Fatso hurriedly said, Then what about me? Don't forget that Fat Lord helped me a lot in the past. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said with a smile, I won't forget you. I will definitely have a few drinks with you later. I will accompany you to the end. Fatso chuckled. The four of them held 2 umbrellas and left the Pill Palace while chatting and laughing. In the rainy night, 2 black figures were sneakily following behind the 4 of them. However, there was another person behind the 2 black figures. He was wearing a cloak and a black mask on his face. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Fatso frowned and said in a low voice, Jiang Hao Yin, Ling Yunfei, do you feel it? Yes. The 2 of them replied and secretly glanced behind them. There was actually someone on the street in such a heavy rain. Moreover, he was following behind them. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem normal. What's wrong? Lu Ji was puzzled and turned to look. Ling Yunfei hurriedly pulled her and said with a smile, Mother, it's nothing. Let's go. After saying that, he gave Qin Feiyang and Fatso a look. The 2 of them nodded. Ling Yunfei did this because he didn't want his mother to worry. After a while, The four of them finally arrived at Spring Wind Restaurant. This was the largest, most luxurious and most high-class restaurant in Black Bear City. Of course, the cost was also the highest. The people who came in and out were basically the children of wealthy families. Now, Qin Feiyang and the other two were also considered famous people in Black Bear City. When the restaurant waiter saw them, he immediately greeted them warmly and said with a smile, "The four of you, please come in." Ling Yunfei asked, "Where is the private room I booked?" The waiter smiled and said, "It's on the second floor. Give me the umbrella first." Qin Feiyang and Fatso kept the umbrella and passed it to the waiter. At the same time, Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked outside. He saw the two black shadows standing across the street looking at them. Seeing him look, the two hurriedly turned their heads and walked forward. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and a cold light flashed through his eyes. After the waiter put the umbrella on a shelf outside the door, he ran in and led the four of them to the second floor and into a private room. At the same time, the two black shadows turned back and stood outside the door of Spring Wind Restaurant, looking up at the second floor. They were two big men, about 40 years old. Their bodies were very sturdy and there was a scar on their face which looked a little hideous and scary. A waiter at the counter saw the two of them and came forward with a puzzled look asking, "The two of you, would you like to eat?" The two of them retracted their gaze, ignored the waiter and turned away. It was really strange. The shop assistant was taken aback. He scratched his head and mumbled before continuing to work. Inside the private room, Qin Feiyang glanced around. The decoration here was quite luxurious and the space was very large. Not only was there a restaurant but there was also a separate tea room. The waiter asked, "What would you like to order?" Ling Yunfei said, "Give me one of your special dishes, 3 bottles of wine and a glass of juice." Okay. The waiter shouted, turned around and walked out of the private room and closed the door. At this time, the masked man, after taking off his cloak, also walked into Spring Wind Restaurant. Why are there so many strange people today? The waiter behind the counter saw the masked man, frowned slightly and asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" "I have an appointment with someone," the masked man said. The waiter said, "What's the number of the private room? I'll take you up." "No, I can go up by myself." The masked man waved his hand and went straight to the second floor. He came to Qin Feiyang's private room and directly pushed the door open. Immediately, 3 cold gazes landed on him. The masked man felt a chill on his back. After closing the door, he hurriedly turned around and saw Qin Feiyang and the other two standing in front of him, their eyes all flashing with cold light. He looked at Qin Feiyang and waved his hand, "Don't do it, it's me." Why does this voice sound familiar? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other with a trace of doubt on their faces. The masked man took off the black mask on his face, revealing a familiar face. It was Jianghu. Ling Yunfei frowned and said, "Why are you following us sneakily?" Fatty shouted, "Tell me, is there some kind of scheme or something? Let me tell you, Fat Lord is not to be trifled with." No. Jianghu waved his hand and smiled flatteringly, "If I have any conspiracy, I won't break in directly. In fact, I have something to discuss with my brother." Fatso was stunned and wondered, "Who is your brother?" "Jiang Haotian." Jianghu chuckled. Fatso said in surprise, "Ah, you're actually half-brothers? Stop talking nonsense." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said to Ling Yunfei in a low voice, "It's a bit strange tonight. Take your mother out and arrange another private room. It's best if it's far away from here so that she won't be frightened." "Okay." Ling Yunfei nodded and turned to whisper a few words to Lu Ji. Lu Ji looked at them in confusion and didn't say anything. Chapter 106. Fatso closed the door. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso quickly ran to close the door, then turned around and stared at Jianghu maliciously. "Brother Fatty, believe me, I really don't have any evil intentions. I came with sincerity." Jianghu looked panicked and kept retreating. "Sincerity?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He shouted, "Fatso, don't mess around." Fatso smirked. "You better not have any evil intentions, otherwise, Fat Lord promises to make your chrysanthemum bloom." Jianghu immediately clenched his legs, like a frightened mouse. Qin Feiyang sat at the table and said, "Show me your sincerity." Jianghu quickly turned around and said, "The city lord and the Mujia's lord want to assassinate you tonight. The 2 people behind you just now are the city lord's confidants." The fatty shouted, "Preposterous. Are they done yet?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Why did you tell me? You and your family are so kind?" Jianghu smiled bitterly. "To tell you the truth, It was my father who asked me to make peace with you. Make peace? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Jiang Wei said. To be honest, my father is regretting it now. He asked me to get your forgiveness no matter what. Fatso reminded him. Jiang Lauda, be careful, this may be a trick. No, why don't you believe me? I'm really here to make peace. Jiang Wei was incomparably anxious. He looked at Qin Feiyang and pleaded, even if you don't give face to the monk, give face to the Buddha. For the sake of my cousin, can we reconcile? If you still don't believe me, I'll let my father and the elders come in person to help you deal with the city lord and the Mujia. He added. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and nodded. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Jiang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Although he was about to leave Black Bear City, he had to get rid of this city lord. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. Originally, he was still worried that he wouldn't be able to find an opportunity. However, he didn't expect that the Jiang family would help him. However, they still needed a perfect plan. Because there was only one chance, failure was not an option. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a window to the side and behind him. He got up, walked to the window and gently pushed it open. Torrential rain poured down and a cool breeze blew against his face. Qin Feiyang craned his neck to take a look. Below him was a very narrow alley. This was the back alley of the restaurant. Not to mention a rainstorm, even if it was a sunny day, very few people would come here. Looking down at the alley, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Fatso and spoke in a deep voice, do me a favor. Go and look for the Hall Master, Martial Arts Hall Master and Treasure Pavilion Master immediately. Tell them that I invited them to watch a good show. Remember, don't let anyone see it. All right. Fatso nodded, jumped down from the window, landed in the alley, and quickly disappeared into the rainy night. What do you want to do? Jiang Wei was surprised. What? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, tonight, I want to eliminate all these hidden dangers. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Now, the Ling family had been destroyed. If the Mu family was also destroyed tonight, then wouldn't Black Bear City be the world of the Jiang family? I'll go back first. After saying that, Jiang Wei also left the alley. At this time, Ling Yunfei entered the private room and asked doubtfully, where's Jiang Wei? What is he doing here? Let's talk about it later. Go and follow him first. See if he really went back to the Jiang family. Go down from here. Qin Feiyang pointed to the window. Ling Yunfei was stunned and quickly jumped down from the window and ran in the direction of the Jiang family. Dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Qin Feiyang frowned. Young Master Jiang, it's me. I'm here to deliver wine and food. The waiter's voice came from outside. Send it to another private room. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The waiter replied. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Young Master, do you have any other orders? The waiter asked. Qin Feiyang got up and opened the door. The waiter was standing outside the door with a tray. Qin Feiyang went out and took the 3 pots of wine on the tray. He smiled and said, you can go now. By the way, don't disturb us without my orders. Yes. The waiter respectfully responded and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang returned to the private room, closed the door and windows, put the 3 pots of wine on the table and took out the Chengkuan bag. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of 2 beasts suddenly appeared on the ground. It was the corpses of the beasts that the Black Bear King had given him. He had originally thought that he would no longer be of any use. But he didn't expect that it would finally be useful today. Next, he took out the Chang Shui and began to get busy. In the private room, a pungent smell of blood quickly filled the air. So, Qin Feiyang made 2 blood bags. And he also made 2 animal skin tops. Next, he picked up the 2 animal skin tops and put them out of the window to let the rain wash them. After a while, the bloodstains on the animal skin tops were washed clean. He shook it hard to shake off the excess rainwater, and then carefully looked at it. Although the workmanship was rough, he was quite satisfied. Next, he washed the bloodstains on the 2 blood bags again. Then, he put away the corpses of the 2 beasts and went to the tea room to find a rag. After wiping the blood on the floor, he directly threw the rag out of the window. After a while, Fatso led Luo Xiong, the martial arts hall master, and the treasure pavilion master in through the window. The treasure pavilion master glanced at the private room, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said unkindly, Kid, did you see that? We have all become drowned rats. If you don't have a good show for us to watch later, then don't blame me for being hostile. The most important thing was, they were all people with status, and they were actually allowed to climb through the window? If this were to spread out, who knew how many people would talk about them behind their backs? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I promise that I won't let you down. What is this? Fatso walked to the front of the animal skin tops and blood bags and looked at them curiously. Luo Xiong and the other two were also puzzled. At this time, Ling Yunfei, Jiang Wei and the Grand Elder also came in through the window. Luo Xiong and the other two were stunned. Why did even the Jiang family come? And they were also sneaky? Greetings to the three lords. Jiang Wei and the Grand Elder bowed. The three nodded. The Grand Elder looked at Qin Feiyang and apologized. Some time ago, I am really sorry. This time I came, I hope I can do something. Let's not talk about the past. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, where is the Jiang family head? Father is now in the City Lord Mansion. Jiang Wei said with some worry. Why is he still going to the City Lord Mansion? Qin Feiyang frowned. Don't get me wrong, it's because if father doesn't go, the City Lord and the Mu family head will definitely be suspicious. Maybe they will change their plan. Jiang Wei hurriedly explained. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and comforted him. Don't worry, your father is the head of the family, he will definitely be able to deal with it. After the matter here is dealt with, we will immediately go to the City Lord Mansion. Jiang Wei nodded. Immediately. Qin Feiyang directly lifted the tablecloth and grinned at Luo Xiong and the others. I have to trouble you, Grand Elder Jiang Wei. Fatso, you have to hide inside. What? You want us to hide under the table? Boy, don't push your luck, I'm telling you. Luo Xiong's face turned black on the spot. I have no choice, although this place is big, the only place to hide people is under the table. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Knock knock. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Qin Feiyang made a silent gesture to Luo Xiong and the others. Seeing this, Luo Xiong and the others also frowned and looked at the door. The whole room was dead silent in an instant. Qin Feiyang asked, who is it? Lord, we are here to deliver wine. A strange voice sounded outside. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Before, he clearly told the waiter not to disturb him. And the wine had already been delivered. What wine was there to deliver? Something was wrong. Qin Feiyang's heart sank and said, you may have made a mistake, our wine has been delivered. The man outside said, it's like this, our shopkeeper said that you are honored guests, and asked us to send a few more pots. Do you charge? Qin Feiyang asked. The man outside replied, the shopkeeper said that it is free of charge. Honored guests? Free? Qin Feiyang frowned. Originally, he thought that it was someone from the City Lord's mansion. But when he heard that the wine was sent by the shopkeeper, he was a little confused. After all, the news that he had refined the best quality pill had already spread in Black Bear City, and it was not impossible for the shopkeeper of Spring Breeze House to curry favor with him. Whether it's true or not, it's always right to take precautions. Qin Feiyang muttered and said to the door, wait a moment. He looked at Luo Xiong and the others and whispered, there's no time, you guys hide inside. Bastard, I'll deal with you later. Luo Xiong glared at him fiercely and crawled under the table. The martial arts hall master, treasure pavilion master, Jiang Wei, the Grand Elder and Fatso all followed. Fortunately, the table was big enough or there would not be enough space. After putting down the tablecloth, Qin Feiyang took off his shirt and said to Ling Yunfei, quickly put on the beast skin clothes and put the blood bag on your heart. Ling Yunfei's mind was full of doubts, but he did not ask anything and quickly took off his clothes. After putting on the beast skin clothes, the two of them put on their clothes again and put the blood bag on their heart. After doing all this, Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in Ling Yunfei's ear. Ling Yunfei's eyes suddenly became cold. But he immediately covered it up. Then the two of them sat at the table and each picked up a wine pot. Qin Feiyang said lightly, come in. The door was immediately pushed open. 3 waiters walked in one after another. Each of them carried a tray with 3 pots of wine on it. Seeing that there was only Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei in the private room, the 3 of them were slightly stunned. One of them asked, young Master Ling, where's your mother? And where's that fat lord? Why don't I see them? Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong shuddered. As a waiter of a restaurant, it was impossible for him to ask such a question in front of an important guest. Ling Yunfei smiled calmly, they have something to do and went out. Alright, why haven't I seen you before? Are you new here? One of them smiled, yes, we just arrived yesterday. Hearing this answer, the two of them immediately knew. Chapter 107. Generally speaking, the newcomers would not understand many things and would need a veteran to guide them for a period of time. Especially for a big restaurant like Spring Breeze Restaurant, the requirements for the waiters were very strict. It was impossible to let the newcomers entertain the distinguished guests alone. It was even more impossible to let the three newcomers entertain them. Besides, it was just a few pots of wine. Was there a need for the three of them to come together? There was no need at all. Therefore, there was a problem with the three of them. The three of them carried the tray and strode to the dining table. After putting the tray on the table, the three of them looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's finger moved slightly and knocked over the wine pot, causing it to roll on the ground. The floor was covered with carpet, so the wine pot did not break. Seeing this, the three of them came over to help pick it up. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. I can pick it up myself." He bent down and lifted the tablecloth so that he was face to face with Luo Xiong. He whispered, "No matter what happens later, don't come out." His voice was so soft that only Luo Xiong could hear it. After finishing his words, Qin Feiyang grabbed the wine pot, put down the tablecloth and sat up. At this moment, two of them abruptly leapt up. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong were shocked and angry. The two of them did not say a word, but a cruel smile appeared on their faces. They stretched out their arms. True qi surged in their palms. They slapped at Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong. "Damn it!" Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong roared and hurriedly got up to escape. Just as they got up, the two of them slapped at their chest. "Ah!" With a scream, they flew out horizontally and crashed into the wall behind them. Bang! A big hole appeared in the wall. Like two meteorites, they fell into the alley. Hearing the commotion, the martial arts hall panicked and was about to rush out. Luo Xiong grabbed him and shook his head. He also signaled to the others not to go out. The three waiters walked to the hole and looked down. They saw Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong with their eyes closed and blood spurting out from their chest. At this moment, they looked like two bloody men. Even the puddles around them were dyed red. Da-da. At this moment, the sound of messy footsteps could be heard. It was obvious that the noise just now had alarmed the people of Spring Wind House. The three assistants looked at each other and jumped down from the hole, quickly disappearing into the rainy night. Dong. A series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. "Young Master Jiang, what happened? Young Master Jiang, are you there? If you don't answer, we're going to knock the door down." With a bang, the door was knocked open and 6 workers swarmed in. How could this be? Seeing the blood all over the floor and the big hole in the wall, all 6 of them turned pale. Cough. Suddenly, 2 coughs came from the alley. The 6 of them hurriedly ran over, and when they lowered their heads to take a look, their bodies trembled. The waiter who served Qin Feiyang and Ling Yun jumped down and landed beside Qin Feiyang and Ling Yun, asking anxiously, "Young Master Jiang, Young Master Ling, are you all right?" Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and shook his head. "I'm fine." Ling Yunfei also opened his eyes. The two of them weren't putting on an act. They were seriously injured. They were really unconscious just now. But now was not the time to recuperate. After paying such a big price, it would be a waste if they did not bring down the city lord. Qin Feiyang stood up and shouted, "Hall Master, you can come out now." Luo Xiong and his group immediately came out from under the table and jumped beside Qin Feiyang and Ling Yun. Caught off guard, the 6 workers knelt on the spot. Luo Xiong's face darkened. He was about to reprimand Qin Feiyang and Ling Yun when Qin Feiyang spoke first. "Hall Master, you can reprimand us later. Take us to the city lord's mansion first." "Go to the city lord's mansion?" Luo Xiong and the others frowned. "Fatso, you stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Jiang Wei, Grand Elder, you don't need to go either. I will bring Patriarch Jiang back." "Hall Master, hurry up. I will explain to you on the way," Qin Feiyang urged. "Let's go." Luo Xiong grabbed Qin Feiyang and shouted in a low voice. His feet didn't touch the ground as he rushed towards the city lord's mansion. The martial arts hall master grabbed Ling Yunfei. The owner of the precious treasure pavilion followed closely beside them and asked, "What is going on?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Ling Yunfei and I were killed several times because of the city lord, the Mu clan, and the Jiang clan, including this assassination." The martial arts hall master said, "So, the 3 people just now are also the culprits?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Yes, they are the city lord's confidants." Luo Xiong asked, "What about the Jiang clan?" "I don't know. Maybe they found their conscience or maybe they are afraid so they took the initiative to apologize to me. But this time it is all thanks to them." Qin Feiyang immediately narrated the entire matter in a clear and simple manner. "Damn it. Such a despicable person is not worthy of being the city lord. Hearing this, Luo Xiong and the martial arts hall master were furious on the spot. The treasure pavilion master sighed. In fact, I already know that the city lord is a villain, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. But this time you are really too reckless. Since the Jiang clan has already realized their mistake, why don't you just let them testify? No. If we do this with the despicable character of the city lord, he will definitely bite the Jiang clan. Coupled with the help of the Mu clan, no one will believe the Jiang clan's words. Instead, it will put us in an awkward position. So, we must catch them red-handed and let the city lord and the Mu clan's lord have nothing to say. As for the mess, to be honest, this time I really didn't mess around. Look at this carefully. Qin Feiyang took out the broken blood bag and handed it to the treasure pavilion master. It's actually the skin of a martial ancestor-level beast. The treasure pavilion master took a closer look and was shocked. I see. There are 2 layers of beast skin in the blood bag, plus the beast skin jacket, a total of 3 layers. The defensive power of 3 layers of beast skin can indeed block the full blow of a martial ancestor, but it's still too dangerous. In the future, don't do this kind of thing again. Luo Xiong reprimanded. Qin Feiyang and the treasure pavilion master smiled bitterly. If it's not a last resort, who would joke with their life? They are right in front. The martial hall master suddenly said. They raised their heads and saw the 3 workers, running as fast as lightning in the rain. The direction they are going is the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang whispered. Don't follow too closely lest they find out. We are also Battle King Realm warriors, can't you have some confidence in us? Luo Xiong and the other 2 rolled their eyes. This brat is looking down on us too much. After 100 breaths, the 3 men entered the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang originally thought that Luo Xiong and the other 2 would climb over the wall and sneak in. But they didn't. Old Pei, help me take care of Yunfei. After handing Ling Yunfei over to the pavilion master of the precious treasure pavilion, the martial arts hall master's speed suddenly increased. Like a specter, he swiftly ran over and knocked out the 4 guards at the entrance before they could even react. Following that, he barged into the city lord's mansion with great fanfare. Wherever it passed, the guards fell one after another, not even making the slightest sound. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other, and could see a trace of desire in each other's eyes. If they were Battle King, would they need to work so hard? They would directly charge into the city lord's mansion. Who would dare to block their way? Luo Xiong laughed. Don't be envious. With your talent, becoming Battle King is only a matter of time. 10 breaths later, a dazzling hall entered their line of sight. That was the city lord's mansion's assembly hall. On both sides of the door there were 2 guards guarding it. After exchanging a few words with the 2 guards, the 3 workers walked in. This time, they didn't break in directly. Instead, they went to the left side of the assembly hall and hid under a window. Qin Feiyang's heart moved and he whispered, Hall Master, did you bring the image crystal? I left in a hurry just now and forgot to bring it. Luo Xiong shook his head. I brought it. The martial hall master whispered. Qin Feiyang said, then quickly turn on the image crystal and record their conversation. The image crystal could not only transmit sound from 1,000 miles away, but it could also record the conversation or images. Back in Iron Ox Town, Lin Yi's father opened a crystal in a secret room. Lin Han's phantasm immediately appeared, and the 2 talked across the air. That crystal was the image crystal. However, the image crystal was very expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Moreover, small cities like Black Bear City didn't sell it. If people here wanted it, they had to go to Yen City or Star Moon City to buy it. As for the Lin family in Iron Ox Town, it was naturally given by the Lin family in Yen City. In the assembly hall, the city lord sat on the main seat at the top. Mu clan head and Jiang clan head sat side by side below. The 3 men were kneeling in the center of the assembly hall at this moment. The city lord looked at the 3 and asked, Did you kill them? Yes. The 3 nodded. Are you sure? The city lord frowned. At that time they didn't take any precautions at all. We attacked with all our strength and directly slapped their hearts. When we went to see them, not only were they dead, but their hearts were also spurting blood. Their hearts must have been broken. So, we are sure that Jiang Haoyan and Ling Yunfei are dead. The 3 of them vowed solemnly. Haha, 2 little beasts, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against this city lord? Don't you think about who is the emperor in Black Bear City? No one who offends me has a good end. You did a very good job, go down and receive your reward. The city lord laughed again and again. He was so arrogant that he almost forgot himself. Thank you, Lord. The 3 bowed and retreated. The Mu clan head also smiled and was very happy. The Jiang clan head frowned and got up. City Lord, when Luo Xiong receives the news, I'm afraid he won't let it go. So what? Even if they guessed that I did it without evidence, would they dare to come to the City Lord's mansion to make trouble? However, I really hope they can come and make trouble. Because in this way I can report them to Yan Wang, saying that they gathered people to make trouble, slandered me and despised the royal power. At that time, humph, I'm afraid they will have to get out of Black Bear City. The City Lord snorted, his face was full of contempt. But before his voice fell, a sneer came from outside the window next to him. Lord, did you hear that? If we didn't hold back, we would have been bitten by him now. Who? Get out of here. Chapter 108. Bang. The window was broken. A figure fell in the hall. It's Qin Feiyang. He looked up at the City Lord and laughed. You're really forgetful. You can't even recognize my voice. How could this be? Why aren't you dead? The City Lord and Mu Jia Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. There's a hint of joy in Lord Jiang's eyes. But the next moment, his face was cold as he shouted. You dare to come to my door, I'll kill you now. After that, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a murderous look. Yes, kill him. Don't let him escape. The City Lord and Mu Jia Lord roared. But soon they were dumbfounded. When Lord Jiang rushed to Qin Feiyang, his murderous aura disappeared instantly. His face was full of apology. Thank you for your forgiveness. That's right. He didn't want to kill Qin Feiyang, he just wanted to use this opportunity to shift his position. Because once he learns that he betrayed the City Lord will definitely not let him go. So he had to leave in advance and stay away from the City Lord. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior, you're being too polite. This junior has also done something wrong. Please forgive me for offending you. Hearing this, Lord Jiang's heart was even more ashamed, but there was a smile on his face. Jiang Rong, what are you doing? After the City Lord reacted, he immediately roared. Lord Jiang turned around and looked at the City Lord and Mu Jia Lord. What I'm doing, isn't it obvious? You dare to betray the City Lord, you're really looking for death. Mu Jia Lord roared. A cold snort sounded. Luo Xiong, the Martial Hall Lord, the Treasure Pavilion Lord, and Ling Yunfei entered the hall one after another. Why are you all here? Mu Jia Lord's face suddenly changed, he hurriedly retreated behind the City Lord, his whole body and mind were instantly overwhelmed by fear. The City Lord was also shocked. But when Lord Jiang saw Luo Xiong and the other two, he was relieved. This time he was not afraid of the City Lord's revenge. A dignified City Lord has actually repeatedly attacked two juniors. Do you still have any sense of shame? He actually wants to drive us out of Black Bear City. King Yin gave you the power to benefit the people, not to commit crimes. Do you really think that you are the Emperor of Black Bear City and can cover the sky with one hand? Let me tell you, just based on what you said just now, it's enough to send you to hell. Luo Xiong roared, his eyes cold and piercing. The City Lord's pupils shrank. The word emperor was a taboo in the Grand Qin Empire. Even the royal family did not dare to call themselves the emperor. This was because the emperor represented the authority of the emperor and was supreme. Claiming to be an emperor was the same as looking down on the authority of the emperor, and the 9 generations of his family would be exterminated. In the entire Great Qin Empire, there was only one person who dared to call himself the emperor, and that was the true ruler of the Great Qin Empire. Just now, he did say that. Moreover, he said it without any hesitation. Because he has full confidence that Lord Jiang and Lord Mu will never dare to go out and talk nonsense. But he never expected that the Jiang family head would betray him. It was even more unexpected. These words would be heard by Luo Xiong and the others. This was a serious crime. If the king of Yen were to hear about this, he would not be able to escape death no matter how powerful he was. What should he do? Yes, don't admit it. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and said lightly. Did this City Lord say that? Who can testify? Don't think that you can slander this City Lord just because you joined forces. There are still laws in this world. Mu Jia's Lord shouted. Yes, you are spreading rumors and slandering people. Luo Xiong and the others clenched their hands. They really didn't expect that these two people would be so shameless. Now they have to admire Qin Feiyang's foresight. If they didn't use the image crystal to record the conversation, even if they were in the right now, they wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Nothing to say now. But this matter is not over. I will report you to the King of Yen, accusing you of forming a clique and slandering a good person. The City Lord sneered. Ha! The Martial Hall Master laughed, took out the image crystal and said sarcastically. Unfortunately, your conspiracy won't succeed because I have recorded everything you said just now. What? The city lord was shocked. Swish. The next moment, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning, intending to snatch the image crystal. Umph. The Martial Hall master snorted, the image crystal disappeared in an instant, and he stepped forward to meet the city lord. Go to hell. The city lord roared. Now he can only cut off all means of retreat and kill these people. Kill me, you are not qualified. The Martial Hall master sneered. Both of them were emitting a bright battle chi, and their momentum was soaring to the sky. You guys get out of here. Luo Xiong shouted to Qin Feiyang and the others. Once the Battle Kings fight, the destructive power caused is extremely amazing. If Qin Feiyang and the others stay here, they will only become cannon fodder. This point they're also very clear. So when they heard Luo Xiong shout, Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei, and Lord Jiang immediately turned around and ran out of the hall. At the same time, Lord Mu was also running away. Boom. Several people just ran out of the hall. The Martial Hall master and the city lord punched each other. Immediately, a terrifying wave of destructive air rushed out from the two of them like a tidal wave, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged out in all directions. The tables and chairs were instantly shattered. The stone pillars were constantly collapsing. In an instant, the interior of the palace was destroyed beyond recognition and shattered into pieces. Even the whole hall was shaking. The destruction caused by the battle between Battle Kings is too terrible. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others retreated again and again. Suddenly, Lord Jiang frowned and turned to look at the left side of a narrow path. A black shadow was fleeing toward the gate of the city lord mansion. It was Lord Mu. Old dog Mu, where do you think you're going? Lord Jiang roared, his true chi gushed out. With a strong murderous intent, he chased after Mu. Ling Yunfei asked, what should we do? These changes came too fast, making him a little helpless. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, it's better to die than to live in dishonor. The city lord's momentum is gone, he will definitely fight to the death. Let's quickly leave the city lord mansion. But before his voice fell, the city lord's roar came out from the hall. Everyone listen to my order at any cost, kill Jiang Haoyin and Ling Yunfei. The voice contained endless murderous intent. The two men's faces changed greatly, they quickly turned around and fled outside. The nearby guards also immediately rushed toward the two men. The entire city lord mansion was in chaos. Kill them. Several guards rushed from the front, each holding a sharp weapon in their hands, shining with cold light. Qin Feiyang's face sank, he glanced around and shouted, go to the right, go over the wall. However, after a few steps, a group of guards rushed out in front of them. Bastard fight. Qin Feiyang was full of hostility, he pulled out the Chang Shui and rushed directly, waving his big hand. Clang. Sparks burst out. The weapons in the hands of the guards were all broken on the spot. Kill. At the same time, Ling Yunfei roared and punched a guard in the chest. The guard screamed and was directly blown away, falling to the ground and dying. However, two guards took the opportunity to attack Ling Yunfei with their palms. But before they got close, Qin Feiyang flew over, the Chang Shui burst out cold light, a knife into the man's back, piercing his heart. Then, he pulled out the Chang Shui and pounced on another person. But at this time, a guard rushed over like lightning, stabbing his chest with a sword. Qin Feiyang couldn't dodge in time, and his chest suddenly hurt. Hey! His eyes were full of surprise. The sword didn't hurt him? He looked down, it turned out that it was the animal skin coat that blocked the sword and saved his life. The guard showed a face of disbelief. Die. With the animal skin coat protecting his heart, Qin Feiyang calmed down and waved his hand, the Chang Shui cut through the air, cutting the man's throat. Without the slightest pause, he and Ling Yunfei killed a bloody path side by side. These guards were at least 5-star martial masters and their strength was not bad. Although Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei cooperated seamlessly, and there was the Chang Shui, perfect martial arts, and the animal skin coat, but gradually there were many wounds on their bodies. It was still raining cats and dogs. This was a night of bloodshed. In the city lord's mansion, the sound of killing shook the sky, and blood stained the ground. The whole Black Bear City was alarmed. Everyone was rushing in this direction. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei were bathed in blood, stepping on corpses and finally killed their way to a wall. However, at this time, 5 middle-aged men stood in front of them. Their faces changed color. Without hesitation they turned and fled, because those 5 people were the ones who had assassinated and followed them before. They were all martial grandmasters. Stop them. One of the burly men shouted. The group of guards in front immediately rushed forward, cutting off their escape route. At the same time, the 5 burly men quickly caught up, and without saying anything, they directly slapped at the 2 of them. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei were about to die on the spot. Whoosh! But suddenly, streaks of bright battle chi like sharp arrows broke through the air and instantly sank into the chest of those guards and the 5 burly men. Ah! A series of screams resounded through the night sky. All the guards fell to the ground, dead. There was a thumb-sized bloody hole in their chest, penetrating from front to back, and blood spurted out like a fountain. A white figure dashed over at high speed. It was Luo Xiong. His body was surrounded by battle chi, shining brightly, like a bright moon in the dark night. "Thank you, Palace Master," Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei said gratefully. If Luo Xiong had not arrived in time, they would have died. "It's good that you're fine." Seeing that the 2 of them were only injured, Luo Xiong also let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang asked, "How is the city lord?" Luo Xiong said, "He will definitely die tonight, but there are still 2 battle kings hidden in the city lord's mansion. You should leave quickly. If you want to leave, you have to ask this old man first." At this time, a bone-chilling voice was heard. A black-clothed old man like a shooting star quickly entered the sight of the 3 of them. "Go quickly." Luo Xiong turned to look at the black-clothed old man and shouted at Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. The 2 of them quickly turned and rushed towards the city wall. "You want to leave? In your dreams." The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with killing intent, his old hand waved in the air, and battle chi emerged, turning into a raging wave and pressed towards Luo Xiong. At the same time, he stepped out, avoiding Luo Xiong. In the blink of an eye. Chapter 109. "Old thing, how dare you!" Luo Xiong was furious. He punched out. That battle chi dissipated on the spot. Following that, he turned around and turned into a ray of light, chasing after the 2 battle chi that shot towards Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong. Cold moon. But at this moment, the old man in black shouted in a low voice. Behind him, a full moon rose slowly as if it was condensed from ice, emitting a mighty aura. The rain in the sky, the water on the ground. It was all rapidly freezing at this moment. "Kill?" The old man in black pointed at the sky. The cold moon trembled in the air and cut through the sky, whistling towards Luo Xiong. This aura, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. This was a battle art. It was another supreme divine ability that surpassed martial arts. Only by stepping into the War King could one cultivate it. However, Luo Xiong's expression was extremely gloomy. If he continued to save Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong, he would definitely be severely injured by the cold moon. But if he did not save them, the 2 of them would definitely die. Damn it. He cursed and did not retaliate. Instead, he continued to chase after the 2 battle chi. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Palace Master, I have a way, don't worry about us." "You have a way?" Luo Xiong was stunned. He made a prompt decision and turned around. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not believe them. But in his eyes, Qin Feiyang was a kid who could create miracles. Therefore he trusted him unconditionally. Crush. Battle chi rushed out of his body like a torrent, like a huge waterfall rushing up into the sky. In an instant, a gigantic fist appeared out of nowhere. It was like a mountain releasing a shocking aura. "Tyrant fist, kill." Luo Xiong roared. The giant fist broke through the air and collided with the cold moon. Boom. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The giant fist and the cold moon exploded at the same time, illuminating the night sky like fireworks. Puff. Bang. Luo Xiong and the old man in black both spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. At the same time, Qin Feiyang grabbed Ling Yunfei and entered the castle. Whoosh. The 2 streams of battle chi whizzed past the place where they had disappeared and hit the wall in front of them. The wall instantly collapsed. The few houses in front of them also suffered an unexpected calamity and were razed to the ground. Fortunately, the people in the house heard the commotion and came out. Otherwise they would have died on the spot. The next moment, Qin Feiyang brought Ling Yunfei back to their original position. Looking at the ruins in front of them, their faces were filled with fear. The black-clothed old man had already stabilized his body. He sneered and said, "Luo Xiong, you can't even protect your disciples. What qualifications do you have to be the pill hall's hall master?" He thought that Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong were already dead. But when he looked past Luo Xiong and saw Qin Feiyang, his old eyes suddenly filled with disbelief. How could this be? Not only was he not dead, he wasn't even injured? Whoosh. At this moment, Luo Xiong furiously attacked. because he didn't need to look back. He only needed to see the reaction of the old man in black to know that Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong were fine. And now, it was undoubtedly a good chance to counterattack. He took a big stride forward and dove down. His fist was covered with battle chi. Boom. A punch landed on the black-clothed old man's lower abdomen. Ayo! The black-clothed old man was sent flying on the spot. He bent his body and broke one small tree after another. He let out a beast-like howl. Finally, with a rumbling sound, he smashed a fake mountain and smashed into the ground. Hurry up and leave. Luo Xiong shouted without turning his head back. He took the opportunity to chase after them and rush towards the fake mountain. Is this the strength of a warlord? Ling Yunfei clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Luo Xiong's back, his eyes were filled with desire. If it wasn't for that unforeseen event, I wouldn't just be a warlord now. I might even have stepped into the War Emperor realm. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly. He patted Ling Yunfei's shoulder and shouted, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and leave." Ling Yunfei quivered. He hurriedly followed behind Qin Feiyang and ran out from the gap in the wall. The city lord has ordered that we must kill them. Chase. At the back. A large group of guards chased after them. Mud splashed everywhere. Outside the wall was a 2-meter-wide alley with a finger-deep rainwater. Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong ran wildly in the alley. Why are there so many guards? Hearing the commotion behind him, Ling Yunfei turned around to look, and his face immediately paled. It seems that the city lord has been cultivating his own forces all these years. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. It's Jiang Haotian. And Ling Yunfei. The streets around the city lord's mansion had already become a sea of people. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong running wildly in the alley, their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Qin Feiyang shouted. What happened inside? Why is there such a big commotion? Everyone blocked the exit of the alley, asking questions at the same time. What should we do? Ling Yunfei said anxiously. Qin Feiyang looked up and shouted, Go to the roof. The two of them suddenly stepped down, and with the help of the force, they jumped several meters high and landed steadily on the roof next to the city lord's mansion. The guards followed them and jumped up one by one. Qin Feiyang turned around and shouted, This is a good chance, don't be soft. The two guards had just jumped up when they were kicked away by him on the spot. They crashed into the opposite wall and howled in pain. Ling Yunfei also turned around immediately, holding a dagger in his hand. Seeing a guard climbing up, he quickly ran over and stabbed him. The tip of the dagger sank into the guard's forehead. The guard screamed and fell down, dying on the spot. What the hell is going on? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong crazily killing the city lord's mansion's guards, the hearts of the people on the street were set off by stormy waves at this moment. Were the two of them crazy? Did they not know that they were seeking their own deaths? In just a dozen breaths, more than 20 guards had died under Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong's hands. At this moment, many guards had already climbed up to the roofs and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong's direction. Retreat. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, turned around and quickly ran away. After Ling Yunfei got rid of a guard, he quickly followed up. Some houses were high. Some were low. However, the two of them were as agile as monkeys. Their speed was not affected at all. The group of guards behind them were also as anxious as shooting stars. They chased after them madly. The roof tiles kept breaking. Ling Yunfei said in a low voice, We can't go on like this. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Feng Cheng and the others should have heard the commotion. They are running towards the Pill Palace. The two of them changed their direction. After running for a few steps, Ling Yunfei shouted, Not good, there are two people chasing after us. Qin Feiyang glanced behind him. Indeed, there were two guards, one tall and one short, quickly approaching them. The short guard held a big iron bow in his hand and carried a quiver of arrows on his back. The weapon in the tall guard's hand was two big iron hooks that looked like eagle claws. The tip of the hooks shone with cold light. It was extremely terrifying. His heart sank. Black Bear City did not have any auxiliary martial techniques. The people who could catch up with them must be martial great masters. He did not expect that there would be so many martial great masters in the city lord's mansion. The tall guard sneered, Let's see where you can escape to today. At the same time, the short guard pulled out two arrows with a backhand motion. Whoosh! The two arrows pierced through the sky like lightning and shot towards the back of Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong's. Be careful. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. The two of them stepped out at the same time. The two arrows brushed past their arms and broke a few roof tiles. They directly penetrated the wood of the roof. Chi-chi. Wisps of black smoke rose into the air. What? It's poisonous. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong's scalp exploded. The tip of the arrow was smeared with poison. Go down. Qin Feiyang shouted. The two of them jumped down and landed on the street. They quickly ran into an alley. The two guards also followed into the alley. The alley was connected in all directions. The four of them chased crazily inside. Because there were too many intersections, Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong had a chance to catch their breath. A moment later, the two of them stopped in the middle of an intersection. Ling Yunfei looked at the alley on the left. His eyes lit up and said, "There's a garbage dump over there. Let's hide there." Hide in the garbage dump? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head. He could not do such a thing. He looked at the alley on the right. More than 10 meters away there were a few baskets piled together. Inside the baskets there was some waste paper. It was just that the waste paper had been dissolved by the rain. It looked a bit disgusting. But it was better than hiding in the garbage dump. Qin Feiyang ran over without hesitation. Ling Yunfei also quickly followed. As soon as the two of them hid, the two guards came to the middle of the intersection. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong run away, the tall guard shouted angrily, "Otherwise there are too many intersections. We would have killed the two little bastards." The short guard's face was also livid. He pulled out an arrow and shot at the garbage dump over there. Then he pulled out another arrow and turned around to aim at the pile of baskets. "Damn it!" Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. "Don't shoot." Ling Yunfei prayed in his heart. Whoosh. However, the short guard finally shot the arrow. "Go!" Qin Feiyang shouted. The two of them lifted the baskets hard and ran to the other side without looking back. Seeing this, the short guard was overjoyed. He quickly pulled out 2 arrows and shot the arrows in one breath. The 2 arrows were like 2 poisonous snakes, shuttling rapidly in the rainstorm. With a puff, they sank into Qin Feiyang and Luo Xiong's shoulders. At that moment, blood splashed in the sky. "Take the antidote pill and play dead," Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Ling Yunfei took out 2 antidote pills secretly and handed one to Qin Feiyang. They were facing the 2 guards with their backs, so the 2 guards didn't see their little movements. After taking the antidote pill, the 2 of them fell to the ground and lay motionless in the rain. "Now it's time for them to die," the short guard sneered. The tall guard shook his head and said, "Although the tip of the arrow is smeared with the one-horned python's venom, we still can't be careless. Let's go and confirm it." The short guard disdainfully said, "You think too much. They are only 5-star martial masters. The one-horned python's venom is enough to kill them instantly. No matter what, we have to confirm it," the tall guard said in a low voice. Okay, you have the final say." The short guard waved his hand and said. Subsequently, the two of them strode towards Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. "What should we do?" Ling Yunfei asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Don't we also have the one-horned python's venom? We'll give them a taste of their own medicine. When they get close, we'll act according to the situation." "Good idea." Chapter 110. Tada. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Qin Feiyang and the other man held their breath, ready to attack. After a few breaths, the 2 guards stopped at the feet of Qin Feiyang and the other man and kicked them hard. Seeing no reaction, they leaned over and turned them over. "Hey!" Immediately, Qin Feiyang grinned. At the same time, Ling Yunfei held a jade bottle in his hand and threw it hard. A transparent liquid flew out from the mouth of the bottle and splashed on the faces of the 2 guards. Sure enough, they didn't die. The taller guard's eyes were full of killing intent. He raised the iron hook in his hand and smashed it at the 2. Obviously, he had been mentally prepared. But the shorter guard was so scared that he sat on the ground. Because he believed that Qin Feiyang and the other man were dead, when he saw that they were not dead, he was very panicked subconsciously. The iron hook whistled. Qin Feiyang and the other man's faces changed. They hurriedly supported themselves with both hands and stepped back. At the same time they spread their legs. Clang. Crack. The iron hook smashed between their legs. Accompanied by a loud noise, the ground cracked on the spot. The 2 were scared out of their wits. Cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Because the iron hook was only a few inches away from their family jewels. If their family jewels were hit just now, wouldn't they be ruined on the spot? What are you waiting for? After the taller guard missed, he roared at the shorter guard and raised the iron hook to swing at the 2. The shorter guard quivered and immediately got up. He directly raised the big iron bow and smashed it at the 2's heads. But the next moment, The two suddenly lay on the ground and roared. The iron bow and 2 iron hooks also fell to the ground, making a harsh metal sound. Their faces were rapidly festering at this moment. In an instant, their faces were unrecognizable. That's right. It was the single-horned python's venom that was eroding their skin. It was difficult to open their eyes. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The taller guard shouted, "What was that liquid you just splashed?" Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. Then they quickly got up, raised the daggers in their hands and plunged them into their backs. "While you're sick, I'll take your life." "Ah!" The two of them screamed and fell to the ground with a thud, losing their lives on the spot. Ling Yunfei pulled out his dagger, kicked the two of them and sneered, "Wasting an entire bottle of poison, you guys can be considered to have died honorably." The sound came from over there. "Let's go and take a look." Two shouts came from a small alley not far away. Qin Feiyang and Xiao Luo raised their heads to take a look. Then they turned around and ran towards the exit of the alley without looking back. "There they are. Chase after him." A large group of guards arrived at the crossroads. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo, they immediately chased after them with murderous intent. Ling Yunfei looked back and immediately roared in exasperation. "Your master is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why are you still so desperate? Are you stupid?" However, those guards turned a deaf ear. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't talk nonsense with them. They have been brainwashed by the city lord and won't listen." Seeing that the exit was close at hand, suddenly, 2 figures stood in front of the exit. Caught off guard, Qin Feiyang and Xiao Luo were startled. They suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the roof again. The two of them were a little confused. One of them asked, "What are you doing on the roof?" This voice? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stopped and looked down carefully. A wry smile crept up on his face. It turned out that they were not from the city lord's mansion. They were Gu Ba and He Wu. "Running when we see people, it seems that we are a little too sensitive." Ling Yunfei also had a wry smile on his face. The two of them jumped down and landed in front of Gu Ba and He Wu. "Are you okay?" Gu Ba looked at them up and down, his face full of concern. "I won't die." Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, "Is it just the two of you? Where are Elder Feng and the others?" "Elder Feng and the others have all gone to the city lord's mansion." "No, what do you mean it's just the two of us? Could it be that with the strength of He Wu and I, we can't deal with those small fries?" Gu Ba said unhappily. He Wu's face twitched as he said, "We are after all 2-star martial grandmasters. Is it really okay to look down on us?" Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, "I don't mean that. Then I will leave the rest to the two of you. Just wait and see. Gu Ba, get to work." He Wu shouted coldly. The two of them were like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, pouncing on the group of guards. Wherever they passed, the guards fell one by one, and screams could be heard endlessly. There was no suspense at all. This was a one-sided massacre. Qin Feiyang and He Wu could finally rest for a while. They strode forward and killed some of the fish that escaped the net. After a while, the 4 of them came to the main street. The alley behind them was already filled with blood. They looked at the sky above the city lord's mansion. Boom. At that place, a loud sound broke through the clouds as battle chi pierced through the sky. Waves of intense battle waves enveloped more than half of Black Bear City. Ling Yunfei's eyes lit up as he said with rapid breathing, "It's rare to see a battle between battle monarchs. Let's go take a look." Gu Ba nodded and said, "Yes, if we can observe it from a close distance, it will definitely be helpful for our future cultivation." The 4 of them ran toward the city lord's mansion as fast as lightning. Before they reached the city lord's mansion, a sea of people appeared in front of them, blocking their way. He Wu frowned. "There are so many people, how do we get in?" Ling Yunfei said, "Isn't that simple? Just step on their shoulders." After saying that, he leaped up and stepped on their shoulders, quickly rushing toward the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Qin Feiyang, He Wu and Gu Ba looked at each other and felt the same. "It's Jiang Haoyan and the others. What happened inside? Can you tell us?" After seeing the 4 of them, everyone hurriedly asked. However, the 4 of them ignored them as if they were walking on flat ground. After dozens of breaths, they steadily landed in front of the city lord's mansion's entrance. At the entrance there were a few middle-aged men. There were deacon elders from the martial arts hall and deacon elders from the pill hall. They were here mainly to prevent anyone from running in. "Haoyan. Yunfei. Are you okay?" Seeing Qin Feiyang and He Wu, they immediately surrounded them and asked with concern. "Thank you for your concern, seniors. We are fine." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Ling Yunfei asked, "Seniors, what's the situation inside?" "We don't know either." The few of them shook their heads. Ling Yunfei asked, "Can we go in and take a look?" "No." The few of them replied in unison. What a joke. There were more than a dozen battle monarchs fighting inside. If they let these two in, what if something happened? Ling Yunfei was extremely disappointed as he stared at the entrance. Qin Feiyang didn't think much of it. When he was in the imperial capital, he often saw battles between battle monarchs, let alone battles between battle monarchs. Rumble. Crack. The loud noise lasted for hundreds of breaths before it gradually stopped. The battle should be over. "You can go in now," the deacon elders said with a smile. "What's the use of going in now?" Ling Yunfei grumbled in his heart. After a while, a group of people walked out in a single file. They all had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. They were Luo Xiong, Feng Qing, and Elder Mo, the Precious Treasure Pavilion Master, the Martial Arts Hall Master. Lin Liang was also there. There were also two old men with healthy faces. Qin Feiyang had never seen them before. They are the elders of the Martial Arts Hall. They are all battle monarchs. Ling Yunfei explained to Qin Feiyang in a low voice. Feng Qing walked in front of Qin Feiyang and gave him a knock on the head. He said angrily, "You didn't even discuss such a big matter with us. Have you grown wings?" Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and said unhappily, "Don't you have any sympathy? Can't you see that they are injured?" Feng Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "Yo, you still have reason? Do you believe that this old man will beat you up right now and make you unable to get out of bed for 3 months? Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands and laughed. This disciple will definitely pay attention next time. At the same time, the martial arts hall master and the two old men also scolded Ling Yunfei fiercely. The two of them felt wronged, but their hearts were warm, because these people were actually concerned about them. At this moment, Lin Liang suddenly said, "Jiang Haoyin, I apologize to you on behalf of Lin Qin. I hope you can change your mind and go to the Danwang Hall." "Apologize?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, you are too polite. This junior has already forgotten about that matter." Hearing this, Lin Liang's eyes suddenly showed a trace of a smile. The good show is yet to come. Just wait and see. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered. He looked at Luo Xiong and asked, "Hall Master, where are the city lord and the others?" Luo Xiong said, "The others are all dead. Only the city lord escaped." "What? Escaped?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. Ling Yunfei's face was also full of anxiety. With so many battle kings, they actually let the city lord escape. He really didn't know what they were doing. There is a secret passage under the city lord mansion. It is very complicated. Old Feng and I have been looking for him for a long time, but we still couldn't find him. Luo Xiong was a little helpless, but he smiled and said, "But don't worry, we have already destroyed his cultivation. He is now weaker than an ordinary person. Even if he survives, he won't be able to do anything." "That's good." Ling Yunfei let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is the entrance to the secret passage?" "It is in the conference hall. What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, the secret passage below is like a maze. You must not take the risk," Luo Xiong said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I won't. Don't worry." He then looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "Your mother must be waiting anxiously. Let's go back to the Spring Breeze Inn." "That's right." Ling Yunfei patted his head, looked at the martial arts hall master and the two old men and said, "Hall Master Elder, we will leave first. I will have to trouble you here." "Don't cause trouble," the martial arts hall master warned. "Understood." Ling Yunfei nodded. When the two turned around, the crowd gathered in front of them also tactfully retreated to the side, making a small path. Then the two left without looking back. But when they were out of sight, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and said to Ling Yunfei, "You go back first. I will go to the city lord mansion again." "What are you going to do?" Ling Yunfei frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light and said, "If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again. The city lord must die." Ling Yunfei said, "Then I will go with you. If there is an accident, we can take care of each other." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Okay, let's go." Chapter 111. So, the two of them came to a wall. Seeing that there was no one around, they directly jumped over it. The strong smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The aftermath of the battle filled the void. The originally magnificent city lord's mansion was now full of holes and devastation. On the ground there were corpses everywhere. Qin Feiyang and Li Yundong moved forward silently, feeling as if they were walking in the Azura hell. The council hall had also collapsed and turned into a ruin. Entering the ruins, they searched for a long time before they found the entrance to the secret passage. Because the entrance was blocked by Luo Xiong and the others. They probably wanted to block the city lord inside. After a lot of effort, the two of them opened the entrance and jumped in. Sure enough, as Luo Xiong said, the secret passage was complicated and difficult to distinguish the direction. On the wall, there was only one candle flame a long distance away, making it appear incomparably dim. What should we do? Ling Yunfei glanced around, somewhat at a loss. He can escape the pursuit of others, but he can't escape the pursuit of the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. White-eyed wolf. Ling Yunfei was stunned. At this time, Wolf King appeared out of thin air, grinned at Ling Yunfei and said, "Brother Wolf's sense of smell is not to be trifled with." Inside the castle, it could hear the sounds outside, so without Qin Feiyang's explanation, it knew what to do. Ling Yunfei suddenly said, "Yes, your nose is more sensitive than a dog's." Dog's nose? Wolf King was stunned, flew up and bit Ling Yunfei's butt. Pain, pain, pain? Why did you bite me? Let go. Ling Yunfei roared, sweating in pain. Wolf King bit down hard again and then loosened his mouth. With a look of disdain he said, "How long has it been since you took a bath? So smelly?" What? Ling Yunfei was so angry that smoke came out of his head. After biting him he complained that he was smelly? Why was this guy such a jerk? Besides, how could there be a stench on his body after being in the rain for so long? Cough cough. Qin Feiyang held back his laughter and coughed dryly. "Don't dawdle. Hurry up." Wolf King glared at Ling Yunfei and sniffed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Is that okay?" 5 words floating in the sky, that's nothing. Come with Brother Wolf. The Wolf King chuckled and took a step forward, entering a secret passage on the right. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he quickly followed up with a wry smile. This guy really knew how to play tricks. Ling Yunfei chased after it and said angrily, "Is it crazy?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "It's not crazy, it just hates it when people compare it with a dog's nose. Last time I was also bitten by it because of this. You have to remember this in the future, otherwise the next time it won't be your butt." Ling Yunfei asked, "Where is that?" Qin Feiyang said, "Your egg." "My egg?" Ling Yunfei was stunned. Did he have an egg? But then, he understood. He only felt a cold current surging over and enveloping a certain part of his body. He couldn't help but clamp his legs together. Under the lead of Wolf King, they only went deep into the secret passage. About a few hundred breaths passed. A stone door entered their line of sight. Wolf King walked over, stopped in front of the stone door and sniffed carefully. A moment later, Wolf King opened his mouth and said with a sinister smile, "He's behind this stone door." Although a bit shameless, his nose is really not for show. Ling Yunfei muttered. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Get out of the way." One man and one wolf quickly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, clenched his hands into fists, and covered his fists with true qi, releasing a terrifying aura. Suddenly, like an arrow, he rushed forward and punched the stone door. At the same time, behind the stone door there was a 5 to 6 meter wide stone room. In the corner of the stone room, there was a large pile of gold coins like a short mountain. Next to the gold coins, there were also many Jianghu bags piled up. It was simply a huge treasure trove. Jiang Haoyan, Ling Yunfei, Luo Xiong, Lin Liang, just you wait, sooner or later I will kill all of them, leave none alive. A voice filled with killing intent reverberated in the stone chamber. Looking towards the direction of the voice, they saw a stone table in the middle of the stone room. The city lord was sitting at the stone table, looking at the flickering candlelight with a ferocious expression. Boom. Right at this moment, with a loud bang, the stone door shattered. Oh. The city lord suddenly stood up and looked towards the door, only to see 2 men and a wolf striding into the stone room. "It's you guys." The city lord's expression changed abruptly, his face full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei, and Wolf King sized up the stone room. When they saw the pile of gold coins and Jianghu bags, their eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "So this is a treasure trove." The city lord said angrily, "Even Luo Xiong and the rest couldn't find this place, how did you guys find it?" Wolf King said proudly, "Hee, of course it's Brother Wolf's credit." The city lord glanced at Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu before his eyes locked onto the Wolf King. His eyes were instantly filled with bewilderment. Wolf King said, Do you think Brother Wolf is very handsome? Do you want to cry and beg to be Brother Wolf's follower? Could it be that you are the wolf by Qin Feiyang's side? The city lord was extremely surprised. What do you think? Wolf King chuckled. The city lord's expression changed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "You actually dare to collude with Qin Feiyang? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded by King Yan?" The two of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "Actually, I am Qin Feiyang." What? The city lord's eyes widened. Jiang Haoyan was Qin Feiyang? Ah, suddenly. He laughed loudly and said, "There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Since that's the case, prepare to die." Qin Feiyang was stunned again and sneered, "Is that so? Then I'll give it a try." As soon as he finished, he took a step forward. The city lord's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly took a step back. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on." Qin Feiyang joked and took another step forward. The city lord also took another step back and said in a deep voice, "If you turn around and leave immediately, this city lord can consider letting you go." What? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. "Because you're still young and ignorant, that's why you made those mistakes. This city lord is also a person who cherishes talent, so I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf," the city lord said without changing his expression. "Continue." Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench, crossed his arms and looked at him playfully. The city lord stammered and couldn't find a word for a long time. "Continue pretending? What? No confidence? Sigh, you're so pitiful. To tell you the truth, the palace lord has already told us about your cultivation being crippled. So, don't pretend to be calm there," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The city lord's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "For the sake of that pile of treasures, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Ling Yunfei, do it." Ling Yunfei immediately took out his dagger and stepped forward. Seeing this, the city lord's face turned pale and he hurriedly knelt on the ground saying, "Jiang Haoyan? No, Qin Feiyang, let me go, I'll give you all the treasures here." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If I kill you, these treasures will still be mine. Then I'll be your ox and horse, be your servant, serve you for the rest of my life. Although I'm crippled now, my connections are good. My value is much greater than Ling Yunfei's. If you can keep him by your side, you can also keep me." The city lord knelt and crawled to Qin Feiyang's feet, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. He had completely lost his previous prestige. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll give you a chance." The city lord was overjoyed and said, "Thank you." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose and said with a smile, "No need to thank me. In the next life I will definitely keep you by my side and let you serve me." The city lord, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, heard this and his face turned pale again. "If you don't give me a way out, I won't let you feel good either." Suddenly, with a furious roar, he pounced towards Qin Feiyang with an incomparable ferocious aura. Qin Feiyang kicked him away and said indifferently, "You are no longer the original city lord, the current you. I can need you however I want, understand?" The city lord was half lying on the ground, staring at him with resentment. Ling Yunfei walked over and sneered, "When you sent people to assassinate us back then, you didn't think that there would be a day like this." The city lord hurriedly got up and begged again, "Please spare me, I am no longer a threat to you, just treat me as a dog, do me a favor." Wolf King laughed sinisterly, "Then why don't you bark a few times for Brother Wolf to hear? If you can make Brother Wolf happy, Brother Wolf will suffer this once and accept you as a follower." The city lord was furious and his eyes were red. Not to mention being humiliated by two former ants, now he was actually being humiliated by a beast? How hateful. "I curse you all to die a horrible death, a horrible death." He let out a fierce roar. He slammed his head on the ground and his head immediately started bleeding. "I swear, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." He raised his head, glanced at the two men and the wolf with resentment, and then slammed his head on the ground. With a cracking sound, his skull shattered on the spot. Bang! Following that, he fell to the ground and died. For a moment, the stone room was dead silent. The two men and the wolf did not expect that this person would choose to die. Although it was sad, it was also hateful. "Who?" Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, got up and walked towards the pile of treasures. This pile of treasures was enough for him to struggle for several years. This was truly an unexpected fortune. "It's all Brother Wolf's, no one can snatch it." The Wolf King angrily roared as its saliva flowed out. It pounced on the pile of gold coins before Qin Feiyang could. Its two eyes were seeing stars. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he was about to reprimand him. But suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he asked, "White-eyed wolf, when you were in the Black Bear King's lair, why did you look at the Black Bear King with a gaze that seemed to be on guard against you?" Wolf King said disdainfully, "Tisk, how is that possible? Brother Wolf is on good terms with it." "Hearing you say that, it does seem a little fishy." Ling Yunfei lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and suddenly revealed a look of realization. He looked at Wolf King and said, "I know, you must be thinking about the Black Bear King's treasure. Ba, don't think that Brother Wolf is so shameless, okay? Brother Wolf just wanted to go in and take a look. Who knew that it would be so stingy, refusing to let Brother Wolf in and even chasing Brother Wolf out?" Wolf King said with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's faces twitched. They were afraid that once it went in, the treasures in the treasury would be lost. Chapter 112. Next. Naturally, it was to count the treasures here. Wolf King was responsible for counting the gold coins. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei were responsible for counting the Jianghu bags. Medicinal materials, weapons, elixirs and so on, there was everything. 2 people and 1 wolf were extremely busy. "This jade is good." Ling Yunfei threw a piece of jade to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand, looked at it a little and threw it aside. The jade was square, as big as a baby's fist, and the surface was as smooth as a mirror. For ordinary people this jade was worth a lot, enough to live for a lifetime. But for him it was just SOSO. Because in the Imperial Palace the jade paving the road was better than this. No. Suddenly, he felt as if he had overlooked something, picked up the jade and looked at it carefully. After a closer look he found some clues. On the 4 sides of the jade there was a small crack. This should be a jade box. It was just that because the workmanship was very fine, and the place where the gap met was also very perfect, it was difficult to find at a glance. Qin Feiyang grabbed the top with one hand and the bottom with the other. With a little force, the jade that originally looked like a hole was divided into 2 halves. At the same time, a strong medicinal fragrance came to his face. Elixir. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He saw a red fire elixir lying quietly in the jade box. At first glance it looked like a ball of flame. "Hey!" Ling Yunfei and Wolf King also surrounded, their eyes full of surprise. "It seems a little familiar?" Qin Feiyang muttered, trying to recall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "This is the red fire glass elixir." He had seen it before in the imperial capital, but it had been too long, and his memory was a little vague. Red fire glass elixir. Ling Yunfei and Wolf King were shocked. "It's Brother Wolf's." Wolf King roared, rushed over like lightning, rolled his tongue, and the red fire glass elixir was gone. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong were dumbfounded. "Spit it out." The next moment, the 2 of them roared and rushed forward at the same time. Ling Yunfei firmly held down Wolf King, while Qin Feiyang forcefully pried open Wolf King's mouth. "Don't bother, Brother Wolf has already swallowed it." Wolf King's sinister laughter resounded in their minds. "Bastard!" White-eyed wolf. When the 2 of them heard this, they were furious. He wanted to strangle Wolf King to death. Just you wait. Brother Wolf will try and see if he can pull it out." Wolf King raised his butt and let out a smelly fart. This place instantly stank to the heavens. Qin Feiyang quickly got up, covered his nostrils and angrily said, "Bastard, can you be any more shameless?" Ling Yunfei also pinched his nose and stared angrily at Wolf King. "Who told you to hold Brother Wolf and not let go? How is it? Does it smell good? Do you want another one?" Wolf King got up and looked at the 2 of them proudly. Scram. Qin Feiyang's face was pitch black, his veins were bulging, but his heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. With such a shameless bastard around, no one could do anything about it. Boom. At this moment, a powerful aura rushed out from Wolf King's body. Its body size had grown by another size. Its 3-meter-long body was incomparably sturdy, its limbs were thick and powerful, and its 2 pupils were shining brightly. The snow-white fur on her body was like satin, soft and beautiful. Overall, it looked incomparably handsome. "Ha! Brother Wolf has broken through?" The Wolf King's excited laughter resounded in the minds of the 2. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other. They were happy for Wolf King, but they were also full of helplessness. What was done, so they could only give up. Wolf King looked at the 2 of them and chuckled, all right, don't be like this. At most, Brother Wolf doesn't want the other treasures." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Probably the most precious thing here was the scarlet fire-colored glass pill. Ling Yunfei frowned. "The air here is not circulating, it's too smelly, there's no way to continue counting. Mother should be waiting anxiously, let's put it away first and slowly sort it out when we have time in the future. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them immediately took action and stuffed everything into the Cosmos bag. Then, under the lead of Wolf King, the two of them ran towards the exit. White-eyed Wolf, your current strength is equivalent to what star Martial Master? On the way, Qin Feiyang asked. 9-star Martial Master. Wolf King chuckled. Damn it, why don't you go to heaven? Qin Feiyang almost tripped and fell to the ground. This bastard, not only did he not break through, but he also jumped several levels after breaking through. How could he let others live? If those so-called geniuses knew, wouldn't they be so angry that they directly hit the wall? Wolf King was even more proud. But after a while Wolf King asked, Little Qin Zi, you have so many perfect martial arts skills, is there any suitable for Brother Wolf? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, let me think about it. He thought as he walked. After a while, he shook his head and said, no, I didn't expect to know you before, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But don't worry, when we go to Yen City I will help you keep an eye out. Fierce beasts like Wolf King, who had opened their spiritual wisdom and had a high IQ, could indeed cultivate martial arts skills. The martial arts library of the Imperial Palace did indeed have the martial arts skills of fierce beasts. But at that time he didn't expect to be friends with fierce beasts, so he didn't go to see it. Hundreds of breaths passed. The three of them finally came to the exit. After sending Wolf King into the castle, the two of them jumped out and rushed towards Chun Feng Restaurant. When they entered Chun Feng Restaurant, Qin Feiyang and Lu Ji were stunned. The hall, which was originally full of guests, was only occupied by 3 people. Fatso, Jianghu and Lu Ji. Even if they went to the city lord's mansion to watch the fun, they should have come back. As soon as the two of them came back, the 3 of them immediately came to greet them. Lu Ji said worriedly, Yunfei, why are there so many wounds on your body? Let mother have a look. Ling Yunfei felt warm in his heart and said, Mother, I'm sorry to have made you worry, but it's just a small injury, nothing serious. Lu Ji said anxiously, look at some places you're bleeding and you still say it's nothing? Ling Yunfei smiled, I'm really fine, I just need to take a healing pill and I'll be fine in a while. Mother, you go over there and sit, we have something to talk about. Is there anything that mother can't hear? Lu Ji's face was unhappy, but then she smiled and said, You've grown up now, it's normal to have privacy, mother understands. I don't have any difficulties, I just don't want you to worry. Ling Yunfei smiled bitterly. Lu Ji reached out to wipe the rain on Ling Yunfei's face and said with a smile, Mother can see this, but mother already knows what you did in the city lord's mansion. You know? Ling Yunfei was stunned and immediately glared at Fatso and Jianghu. Jianghu waved his hand, this is not something we said. Fatso rolled his eyes and said, You made such a big noise, the whole city was alarmed, it's hard for Auntie not to know. Ling Yunfei was stunned, the wry smile on his face became thicker. Qin Feiyang asked, What's going on here? Fatso smiled and said, We have a big rich man here. After you left, he didn't say anything and directly booked the whole Chun Feng Lu, that is to say, we can party here tonight. Although he didn't mention a name, there's only one person who would do such a thing, and that's Jianghu. Qin Feiyang looked at Jianghu and asked, Did your father come? Jianghu nodded, Yes, he left with the great elder not long ago. Qin Feiyang asked, What about the Wuxia's lord? Jianghu said, He's dead. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, he said, If I'm not wrong, your father and the great elder should have gone to the Wuxia, right? How do you know? Jianghu was surprised, does this person know how to calculate? Qin Feiyang smiled and didn't explain. It's not difficult to guess. The Wuxia's lord and the city lord are in cahoots, now the Wuxia must be notorious. Now that the Wuxia's lord is dead, it's undoubtedly the best time to destroy the Wuxia. The Jiang clan's lord is a smart person, he won't let go of this good opportunity. As for Luo Xiong and the others, they will inevitably turn a blind eye. The first reason is because of the big man behind the Jiang clan. The second reason is that even if the Jiang clan is dominant, it's only a single clan, it can't threaten the Dan Hall, Martial Arts Hall and Treasure Pavilion. Okay, Fat Lord is starving, we can talk about it later. Waiter, hurry up and serve the food. Jiang Laoda, Ling boy, you should go wash up and change your clothes. Look at you, you're worse than a beggar. Fatso said impatiently, his face full of contempt. Arrogant? Ling Yunfei raised his eyebrows and sneered, If I don't drink you later, my surname is not Ling. I'm not afraid of you, hurry up, don't let Fat Lord wait for too long. Fatso provoked. That night, Although there were only a few people, Chunfeng House was filled with laughter. Later, the Jiang clan's lord and the Grand Elder also came. As for the Mu Jia, needless to say, they were removed from the Black Bear City. The next day, early morning. The rain stopped last night. The sun slowly rose. A new day has come. Qin Feiyang opened the window and looked at the clear sky. His eyes were deep. He whispered, "Mother, your son is doing well now, don't worry. He will go to Yen City soon. Although there is still a long way to go, although there will be many dangers on the way, he will keep going and never retreat." My head hurts. At this time, Ling Yunfei pushed the door and walked in. While walking towards Qin Feiyang, he rubbed his temples, his whole body exuding a strong smell of alcohol. Last night, he, Fatty, and Jianghu all drank themselves to the ground. So they directly stayed in Chunfeng House. Walking to Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei looked outside and asked, "Did I embarrass myself last night?" Qin Feiyang laughed, "You only need to tear down Chunfeng House. This damn fatso and Jianghu, how can they drink so much?" Ling Yunfei was a little annoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "The Martial King Hall will not allow you to take Auntie with you, what are you going to do?" Ling Yunfei said, "I have already thought about it, let Mother continue to stay in the Martial King Hall for a while, and when I settle down in Yen City, I will take her with me." The hall master also agreed. Qin Feiyang nodded, "Not bad, at least her safety is guaranteed. By the way, now you know why Auntie was imprisoned?" "Yes, Mother told me." Ling Yunfei nodded, his eyes bursting with hatred. At this time, a disciple of the Martial King Hall ran in breathlessly and said, "Junior brother Yunfei, why are you still here? Come back with me, senior sister Ling is going to go crazy." Ling Yunfei was shocked and said to Qin Feiyang, "I will tell you about this later, I will go back first." Then he turned and left in a hurry. Ling, I really hope I will not see this woman again. Chapter 113. Back at the Pill Hall. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were called to Luo Xiong's courtyard. Luo Xiong, Feng Qing, and Elder Mo sat at the stone table in the courtyard. "Greetings, Hall Master." "Greetings, elders." The two of them walked over and bowed. Luo Xiong continued, "Since we are about to head to the Pill Emperor Hall, this hall has nothing much to say. I'll only say one thing, don't throw our face away. Especially Fatty, don't be as lazy as you are now." "When did I?" Fatso pouted and felt wronged. "Still talking back? Let me tell you, the Danwang Hall isn't the Pill Hall. If you want to survive in the Danwang Hall, it's useless to play tricks. The only way is to work hard to prove your worth. Otherwise you'll be mercilessly eliminated. Until the end you'll be abandoned." Luo Xiong shouted. "This disciple will remember. This disciple will definitely change." Seeing Luo Xiong getting angry, Fatso hurriedly promised. Luo Xiong glared at him and took out a brocade pouch from his chest. He threw it to Qin Feiyang and smiled, "Open it after we leave Black Bear City. I guarantee you'll be surprised." "Yes." Qin Feiyang replied and put the brocade pouch into his bosom. "Oh master, what about me?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang still had a gift, Fatso couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Luo Xiong eagerly. Luo Xiong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and ignored him. At this moment, Lin Qin and Lu Hong walked into the courtyard. Lin Qin nodded to Qin Feiyang and saw Luo Xiong. He cupped his hands and smiled, "Hallmaster Luo, it's getting late. We have to go." Luo Xiong nodded. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Feng Qing and Elder Mo were the same. Who would be willing to give up a disciple who could refine supreme-grade pills to others? But there was no other way. Staying in the pill hall would only delay this kid's future. Feng Qing waved his hand and said, "Go, go. Don't be annoyed. Goodbye." Lin Qin cupped his fists and turned to leave the courtyard. Fatso and Lu Hong also bowed deeply and turned to follow. Qin Feiyang glanced at the three people, bowed 90 degrees and said gratefully, "Hall Master, Elder Feng, Elder Mo, thank you for your care these days. If there is a future, this disciple will definitely repay you." He had never respected the heavens or the earth. However, the three people in front of him were worthy of his respect. As for what would happen in the future, that would have to wait. The three of them laughed. His painstaking efforts were not in vain. Feng Qing smiled, "If you encounter any difficulties in Yen City, go to Linger. This old man has already told her to help you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really not what he wanted. The only thing he could do was to keep a respectful distance from this woman. Seeing this, frowning, Feng Qing asked, "Is my granddaughter so unpleasant to you?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, No, it's just that this disciple is afraid of being unworthy." Humph, don't put on an act in front of this old man, hypocrite. Feng Qing snorted coldly, glanced at Lin Chen who was far away, got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a low voice, "There is one thing this old man needs your help with." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. Feng Qing said, "Help this old man look after Ling Er, don't let her get too close to Lin Chen." This. Qin Feiyang felt bitter in his heart. Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for him? Feng Cheng's face instantly darkened and he frowned. "What? This old man has helped you so much, and you're not even willing to do this little favor?" "Of course I'm willing. This disciple will do his best." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, Feng Cheng's old face was immediately filled with smiles and he nodded, "That's more like it, go quickly, remember to come back often in the future." Qin Feiyang nodded, and after bidding farewell to the three of them, he chased after Fatso and the others. West City Gate. 2 men and 2 women stood in front of the city gate. Their temperament was outstanding and their clothes were gorgeous, like cranes in a flock of chickens, and they were particularly eye-catching. 2 of them were the masked woman Ling Yunfei. The other 2 were about 16 or 17 years old. The woman's long hair draped over her shoulders, and her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was quite beautiful. The man was about 1.75 meters tall, and his expression was cold, and his eyes were sharp, giving off a cold feeling that kept people 1,000 miles away. These 2 were also disciples of the martial arts hall who were going to the Martial King Hall. As for the masked woman, she was still wearing a tight-fitting outfit, which showed off her perfect figure, and she looked valiant and extremely capable. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her back was leaning against the city wall. Her eyes were shining and no one knew what she was thinking. A moment later, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 walked out of the city gate. Ling Yunfei went up and smiled, "You're finally here." "Why are you here?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Ling Yunfei said, "Take a look for yourself." Qin Feiyang looked around and when he saw the masked woman, his heart suddenly felt like it had eaten Chinese gold thread. What he was afraid of, it really came. "Ling, I knew you would wait for me." Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly walked towards the masked woman. But the masked woman didn't care about him at all. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and said indifferently, "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked towards the mountain range ahead. Lin Chen hurriedly followed after him. Lu Hong also quickly followed. Fatso walked to Qin Feiyang's side and whispered, "Did you see that? What is called cheap? Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth." Qin Feiyang glared at him. "Brother Haoyan, please take care of me on the way." The woman from the martial arts hall walked over and smiled. Ling Yunfei introduced, "She is senior sister Chening, and this cold and handsome guy is senior brother Su Jian. They are both 5-star martial masters and the 2 most powerful disciples of the martial arts hall." Cheng Ying rolled her eyes at Ling Yunfei and looked at Qin Feiyang, "Don't listen to junior brother's nonsense." Qin Jian said coldly, "That's right, it's pure nonsense." The masked woman glanced back at them and shouted, "What are you still waiting for? Do you not want to go?" Ling Yunfei and the other 2 froze and hurriedly turned to chase after her. "Tigress," Qin Feiyang muttered. Fatso laughed, "It's not good to talk about your fiancé like that. I said it was just a misunderstanding." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Who would believe that? Fatso sneered and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Seeing your fiancé being entangled by another man and still being indifferent, I have to say, you are really awesome." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, "Are you asking for a beating?" Fatso said, "Don't be ungrateful. Fat Lord is also doing it for your own good. If this continues you might be cuckolded one day." Qin Feiyang's veins bulged as he suddenly kicked the fatty's butt. The fatty fell flat on his face on the spot and fell to the ground. "Bastard, even if Fat Lord is meddling in other people's business, don't come to Fat Lord for comfort when you are cuckolded in the future." The fatty got up, cursed at Qin Feiyang, and ran away as if his life depended on it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He chased after them with big strides. It seemed that it was impossible to clear up this misunderstanding. He couldn't blame others. He could only blame himself. Suddenly, he remembered the brocade bag that Luo Xiong gave him. He took out the brocade bag and opened it. There was a neatly folded piece of paper inside. "What is it?" Fatso retreated and looked at it curiously. "Can you not be like a follower?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Fat Lord is willing. What can you do?" Fatso snorted. Qin Feiyang was full of helplessness towards this Fatso. He took out the paper and opened it. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was actually the pill formula of the scarlet glazed pill. Fatso said angrily, "Damn, the palace master is too biased?" Qin Feiyang was secretly happy. The pill palace really did have the pill formula of the scarlet glazed pill. But he didn't expect Luo Xiong to give it to him in this way. Phew. After letting out a long breath, he put away the pill formula, looked back at Black Bear City and muttered, "Thank you. Jiang Haoyan Fatso, hurry up and catch up." Lin Qin shouted in front. "Coming." Qin Feiyang responded and quickly caught up. Fatso complained along the way. So, the group of 8 left Black Bear City. Gradually, they entered a deep mountain. Along the way they encountered more and more fierce beasts. But so far they had not encountered an existence that they could not defeat. Qining was puzzled. "Senior Sister Ling, or why don't we take the road? Or ride to Yen City?" The masked woman said coldly, "Don't forget, you are now a disciple of the Martial Imperial Palace, not a rich young lady. If you are tired, it is not too late to return to Black Bear City." Qin Ying's expression stiffened. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak again. Fatso rolled his eyes and asked, "Senior brother Lin Qin, as alchemists, we don't have to suffer with them, right?" Lin Qin smiled, "It's good to suffer a little. Damn this cheap man, living is a waste of air." Fatso cursed secretly. Everyone present could see Lin Qin's motive. It was nothing more than wanting to curry favor with the masked woman. It was just that no one could say it out loud. "We are about to reach the Eagle Claw Peak. Be alert and pay attention to the surroundings," the masked woman shouted. Eagle Claw Peak. Fatso's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. Ling Yunfei, Qining, Su Jian, and Lu Hong also revealed a dignified expression. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that this Eagle Claw Peak was not a good place? After passing through a dense forest and over a mountain ridge, a magnificent mountain range entered their line of sight. The mountains overlapped one another, tall and straight. One of the giant peaks was the most spectacular. The giant peak covered a radius of several thousand meters and was more than 1,000 feet tall. It towered into the sky and a majestic aura rushed towards them, attacking their souls. But at the edge of the giant peak there were 5 other peaks. Each of them was more than 100 feet tall and curved in shape. As far as the eye could see, it really looked like a giant eagle claw, towering between the clouds. It could be said to be a work of the gods. Looking at the Eagle Claw Peak, the fear in Fatso's eyes intensified. He anxiously said, "Senior brother Lin Qin, let's take a detour." Lin Qin smiled, "Along the way we will listen to Ling Er." Damn. Hearing this, Fatso was instantly enraged. He roared, "If you want to pick up a girl, Fat Lord won't stop you. But shouldn't there be a limit? Listening to everything she says, are you still a fucking man?" Lin Qin's smile froze. He turned around and looked at Fatso. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Fatso immediately shrunk his neck and hid behind Qin Feiyang. He asked hesitantly, "Did Fat Lord say something wrong?" Seeing this. Chapter 114. Fatty still wanted to say something, but when Lin Qin glared at him, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Jiang Laoda, aren't you going to say something?" He looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang's strength was not as good as Lin Qin's in terms of status, he would definitely surpass Lin Qin after going to the Danwang Hall. After all, he could refine the best quality pills, so the Danwang Hall would definitely focus on training him. Lin Qin raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He just stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he smiled. "Since senior brother Lin Qin is leading the team, we should listen to him. As for picking up girls, it's a bit unpleasant to say. It should be said that a gentleman wants to court a fair and graceful lady." Lin Qin smiled. This kid was quite sensible. Fatso was a bit dissatisfied, but under Qin Feiyang's signal, he didn't say anything. "Then let's go." The masked woman waved her hand and the group rushed towards the forest below. The Eagle Claw Peak was at least 5 or 6 miles away from their current location, and there were many fierce beasts on the way. However, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't have to do anything because Lin Qin did it himself. Everyone knew that he wanted to show off in front of the masked woman. But the masked woman didn't seem to appreciate it. Along the way she didn't say a word to him. He was the only one doing the talking. Qin Feiyang and Fatso walked at the back. Fatso whispered, "Jiang Laoda, why are you following him? Are you afraid of him?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I can't be afraid. There are many dangers along the way. It's easy for him to kill us. So before we reach the Danwang Hall, try not to fight with him." "Really? Why don't you look like you're scared?" Fatso looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, I'm just pretending to be calm. Fatso seemed to understand, but he still didn't believe it. Because Qin Feiyang's words and actions were too calm, without the slightest hint of nervousness or uneasiness. Of course, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid. If there was any danger, he would hide in the castle. Who could do anything to him? Qin Feiyang asked, What's so scary about the Eagle Claw Peak that makes you so scared? Fatso said, In the past, not a single person who entered the Eagle Claw Peak came back alive. There were even rumors that said that even the war monarch did not return. Don't you think that's terrifying? Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel nervous. If the rumors were true, then the danger level of the Eagle Claw Peak was comparable to the Black Bear Mountain. Fatso said, Oh right, the last time you asked Fat Lord to inquire about the matter, Fat Lord found out that it was the Jiang and Mu families that massacred the Ling family. Qin Feiyang said, I already know this. Do you know the name of that tigress? Of course I do. Her name is Feng Ling. She is in charge of the Martial Imperial Palace's assessment this time. That's why Ling Yunfei and the rest are so afraid of her. That's not right. Aren't you her fiancé? How come you don't even know her name? Are you pretending to be stupid again? Fatso's eyes carried a trace of disdain. Is there a need for me to pretend? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Why didn't they believe him? Moreover, with his current relationship with Feng Ling, no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like they were engaged. There must be something wrong with these people's brains. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were shocked. They hurriedly looked up and immediately saw Lu Hong sitting on the ground. Her lips were purple and her face was pale, like a dead person's face. Poisoned. These two words appeared in their hearts at the same time. Get out of the way. Feng Ling shouted and slapped the ground with her palm. Boom. The ground exploded and dead branches and leaves flew all over the sky. A poisonous snake as thick as an arm rushed out from the ground, revealing its white fangs. It avoided Feng Ling and shot towards Qining. A martial ancestor-level crane-crowned snake. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated. Fatso ran faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped more than 10 meters away. I'm here and you still want to overturn the sky? Feng Ling snorted and took a step forward. Like a bolt of lightning, she instantly caught up with the crane-crowned snake. Immediately, her jade-like hand shot out. She grabbed the crane-crowned snake's tail and slammed it down. Bang! The crane-crowned snake's head hit a rock on the spot and it wailed in pain. Immediately after, Feng Ling stepped on the crane-crowned snake's weak spot and firmly pressed it to the ground. She took out a dagger and cut off the crown of flesh on its head and threw it to Su Jian. Su Jian hurriedly fed it to Lu Hong. Her condition immediately began to improve. It could be said that the effect was immediate. But Feng Ling methods were even more shocking. Facing a martial ancestor-level crane-crowned snake, she was actually able to subdue it without batting an eyelid. She was really too valiant. Feng Ling glanced at them and asked, Do you like steamed, fried, or barbecued? But I like stewed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Could it be that this woman was also a foodie? Without waiting for them to answer, Feng Ling lowered her head and looked at the crane-crowned snake. She smiled and said, Little fellow, I'm sorry, but you'll be my dinner tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved the dagger and directly cut off the crane-crowned snake's head. Blood spurted out. Savage. Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. With such a valiant character, wasn't she afraid that she wouldn't be able to get married? It seemed like she wasn't afraid because there was a thick-skinned person surrounding her and trying to curry favor with her. This person was naturally Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly ran to Feng Ling and said with a smile, Ling give it to me first. When I find water, I'll wash it clean. I'll stew a big pot of snake soup for you tonight to nourish you. He seemed to be used to Feng Ling's valiance and wasn't surprised at all. Okay, take it. Feng Ling casually threw it to him. With free labor, it would be a waste not to use it. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest and shouted, Now all of you cheer up. Otherwise you won't be so lucky next time. After this incident, Qin Feiyang and the rest didn't dare to be distracted. You go in front and clear the path. Feng Ling pointed at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Fatso's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said, How can this be? Madam, please spare me. Lin Chen smiled and said, You two listen to Ling and clear the path. It's also a training for you. He was very happy now, because he could see that Feng Ling was deliberately targeting Qin Feiyang. This meant that there was no relationship between the two of them. However, Fatso was about to explode in anger. "Let's go, don't dawdle." Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder and walked to the front. When he passed by Lin Qin, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even a clay bodhisattva has some anger, let alone a human. Once or twice he could treat it as if it didn't matter. But if it exceeded the limit of his patience, then don't blame him for being impolite. The fierce beasts near the Eagle Claw Peak were very powerful. After a while, the two of them were riddled with scars. Of course, when encountering powerful fierce beasts, Feng Ling-er and Lin Qin didn't dare to be careless and killed them in time. When they arrived at the foot of the Eagle Claw Peak, it was already noon. Not only Qin Feiyang and Lin Qin but everyone was covered with scars. Because the closer they were to the Eagle Claw Peak, the more fierce beasts there were and the stronger they were. No one could stay out of it. After fighting for several hours, the 8 of them were sitting on top of a huge black rock, panting heavily. Feng Ling-er said, "Quickly heal your wounds. After half an hour we will go up the mountain." Go up the mountain? Qin Feiyang looked up at the peak of the mountain and frowned. With their current state, how long would it take for them to climb up a mountain that was over 1,000 feet tall? The most important thing was, why would they go up the mountain? He hated the feeling of being led by the nose. What was Feng Ling-er planning? After taking a healing pill, he turned around and glanced at the Eagle Claw Peak, his eyes flickering. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of black light flashed in his line of sight. What is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised and looked carefully. But in the jungle he couldn't find anything. Was it an illusion? Maybe it was because of fatigue. But just when he believed that it was an illusion, another black light appeared and disappeared in an instant. He suddenly got up. The first time might be an illusion. But the second time it was definitely not. He bit his tongue hard and his whole body was instantly energized. Immediately, without saying a word, he jumped down from the boulder and ran towards the place where the black light appeared. What is he doing? Was he driven crazy by senior sister Ling-er? Seeing this, Ling Yunfei and others were very surprised. Feng Ling-er's eyes were also firmly locked on Qin Feiyang, with a trace of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she also caught a wisp of black light in the jungle, fleeting. We can't let Jianghu take the lead. Feng Ling-er's spirit was refreshed. She quickly jumped down from the boulder and chased after Qin Feiyang. Fatso asked, "What should we do?" Ling Yunfei said angrily, "Nonsense, of course we'll go together." Several people got up one after another with a head full of doubts and ran away. At this time, Feng Ling-er had already caught up with Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Breaking in like this, don't you know it's dangerous here?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Aren't you here too? Let's not beat around the bush, what do you want to do?" Feng Ling-er's pupils shrank, she shook her head and said, "I just want to bring you here to gain experience, there's no other purpose." "I don't think you'll be so kind." Qin Feiyang sneered. The two were as fast as lightning. Feng Ling-er's eyes flashed with a trace of slyness, she suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes and threw him back. Qin Feiyang flew out and rolled to the ground more than 10 meters behind. "Damn stinky woman." Qin Feiyang was furious, he got up and looked up, seeing that Feng Ling-er did not stop and was still running forward, he suddenly sneered. This woman really had a problem. "Jianghu, we've already entered the hinterland of the Eagle Claw Peak. With your strength, rushing to the front is purely to die, go to the back and stay." Lin Qin caught up, shouted at Qin Feiyang, and chased after Feng Ling-er without looking back. It's still unknown who's going to die. Chapter 115. He wasn't worried at all. Because in front he could sense several powerful auras. It must be the beast. When these beasts were alarmed, Feng Ling-er and Lin Qin, who were running in front, would inevitably become the first target of the beasts. However, what was that black light that appeared from time to time? Qin Feiyang could sense the aura of the beast, so could Feng Ling-er and Lin Qin. Therefore, they were extra careful and tried not to make a big movement. If they could avoid it, they would try to avoid it. However, the beast still noticed them. Accompanied by 2 roars, 2 colossal creatures rushed over from the distance. At this moment the earth shook and rumbled. The speed of the 2 beasts was unbelievably fast. One of them was a giant black panther. It was 4 to 5 meters long and its fur was as black as ink. The fangs in its wide mouth were 1 foot long, like sharp blades, making people tremble with fear. The other beast was a black bull. Its huge body was twice the size of the black panther. Those hairs were like steel needles emitting a cold light. Especially the 2 horns on the top of its head, which were several meters long and indestructible. In front of it there was a huge rock that was bigger than an ordinary house, but in the end it collapsed. Seeing this, even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he couldn't help but have the thought of turning around and running away. Not to mention Fatso and the others. They stopped and didn't dare to take another step forward. Their eyes were full of horror. Feng Ling'er also paused. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. But then, she gritted her teeth and pounced on the Black Panther. At the same time she shouted to Lin Qin, "Help me restrain that black bull." "No problem." His goddess asked for help. Lin Qin couldn't be happier. How could he refuse? He didn't even think about it and directly nodded in agreement. With a rolling aura he rushed toward the black bull. Good chance. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he rushed forward. Feng Ling'er and the two ferocious beasts had already clashed. The two of them were also very ferocious. They were actually on par with the two ferocious beasts, and it was difficult to determine the victor. A dozen breaths later, Qin Feiyang finally caught up to the two of them. He circled around them and joked, as expected of the outstanding disciples of the Danwang Hall and Martial Emperor Hall. "Keep it up, I have high hopes for you guys." Jiang Haoyan, stop right there. Feng Ling'er shouted coldly, extremely angry. "Let me give you a word of advice. The person who runs in front is not necessarily the first to reach the finish line. Everything depends on the brain. Forget it, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Anyway, you're just a brainless woman with big boobs." Qin Feiyang mockingly glanced at Feng Ling'er and ran towards the source of the black light without looking back. "I have big breasts but no brains? Jiang Haoyan, just you wait. Today I swear I won't stop until I break your bones." Feng Ling'er was furious. At this moment she was like a crazy tigress, making the Black Panther unable to bear it. Lin Qin comforted, Don't worry. There are still many ferocious beasts lurking in front. If he doesn't know what's good for him, he will definitely die." "Can you stop talking nonsense? Quickly finish them off," Feng Ling'er said angrily. Although that brat was a bastard and very vile in terms of brains, he was many times stronger than Lin Qin. They were both men, why was the difference so big? In front, Qin Feiyang ran wildly while paying full attention to the movements around him. Boom. Suddenly, not far away, a ferocious beast lifted the ground and shot out. It was actually an extra-large rat. It was a meter long and had dense fangs. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyang's body and mind tensed up as he entered the castle without hesitation. Squeak. The rat missed its target. It cried out anxiously as it looked around in bewilderment. After a while, with a trace of doubt, it rushed towards Feng Ling'er and Lin Qin. After a while, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again. He let out a long breath and continued to run forward. Next, he encountered another 5 ferocious beasts and repeated the same trick. In the end, the 5 ferocious beasts couldn't find anyone and ran towards the back. What's going on? Why are the ferocious beasts running over? Where's Jiang Haoyan? Where is he? Looking at the ferocious beasts running over, Feng Ling'er was extremely shocked and angry. Lin Qin was also very surprised. Could it be that this person could turn invisible? In addition to the Black Bull and the Black Panther, they now had to face 8 martial ancestor-level ferocious beasts. However, Feng Ling'er didn't retreat at all. She took out a 3-feet-long sword and was completely in a desperate posture. At this time, Qin Feiyang finally arrived at the place where the black light appeared. He looked around. Other than the trees, bushes and weeds, he didn't find anything strange. No. At this moment, on the hillside above, a wolf howl sounded. Qin Feiyang instinctively shouted, "White-eyed wolf, what are you howling for?" He had been with Wolf King for too long. When he heard the wolf howl, his first reaction was to think of Wolf King. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. Wasn't Wolf King in the castle? He suddenly looked up. He saw a black wolf standing on the hillside more than 10 meters high, staring at him fiercely. The black wolf's size was twice as big as Wolf King. The strength of the two was definitely worlds apart. That huge body exuded an incomparable ferocious aura. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly said, "Brother Wolf, we can be considered family, don't fight." The black wolf looked at him suspiciously. Its eyes seemed to be saying, "Where did this fool come from?" Qin Feiyang said, "Brother Wolf, I really didn't lie to you. You and I are really family because I have a companion by my side. It is a wolf." In order to appease the black wolf, he was also going all out. But the black wolf revealed a look of disbelief. Its ferocious aura was even stronger than before. Its fangs were even exposed, thinking that Qin Feiyang was fooling it. At this moment, Qin Feiyang noticed that a black light swept out from the side of the mountain wall. After reaching the air, it immediately disappeared. This time he saw it clearly. It was not a black light but a wisp of black smoke. From the Eagle Claw Peak? He was extremely surprised. What was the black smoke? No. The black wolf finally lost its patience. With a leap, it pounced towards Qin Feiyang. "Brother Wolf, save me!" Qin Feiyang shouted. With a thought, Wolf King appeared out of thin air. Having found the source of the black smoke, he didn't want to hide and waste time with the black wolf. So now he could only count on Wolf King. Ayo! As soon as Wolf King came out, it howled at the black wolf. The black wolf was surprised. It steadily landed in front of the man and the wolf and retracted its fangs. Subsequently, the two wolves looked at each other, growling continuously. Seeing that it was endless, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but ask, "White-eyed wolf, what did it say?" Wolf King said, "It asked Brother Wolf, why do you want to be friends with a human like you?" Then it asked where Brother Wolf came from? Anyway, it asked a lot, but it wasn't very important. But it told me that the Eagle Claw Peak was empty, and there was a kind of alchemy fire. Alchemy fire. Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. Wolf King said, "That's right, but what?" Qin Feiyang asked hurriedly. Wolf King said, "It said that the alchemy fire has an owner, and the owner of the alchemy fire is inside the Eagle Claw Peak. He is extremely powerful, and all the people who have come here before have been killed by him." Qin Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank. Originally, when he heard Fatso say that this was a place of no return, he was still skeptical. He didn't expect it to be true. But the alchemy fire. He was too eager. Even this time he was determined to win. The black wolf roared a few more times at Wolf King. Wolf King said, "Little Qin Zi, it told us not to go in, we will die." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly, struggling in his heart. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "How can we get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? We have the ancient castle to protect us, let's take a gamble." The two wolves roared at each other. Wolf King said, "It said that the entrance is at the peak of the mountain, but there is a war chief realm ferocious bird on the peak of the mountain. If it finds us, we will still die. Are we going to give up just like that?" Qin Feiyang was extremely frustrated. A war chief realm ferocious bird was even more terrifying than the Black Bear King because the ferocious bird could fly. Once it flew into the sky you could only stare. But it could hunt you down at any time. At this time, another wisp of black smoke spewed out from the mountain wall. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's mind flashed and he thought of a way. The black wolf said that the Eagle Claw Peak was empty. Since the black smoke could come from here, it meant that there might be a weak point here that could lead to the inside. "Let's do it," Qin Feiyang said. "Make way." The two wolves retreated to the side. The true qi surged and Qin Feiyang punched the mountain wall with all his might. Soil flew everywhere and a huge pit appeared. "Ow!" The black wolf immediately growled at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "What did it say?" "It said that this method won't work. It might alarm the person inside. At that time, not only will we suffer, even it will be finished." Wolf King acted as a translator. "Then tell it that we can protect it." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he entered the pit and punched out again. It became several meters deeper. Cough cough. However, the dust inside made Qin Feiyang cough non-stop, and even breathing was difficult. Boom. He held his breath and crazily bombarded it, forcefully creating a passage. As he went deeper and deeper, the black smoke became thicker and thicker. After about 10 breaths of time, he suddenly punched out a hole with a diameter of 2 meters, and a choking black smoke surged out. The black smoke was too thick and the scene outside the hole could not be seen. However, when the mud and gravel fell, it would shake and echo for a long time. This meant that there was a large space outside this hole. Qin Feiyang retreated from the passage and came to Wolf King's side. The passage was like a chimney and black smoke kept pouring out. This place was quickly enveloped and spread to the surrounding void at a rapid speed. Why is there black smoke suddenly coming out from there? Ling Yunfei and the others had already retreated. They stood on the huge rock at the foot of the mountain and looked at the black smoke rising into the sky. They were all shocked and bewildered. "Jiang Haoyan, you bastard! I won't forgive you." Feng Ling Er and Lin Shen also noticed it. The former gritted her teeth and was about to go crazy. The latter, like Ling Yunfei and the others, was shocked and bewildered. Chapter 116. Black smoke surged, covering the sky and the sun. Chirp. A high-pitched chirp suddenly sounded from the top of the mountain. "Oh whoa!" Hei Lang's pupils constricted, and it kept growling at Wolf King. Wolf King hurriedly said, "Little Qin Zi, it said that the ferocious birds on the top of the mountain have been alarmed. Before he finished speaking, a huge falcon flapped its pitch-black wings. Like a short mountain, it broke through the layers of black smoke and whistled over. At this moment, whether it was Qin Feiyang Wolf King or He Lang, they could not help but feel their hair stand on end. You guys go to the castle. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and sent Wolf King and He Lang into the castle. Then he held his breath and rushed into the black smoke into the passage and ran inside. Chirp. The falcon whistled over. It flapped its wings and a strong wind blew. The black smoke here was blown away in an instant. When it saw the passage, its long and narrow eyes flashed with a terrifying ferocious light. When its claws fell, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. The passage was also collapsing. Qin Feiyang stood at the end of the passage and looked at the space inside. Although a large amount of black smoke was released before, he still could not see clearly. It was a little blurry. At most, he could only see the scenery within 2 meters. Boom. Crack. Seeing the passage collapse, his expression changed drastically. He did not care about what was inside and jumped down from the hole, falling straight down. At the same time, the few ferocious beasts that were fighting with Feng Ling Air immediately turned around and fled in panic when they saw the falcon appear. Damn it, run! Feng Ling Air's expression suddenly changed. She shouted at Lin Qin and turned to run outside. What did this little bastard do? Lin Qin cursed in his heart as he fled. Chirp. The falcon was extremely ferocious. It pounced on the rat, its wings were like sharp blades. As it swept past, large trees fell. The fracture was as flat as a mirror. The rat was also extremely fast, but it could not escape the falcon's pursuit. In the end, the falcon grabbed the mouse with its claws and flew towards the peak of the mountain. In the forest, Feng Ling Air stopped and looked up at the falcon flying high in the sky, struggling in her heart. When the falcon landed on the mountain peak and disappeared from her sight, she gritted her teeth and turned back, running towards the weak point. Ling Er, it's dangerous. Come back quickly. Lin Qin was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. Inside Eagle Claw Peak, Qin Feiyang continued to fall. He felt as if there was a bottomless pit below him. This won't do. If I fall like this, I'll fall to my death. He reached for the rock beside him. But the impact of the fall was too strong and he couldn't grab hold of the rock. If he were to use force, his arm and fingers would definitely be dislocated or even broken. This was equivalent to adding fuel to the fire. Therefore he had to take it slow. He kept reaching out with both hands, grabbing one rock after another. When his fingers reached their limit, he would immediately let go. This cycle continued for a dozen breaths, and the impact of the fall was reduced by more than half. Seeing that the time was ripe, he stretched out his hands again without hesitation and grabbed tightly onto a protruding rock. His falling body finally stopped. What should I do now? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked up. Then he lowered his head and looked down. He frowned slightly. Although he had stopped, he could only see things within 2 meters. So he didn't know if the alchemy fire was below or above him. If he went the wrong way, he would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Is this black smoke related to the alchemy fire? He began to carefully observe the black smoke. Gradually, he found some subtle abnormalities. The black smoke was rising from below. He pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to go down and take a look. What if the black smoke was really related to the alchemy fire? But not long after, he found another abnormality. Since there was alchemy fire here, there must be a high temperature. But now he didn't feel any heat at all. In fact, he felt a little cold. That's right. Black Wolf said that alchemy fire had an owner. The owner could control the temperature of the alchemy fire. Thinking of this, a trace of vigilance appeared in his eyes. A person who could own an alchemy fire was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. Perhaps this person was hiding in the dark and spying on him right now. Boom. Not long after, a series of rumbling sounds came from the weak point above. Qin Feiyang frowned. Without thinking, he knew that it must be Feng Ling Air coming. Like him, she also planned to blast a passage through the weak point. I can't let her catch up, he muttered to himself. He used his hands and feet. Like an ape, he leaped onto the roof and vaulted over the wall. His speed was unbelievably fast. About 5 or 6 breaths later, Feng Ling Air and Lin Qin blasted open the weak point. Standing at the edge of the hole, they looked at the internal space in surprise. A large piece of mud and gravel rolled down, smashing on Qin Feiyang's head. It made him furious. Lin Qin asked in disbelief, "There's actually another world in the Eagle Claw Peak. Ling, how did you know? Aren't you annoying?" Feng Ling Air raised her eyebrows. Lin Chen smiled embarrassedly. Then should we go up or down? Feng Ling'er said, I don't know if that thing is above or below. That thing? Lin Chen was surprised. Could it be that there was some treasure hidden inside? Chirp. A sharp eagle cry sounded. That falcon once again swooped down from the mountain peak. Feng Ling'er's gaze darkened. The black smoke is rising from below. Let's go down and take a look. The two immediately moved. The falcon once again blocked the passage and flew towards the mountain peak. It felt like it was the guardian of this place. Bang bang bang. Feng Ling'er and Lin Chen's strength was too strong. Rocks were constantly being crushed by them. However, Qin Feiyang, who was below, was suffering. Occasionally he would be hit in the head by the gravel. Can you guys be gentler? Qin Feiyang could not help but angrily shout. He also went down? Feng Ling'er frowned and said loudly, Jiang Haoyin, this place is too dangerous. You can't do it alone. Let's work together. Not interested. Qin Feiyang indifferently replied. Jiang Haoyin, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Lin Chen shouted. He retreated while bombarding the stone wall. Pieces of gravel of different sizes poured down like raindrops. This made Qin Feiyang extremely angry. But the trouble was still to come. Feng Ling'er and Lin Chen's cultivation was higher than his. Although they were also crawling on the stone wall, their speed was definitely faster than his. As expected. In less than 10 breaths, Feng Ling'er and Lin Chen caught up. Feng Ling'er joked, You're right. The person who runs at the front is not necessarily the first to reach the finish line. Qin Feiyang said, Yes, I did say that. But whether that thing is down there is still unknown. What are you so proud of? You know? Feng Ling'er was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, Is it strange? Feng Ling'er said in a deep voice, Where did you know? This is not a question you should be concerned about. You should think about how to explain to everyone when you go out. After all, you are using everyone. Qin Feiyang sneered. Feng Ling'er brought them to the Eagle Claw Peak. She definitely wanted to use them as bait to distract the falcon's attention, and she would take the opportunity to enter here. Feng Ling'er frowned, shaking her head. You are wrong. I'm not using you. I just want to see if there is a chance. If there is not, I will immediately take you away. Do you think I will still believe you? Qin Feiyang mocked. You are really unreasonable. Since you don't believe me, then we will rely on our own abilities. Feng Ling'er snorted coldly. With a slide, she disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight. Lin Chen glanced at Qin Feiyang and quickly chased down. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Feng Ling'er did not take precautions at all. Didn't she know that the alchemy fire had an owner? If this is the case, then it is not bad to let her take the lead. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. It is the alchemy fire. About 20 breaths passed. Below there was a sudden exclamation. It was Lin Chen who exclaimed. It is really below. Qin Feiyang was ecstatic, but he was more vigilant than before. The alchemy fire was below, which meant that the owner of the alchemy fire must be below. Kiki. You finally came down. The next moment. At the bottom there was another sinister laugh. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. It seemed that this person had already discovered them. In this case they would go down and meet this mysterious person. Because if they wanted to escape now, they would definitely not be able to. After a few breaths, his sight was finally clear. However, when he saw the scene at the bottom, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. The bottom was very large and round, with a diameter of dozens of meters. And on the ground dozens of meters, there were piles of white human bones. Is this how? Qin Feiyang jumped down and stood on the white bones. Looking at all this, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Feng Ling'er and Lin Chen were standing at the side at this moment, staring at the opposite side, their faces full of horror. Ah. I thought you were going to run away? I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come down. Are you not afraid of death? That sinister voice came from the opposite side. Qin Feiyang looked up and immediately saw an old man standing at the center of the bottom. The old man's hair was disheveled and he was skinny. He wore a black robe and his eyes were deep in the eye sockets. His eyeballs emitted wisps of dark green light. At first glance he looked like a ghost. Seeing the old man, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a deep sense of fear in his heart. But when he noticed the alchemy fire beside the black-robed old man, the fear in his heart instantly turned into desire. It was actually a kind of black alchemy fire. It was the size of a baby's palm, and it floated in the void on its own. Wisps of black flames were frantically moving, as if it was beckoning to him. The black smoke also came from the alchemy fire. And here, There seemed to be an invisible aura that isolated the black smoke. Hee hee, you actually dare to ignore my words, kid, you've got guts. The black-robed old man laughed sinisterly, and the green light in his old eyes became more and more intense, more and more terrifying. Qin Feiyang was shocked, and looked away from the alchemy fire with difficulty. He turned to look at the black-robed old man and cupped his hands. Greetings, senior. Senior? The black-robed old man was stunned and said playfully, don't think that I will let you go just because you call me senior. Chapter 117. Seeing Qin Feiyang's calm face, the black-robed old man was quite surprised. There were still people in this world who were not afraid of death? He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Qin Feiyang as if he had teleported. The two were almost face to face. But Qin Feiyang did not have the slightest timidity, nor did he take half a step back. He looked straight into the eyes of the black-robed old man and said, what do you want to do? Don't play with these empty words. The black-robed old man was stunned. This kid was really not afraid? Swish. He retreated to the side of the alchemy fire and grinned. You are quite interesting, but you still have to die. Do you know why I am hiding here? What? Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-robed old man said, have you heard of the blood fiend pill? What? Blood fiend pill? Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked. The blood fiend pill had an amazing effect, which was to increase one's cultivation. Although it couldn't be like the scarlet glass pill, which could suddenly skyrocket a small realm, as long as there were enough blood fiend pills, the cultivation speed would be many times faster than others. Refining the blood fiend pill required two necessary materials. However, these two materials were truly outrageous, because the materials were human blood and flesh. Moreover, the flesh and blood of mortals was not enough, nor was the flesh and blood of beasts. It must be the flesh and blood of martial artists. Therefore, a long time ago, the first emperor of the Great Qin Empire had already ordered to destroy the pill recipe, and no alchemist was allowed to refine the blood fiend pill. Once found, 9 generations would be killed. Who dared to disobey the power of the emperor? Since then, the pill recipe of the blood fiend pill had been lost. Even the blood fiend pill was slowly forgotten. But later, some alchemists found the pill recipe of the blood fiend pill and tried to refine it. After all, there were many people with evil intentions. When the first emperor ordered to destroy it, some people secretly kept it. But without exception, once they were found, they were chased by everyone in the world, and in the end they did not have a good ending. Even their relatives were all implicated and died tragically one by one. The lesson of blood made those alchemists with evil intentions no longer dare to have evil thoughts. Could it be that this person was hiding here to refine the blood fiend pill? Jie, I need at most 10,000 blood spirit pills and I will be able to step into the 9-star combat emperor realm. When that time comes, no one in the entire county of Yen will be my match. At that time, the first person I want to kill will be the 4 old dogs of King Yen to take revenge for what happened back then. Ha! The black-robed old man laughed wildly. The terrifying aura around his body pressed down on the 3 of them to the point of suffocation. 9-star combat emperor. In other words, he is now an 8-star combat emperor. Feng Ling-er and Feng Ling-er were shocked. Not only was he powerful, but he also said that he wanted to kill the king of Yen. Who exactly was this person? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. An 8-star combat emperor was far beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but wonder if the castle could protect him. I thought about it. 8 years ago there was an alchemist named Zhuan. He was killed by the royal family, the Danwang Hall, the Martial Imperial Palace, and the precious treasure pavilion for refining the blood demon pill. Could it be that you're Zhuan's disciple or family member? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Zhuan? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Hee hee, I didn't expect a junior to remember me. Seems like I was quite famous back then. That's right. I am Zhuan. The black-robed old man said. Between his eyebrows, there was less ferocity and more arrogance. Lin Chen's body trembled and he said firmly, Impossible. Many people saw you die 8 years ago. I was also watching from the city wall. Although I was still young at that time, I'm sure I saw it clearly. Ha! Everyone thought that I was dead. However, they didn't know that I was lucky enough to escape death back then. At that time, I wanted to leave the county of Yen, but I was unwilling to do so. I didn't complain when they killed me. After all, I made a big mistake. However, why did they kill my family? I wanted to take revenge. Therefore, I decided to stay in the county of Yen and continue to refine the blood demon pill. 8 years have passed and I've broken through from a 6-star combat emperor to an 8-star combat emperor. Revenge is just around the corner. Zhuan bellowed. He was like a demon king, making people shudder in fear. What? In just 8 years you've broken through 2 small realms. Lin Qin and Feng Ling Er's scalp tingled. How many people had died in the hands of this demon king in the past 8 years? Qin Feiyang frowned. He looked at Lin Qin and asked, Xuan, refining the blood demon pill is such a big matter. Why didn't you report it to the imperial capital? 8 years ago he was still in the imperial capital and had never heard of it. Lin Qin said, I heard from the head of the family that King Yin and the others did not report it because Xuan was already dead. After all, they would be punished if such a thing happened in the county of Yin. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned and said in surprise, No, how do you know that King Yin and the others did not report it? Yes, how did you know? Feng Ling Er was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Xuan also looked at Qin Feiyang. His pupils suddenly shrank and he said in horror, Are you from the imperial capital? I'm from the imperial capital. Feng Linger and Li Chia were also dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He scolded himself for being stupid. Why did he ask such a stupid question? How was he going to justify himself now? Why don't I just beat him at his own game? When he saw Xuan's frightened expression, he raised his head and puffed out his chest. He took a step forward and nodded, That's right, I'm from the imperial capital. When he nodded, the 3 of them were shocked. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang followed up with another attack. He took another step forward. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked insufferably arrogant and said, I'm not only from the imperial capital, I'm also the prince of the great Qin Empire. There was a great deterrent force in his words. At the same time, his temperament changed drastically. Originally he had a bookish aura and gave people a sense of weakness. But now he exuded the aura of an emperor from head to toe. In fact, this was his essence. Born in the royal family, he had cultivated the aura of an emperor. Even the dukes of the empire would be affected by it, let alone the 3 people in front of him. But this aura of an emperor was restrained after he was expelled from the imperial capital. Prince? Xuan and Feng Ling Er trembled both physically and mentally. The word, prince, kept echoing in their minds. In fact, they did not believe it. How could a prince be in the county of Yin? But the aura of an emperor was too real and too strong. They could not help but believe it. Qin Feiyang took another step forward. When he was only 3 meters away from Xuan, he shouted, Xuan, you killed innocent people to refine the blood pill. How should you be punished? Xuan's stooped body trembled. He hurriedly said, At this moment, Qin Feiyang used the shifting smoke steps and rushed to Xuan's side. He grabbed the black alchemy fire and disappeared without a trace. Of course he went to the ancient castle. He was gambling. If the ancient castle was powerful enough to save his life, then he would get the alchemy fire. But if the ancient castle could not save him, then he could only accept his fate. As soon as the alchemy fire disappeared, the black smoke surged and drowned the bottom in an instant. Damned little bastard, get the hell out here for me. In the black smoke, Xuan was stunned at first. Then he roared and his aura soared. Under the impact of the aura, the black smoke quickly rose into the air. His face was ferocious and his eyes were emitting a gloomy green light. He looked like a man-eating demon. It was terrifying. Feng Ling Er and Xuan regained their senses. They were forced to retreat by the aura. They kept vomiting blood and their faces were as pale as paper. Little bastard, don't think that you will be fine if you hide. The nether demonic flame has recognized me as its master. I can revive the nether demonic flame with just a thought. It will release a terrifying heat and burn you to ashes. Xuan grinned. But in the next moment, his face changed and he exclaimed, How is this possible? He was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the nether demonic flame. He could not even sense where the nether demonic flame was, let alone revive it. It was as if something was blocking him from the nether demonic flame. How can this be? It's impossible. It must be an illusion. Yes, it's an illusion. I will wake up soon. He mumbled in disbelief as he frantically slapped his face, making loud slapping sounds. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Xuan's voice. Then, he glanced at the ancient castle and muttered to himself, Even an 8-star combat emperor can't sense the existence of the ancient castle. Uncle Yuan, is this ancient castle that you left me a sacred object? Outside, Feng Ling Er saw that Xuan had completely ignored her and Lin Qin. She said in a low voice, Let's take this opportunity to slip away. Lin Qin nodded. The 2 of them retreated silently. But when they reached the stone wall and were about to climb up, Xuan suddenly raised his head and stared at them coldly. The two of them froze and couldn't move. Xuan walked towards them step by step and said in a gloomy voice, "Ask that little bastard to come out and hand over the nether demonic flame. Then I will spare your lives." Feng Ling turned around and shook her head. "I don't know him well. Besides, I don't know where he is now." Lin Chen quickly echoed, "That's right. We have only known him for a few days. We don't know anything about him. Master Zhua, please be magnanimous and let us go." "Let you go?" Xuan laughed sinisterly. His voice was like the howling of an owl. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Lin Chen. "Are you from Yen City?" Yes. I am from Yen City's Lin family." Lin Chen nodded. Xuan's eyes flashed and said, "I remember that the old ancestor of your Lin family was among the people who besieged me outside Yen City 8 years ago. Is he doing well?" Lin Chen smiled. "The old ancestor is doing well. Thank you for your concern." But his smile was unnatural. It was uglier than crying. Xuan laughed sinisterly. "If that's the case, I should take good care of you. You are also an alchemist, right? If you agree to be my disciple, I will spare your life." Lin Chen's expression changed and he quickly said, "Thank you for your concern. But I am already a disciple of the Pill Hall. Moreover, I am not qualified to be your disciple. You should find someone else." Xuan tempted, "If I say that as long as you agree, not only will I give you the Blood Evil Palace, I will also give you the little beauty beside you. Will you agree?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Qin Feiyang, who was hiding in the ancient castle, frowned. Chapter 118. Qin Feiyang had seen a lot of combat emperors before. Normally, it would take a genius 5 to 6 years to advance a small realm. It was normal for it to take 10 to 20 years. But Xuan only used 8 years to advance 2 small realms. This showed how useful the blood spirit pill was. At the same time, Feng Ling was also the woman that Lin Chen wanted the most. Would Lin Chen be able to resist these 2 temptations? If he couldn't, should he save Feng Ling? Lin Chen was struggling in his heart. Just as Qin Feiyang thought, the double temptation was very tempting. Feng Ling furrowed her brows as she coldly snorted, "Lin Chen, don't forget that you are a member of Swallow City's Lin clan, as well as a core disciple of the Pill Emperor Hall. Don't be blinded by greed and betray your dignity." Lin Chen's body shook. Xuan said, "Lin Chen, you have to understand that you can only live if you agree to be my disciple." Lin Chen was struggling again. "At most I'll die. 20 years later, I'll be a man again. What are you afraid of?" Feng Ling shouted. "No, I still have a lot of youth. I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to die." Lin Chen kept shaking his head. His heart was in a panic and his faith was wavering. "I don't want to die either, but I must have a backbone. And don't forget, not only will the person who made the blood spirit pill be executed, but the person who took the pill will also be despised and hunted down by the world. Wake up. Don't be so obsessed." Feng Ling shouted in exasperation. "Lin Chen, don't worry. With my current strength, I can dominate the county of Yen. Who dares to touch you? I promise you, when I become a 9-star combat emperor, it will be the day when you become a 9-star combat emperor." Xuan threw out another bait. Lin Chen's faith was completely crushed. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Disciple Lin Chen greets master." "Lin Chen, you're just a spineless wretch." Feng Ling was furious. "If I wasn't a wretched wretch, would I have pestered you all day long? But what about you? Have you ever been touched? Telling me to come and go as you wish? What do you take me for? A dog? Even a dog has its own pride." Lin Chen roared. His usual smile disappeared, and his face was incomparably ferocious. Feng Ling sneered, "So this is your true face. You're right, I'm a hypocrite." Lin Chen sneered and turned his head to look at Xuan. There was a trace of madness in his eyes as he said, "Master, this disciple wants to have her now and humiliate her. Please grant me my wish." "Haha, I didn't expect you to have the same nature as me. I like it. All right, I'll fulfill your wish now." Xuan laughed out loud. He took a step towards Feng Ling. "Don't even think about it." Feng Ling shouted angrily. She took out a dagger and immediately slit her neck. "Do you think it's possible to kill yourself in front of me?" Xuan snorted and landed in front of Feng Ling in an instant. He waved his old hand and slapped away the dagger in Feng Ling's hand. Feng Ling bit her tongue to commit suicide. But Xuan was faster. He slapped the back of her head and she fainted on the spot. She fell on the white bones. Lin Chen quickly bent down and reached out to take off Feng Ling's mask. A peerless face immediately appeared in front of him. Looking at those full red lips, Lin Chen's lust was immediately aroused. Xuan scanned the surroundings. The reason why he did this was not because he valued Lin Qin. He just wanted to nurture Lin Qin to be a sharp blade in his hand. For someone like him who had a perverted mentality, it was very satisfying to have the descendant of his enemy serve him. Moreover, he had a decent talent. But there was another main reason. He suspected that Qin Feiyang was hiding nearby. Moreover, he could also see that the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Feng Ling'er was very complicated. So he wanted to use this method to force Qin Feiyang out. Master, this. Lin Qin turned to look at Xuan and said hesitantly, "Can you leave us for a while?" He added, "By the way, Master, there are 6 people outside. You can capture them and use them to threaten Jianghu." "There are more?" Xuan frowned and asked, "Are they close to that little bastard?" Lin Qin sneered and said, "There is a person called Ling Yunfei and Fatso. They are very close to him." Great. Xuan was wild with joy. He thought that the little bastard had not come out until now. He might have used some treasure to escape. At this thought, he said to Lin Qin, "Master will not disturb you. Have fun." After that, he soared into the air and flew upwards. Along with him was the thick black smoke. 8-star War Emperor. With this backer, who will I be afraid of in the future? Smelly bitch, you didn't expect that you would fall into my hands today, did you? Hee hee, now I'll take off your clothes and admire it. Lin Qin laughed lewdly as his hands reached for Feng Ling'er's belt. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared out of thin air, holding the Chang Shui in his hand and pounced on Lin Qin. Lin Qin raised his head and his expression changed. He hurriedly tilted his head and dodged. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Following closely, he sneered and sent a palm strike towards Qin Feiyang's head. A hair's breadth, Qin Feiyang grabbed Feng Ling'er's clothes. With a thought, the two of them disappeared without a trace. "Where is he?" Lin Qin was startled, his face immediately became incomparably ferocious and he roared, "Jianghu, if you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. Whoever wins, Feng Ling'er will be his, do you dare?" Inside the ancient castle, the nether devil flame floated in the air. The black flames kept flickering, looking incomparably demonic. But now it was no longer releasing black smoke. Qin Feiyang placed Feng Ling'er flat on the ground. Although this woman sometimes made him very angry, he was entrusted by others to do his job. If he did not save her, his conscience would not be able to get over it. As for Lin Chen's provocation, he directly ignored it. Women were not objects. If he truly loved her, he did not have to possess her but to see her happy. As for deciding victory or defeat in a single battle, it was simply disrespectful to women. No matter what others thought, he, Qin Feiyang, would never use a woman as a bet. As the Wolf King walked around Feng Ling'er, he seriously commented on her appearance. This supple and tender skin, this beautiful little face. What a hot body, she is indeed a top-grade little beauty. No wonder she usually wears a mask. With this figure, this appearance, who wouldn't have a bad idea? Little Qinzi, are you also a little tempted? Listen to Brother Wolf, it's better to act than to be tempted. A great opportunity is in front of you. Just strip her naked, 100 times, 100 times. How cool is that, right? Wolf King stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang sneakily, egging him on. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He looked at him strangely and asked, "Who taught you this?" "Brother Wolf is talented and intelligent. Do you need others to teach you?" Wolf King gave him a disdainful look. "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's think of a way to escape. We can't be trapped here forever. There's also Ling Yunfei and the others. It would be even more troublesome if they were caught." Qin Feiyang looked worried. Wolf King's eyes darkened. He stopped playing at this critical moment and turned to Hei Lang and growled a few times. He pondered for a while. Hei Lang growled a few times in response. Wolf King said in a deep voice, "Hei Lang said that the strongest fierce beast within a few hundred miles is that falcon. It seems that there is no way to ask for help." "Ask for help?" Qin Feiyang laughed at himself and shook his head. "Forget it, Xuan is an 8-star combat emperor. Except for Uncle Yuan, no one can help. But we don't know where Uncle Yuan is. Now we can only wake this woman up and ask her if she has any ideas. But once she wakes up, she will know this place. The most important problem is that once she sees me, she may guess your true identity." Wolf King was a little worried. She knows, then she knows. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He grabbed Feng Ling'er's jade-like hand and pinched her thumb and index finger. Feng Ling'er murmured and slowly opened her eyes. "Pervert, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, with a stern shout, she kicked Qin Feiyang with her leg. Qin Feiyang did not expect this to happen. Bang. Unfortunately, he was kicked by Feng Ling Air and hit the stone wall behind him. He saw stars and spat out a mouthful of blood. Crazy woman, what are you doing? The Wolf King ran in front of Feng Ling Air, blood spurting out of its mouth, and its eyes were filled with a ferocious light. Feng Ling Air was stunned. She quickly looked around and a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Two wolves? Qin Feiyang? Secret chamber? Where is this? Qin Feiyang got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said in a deep voice, "Good people don't have good karma. I shouldn't have saved you." You saved me? Feng Ling Air was stunned again. She quickly got up and rubbed the back of her head. She was lost in her memories. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't think about it. We are still in the Eagle Claw Peak. Lin Qin has betrayed all of us. I think Ling Yunfei and the others have been captured by Zwen. This damned bastard, I'll skin him alive." Feng Linger was furious and asked in a fluster, "Then did he? You only think of asking this now?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. What a careless woman. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, he didn't even touch your finger." That's good. Otherwise, I will be disgusted for the rest of my life. Feng Ling Air breathed a sigh of relief. Do you have the confidence to get rid of him in an instant? Qin Feiyang asked. Feng Ling Air shook her head and said solemnly, "Although his character is not good, his extraordinary talent is one of the best in the whole Yen city." Qin Feiyang impatiently said, Stop. You can just tell me what his cultivation is." Feng Ling Air said, "Same as me, a 2-star martial arts grandmaster." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and took out the Chang Shui without hesitation. He said in a deep voice, "Take it, I guarantee that your strength will double." Feng Ling Air did not take it. Instead, she looked at it with disdain. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that this was a dagger that was only for ornamental purposes. Double one's strength? What a daydream. Chapter 119. Qin Feiyang glared and said angrily, "There's no time to dawdle, hurry up." Feng Ling Air instinctively responded and reached out to grab Chang Shui. She only reacted after grabbing Chang Shui. This bastard actually dared to be fierce to her? Moreover, in that moment she was actually afraid. Seeing that this woman was about to flip out, Qin Feiyang grabbed her arm and appeared outside in the blink of an eye. Feng Ling Air was surprised. Wasn't this too magical? Little bastard die. Lin Qin had been observing the surroundings. When he saw the two of them appear, he immediately pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Feng Ling Air's face turned cold and shouted, "Lin Qin, I'll give you another chance. If you escape with us now, I'll let bygones be bygones." Women are so long-winded. Qin Feiyang muttered and quickly took a step back. Lin Qin also turned a deaf ear and continued to pounce towards Qin Feiyang. His face was extremely ferocious. Stubborn. Barbarian Elephant Fist. Feng Ling Er shouted explosively as she took a step to stand before Qin Feiyang, and then she stretched out her fair hand and clenched her fingers tightly before suddenly smashing out with her fist. It actually faintly carried the roar of a barbaric elephant. Barbarian Elephant Fist was also a perfect martial arts technique. You pair of dogs, don't even think about leaving today. Return to Origin Palm. Lin Qin gritted his teeth and slapped towards Feng Ling Air with an astonishing palm wind. Thump. The fist and palm collided, and a violent wind suddenly rose. Both of their bodies shook and they retreated continuously. The white bones under their feet were accompanied by cracking sounds as they continued to shatter. Return to Origin Palm is also a perfect martial arts technique. It seems that the strength of the two is really similar. Qin Feiyang muttered. Back in Iron Ox Town, Lin Bailey had also used the Return to Origin Palm. Therefore he more or less understood. Stinking bitch, do you have to go against me? Lin Qin roared. Clang. With a wave of his hand, a 3-chi-long sword appeared in the air, gleaming with a frightening sharpness. If I can't have a woman, no one else can either. Die. His face was gloomy as he grabbed the sword in his hand. His genuine chi surged and the sword shone brightly. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, he slashed at Feng Ling Air. Autumn Light Sword. Feng Ling Air was shocked. She had seen this sword more than once. Its sharp blade was enough to tear apart any martial arts grandmaster's defense. The reason why Lin Qin was able to become one of the best in Swallow City's younger generation was not only because he was an alchemist, it was also because of the Autumn Light Sword in his hand. Countless powerful enemies had been defeated by this sword. The Autumn Light Sword slashed down furiously with a bone-piercing sharpness. She hurriedly brandished the Chang Shui. Clang. As sparks flew everywhere, the autumn light sword that made her feel uneasy was instantly cut in half by Chang Shui. How is this possible? Lin Chen was stunned on the spot. He was dumbfounded. Feng Ling'er was also stunned. She then looked at the broken sword in Lin Chen's hand. Her heart was filled with disbelief. It was actually broken. This dagger was actually not an ornamental item. Could even break the autumn light sword. Such sharpness was unheard of. In an instant, she was full of confidence. While Lin Chen was in a daze, she took a step forward and stabbed the dagger into Lin Chen's right chest. Immediately, blood spurted out like a fountain. Lin Chen could not help but cry out in pain. However, Qin Feiyang frowned. The heart was basically on the left side of the chest. Just now, Feng Ling'er could totally stab the dagger into Lin Chen's heart and end his life. But in the end, she stabbed the Chang Shui into Lin Chen's right chest. He did not believe that Feng Ling'er would lose her guard. She must have done it on purpose to let Lin Chen off. Let's go. Feng Ling'er pulled out the Chang Shui. She turned around and pulled Qin Feiyang, running towards the stone wall. Aren't you afraid of letting the tiger return to the mountain? Qin Feiyang frowned. Feng Ling'er said without turning her head, he's just possessed now. After we escape, we'll inform the Lin family to save him. What a soft-hearted woman. Qin Feiyang struggled to break free and snatched the Chang Shui. He turned around and rushed towards Lin Chen. His eyes were filled with coldness. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Xuan descended from the sky, holding a thumbthick iron chain in his hand. On the other end of the iron chain, Ling Yunfei and the rest were tied up. They could not move at all. Xuan looked down at Qin Feiyang like a devil descending to the world. He smiled and said, "If you dare to touch him, I'll kill them all." Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He stopped and looked at Ling Yunfei and the rest. He frowned and said, "Why didn't you just run away when you knew that the Eagle Claw Peak was strange?" "We did run away, but his speed was too fast. We couldn't escape at all." "Jiang Laoda, what's going on? Why did a devil suddenly appear?" Fatso and the rest were terrified. Qin Feiyang's face was as calm as water. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Chen, who was lying on the side. Whoosh! He rushed forward decisively. The Chang Shui shone with cold light. However, Xuan was like a lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lin Chen. His face was filled with a sinister smile. His bony hand turned into an eagle's claw and grabbed at Qin Feiyang. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed and quickly retreated. He grabbed Feng Ling'er and was ready to enter the castle. "If you dare to continue to hide, I'll kill him first." Xuan stepped on Fatso's face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Jiang Laoda, I have parents and children to take care of. I can't die. You must save me." Fatso shouted in horror. "You're not married yet. How can you have children?" Ling Yunfei's face darkened. He shouted, "If you're a man, have some backbone. What's there to be afraid of?" He looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile on his face. "I don't have any other wish. I just hope that you can take care of my mother for me after I die." Then he looked up at Xuan and shouted, "Old thing, bring it on. If I frown, I'm your grandson." "That's more like a man." Feng Ling'er nodded. She looked down at Lin Chen and shouted, "Did you see that? He's only 15 or 16 years old. He just became a disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall. But he has backbone and faith. He's dozens or hundreds of times stronger than you. Don't you feel ashamed?" Lin Chen grinned. "Backbone and faith are bullshit. Nothing is more important than being alive. Master, quickly kill one of them. If we don't use our full strength, they won't wake up." "That makes sense." Xuan laughed. He pointed his index finger and a burst of battle chi shot out and entered Chen Ying's glabella. She screamed and died on the spot. There was a thumb-sized hole in her glabella. Blood was gushing out. Fatso and Lu Hong were scared out of their wits. Su Jian's cold face was filled with fear. Only Ling Yunfei stared coldly at Xuan. There was no fear or panic. "Jiang Haoyan, right? Summon the nether demonic flame or he'll be the next to die." Xuan pointed at Su Jian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Ling'er panicked and looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso and the others. He looked up at Xuan and said, "It's not too late to stop now. You'll die if this matter gets out of hand." "Are you trying to scare me?" Xuan sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're an 8-star combat emperor. If the Yin County can't do anything to you, there's still the state capital. If the state capital can't do anything, there's still the imperial capital. Let me ask you, no matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the people from the imperial capital? Can you be stronger than the emperor of the great Qin Empire? In this world, the imperial capital is supreme. You're not allowed to stir up trouble. Qin Feiyang shouted sternly. Xuan's pupils shrunk. If this matter got out of hand, there was no need for the people from the imperial capital. The experts from the state capital were more than enough to crush his body and shatter his bones. But, as long as he killed all these people, he wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Xuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "How about this, if you return the nether demonic flame to me, not only will I let you go, but I'll also never refine the blood-killing pill again. How about that?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "No one will believe your words. Why don't you come with us to the Yan city and turn yourself in? I'll return the nether demonic flame to you when we meet the king of Yan." Ehe, Xuan grinned. "Kid, you're smart, but smart people usually die early. I'm sorry to tell you that you've worn out my patience." As soon as he finished speaking, a battle chi shot out from his finger and entered Su Jian's glabella. Su Jian died on the spot. However, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Go ahead and kill them. In any case, I'm not very familiar with them. Alright, that Lu Hong and I are still enemies. Hurry up and kill her so as to avoid being an eyesore." "Jiang Haoyin, we're from the same sect. How can you be so heartless?" Lu Hong's face changed and she shouted. "When you tried to harm me, I didn't see you care about your sect." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and looked at Xuan. "Old man, I'll be honest with you. I won't give you the nether demonic flame. As for them, kill them if you want." After that, he led Feng Ling'er into the castle. "Jiang Laode, you can't abandon me?" Fatso screamed. Xuan was stunned. He turned to Lin Qin and said angrily, "Didn't you say that they're close to Jiang Haoyin?" Lin Qin was also a little confused. How ridiculous. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said sarcastically, "We've known Jiang Haoyin for less than 3 months. Moreover, people use each other. How can he compromise with you to save us?" Xuan's face darkened. He was at a loss. Inside the castle, Feng Ling'er stared at the nether demonic flame and suddenly said, "Jiang Haoyin, why don't we just give him the pill fire?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do you think he'll let us go if we give him the pill fire?" Feng Ling'er said, "Didn't he say so just now?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "What's wrong with you? Can't you tell that he's just trying to appease us? If we really give him the pill fire, he'll kill us without hesitation." It was rare that Feng Ling'er didn't fly into a rage. She looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly and asked, "What should we do now? We can't just leave them to die, right?" "Don't worry. That old man is also very hesitant now. As long as we don't show up, he won't dare to kill Ling Yunfei and the other two. Because if we kill them, he won't have any chips to threaten us. The most important thing now is to find a way to get in touch with the people outside. Now, only the big shots in Yan City can save us." Qin Feiyang sighed. However, the problem was that Xuan was guarding outside. How could they contact the people outside? Chapter 120. How could he break out of this deadlock? Qin Feiyang racked his brains. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he turned to look at Feng Ling'er and asked, "Do you have any image crystal?" Feng Ling'er was also deep in thought. "Heard of it?" She shook her head and said, "No, if I did, I would have already asked for help." "No." Qin Feiyang frowned and asked doubtfully, "Your position in the Martial Imperial Palace is not low. Why don't you even have an image crystal?" "Nonsense, do you know how expensive the image crystal is? Yen City's treasure pavilion only auctions one every month, and the price of the transaction is at least 5 million gold coins. Even if I sell all my belongings, I won't be able to gather so many gold coins. Moreover, if I really have 5 million gold coins, I might as well use it to buy pills and increase my own strength." Feng Ling'er said angrily. Long hair, short knowledge. Qin Feiyang despised. The benefits brought about by the image crystal stone were extraordinarily shocking. Take the current situation for example. If he had an image crystal, he would be able to ask for help from the people outside. He wouldn't be trapped here at all. "Your hair is not much shorter than mine." Feng Ling'er sneered. "Then a certain part of your body should be bigger than mine, right?" Qin Feiyang laughed sinisterly. "Pervert, take this." Feng Ling'er was startled, but when she saw Qin Feiyang's eyes, she instantly understood. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and pounced towards him with bared fangs and brandished claws. Qin Feiyang immediately retreated and said, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." Feng Ling'er laughed sinisterly. "I am not a gentleman, I am a woman. This trick is useless against me." Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, Haven't you heard if you can use your mouth, try not to use your fists? Feng Ling Er chuckled. Then have you heard if you can use your fists, try not to use your mouth? Qin Feiyang was both helpless and bitter. This woman was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Seeing that Feng Ling Er was about to pounce on him, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Wait, I have an idea. Don't try to change the topic." Feng Ling Er shouted. Qin Feiyang grabbed her wrist and said in a deep voice, "Don't mess around. I really have a solution." Seeing his serious face, Feng Ling Er frowned and asked, "What method?" Qin Feiyang leaned over and whispered a few words into her ear. "Will this work?" After listening, Feng Ling Er looked doubtful. Qin Feiyang said, "Regardless of whether it works or not, we still have to try because this is the only way to escape." "All right." Feng Ling Er nodded. "I'll go out first." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Outside. As expected, Zhuan did not kill Ling Yunfei and the other two. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, he laughed sinisterly. "Have you thought it through? Then hand over the nether devil flame." Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "You think too much. I just came out to tell you, don't run if you have the guts." "Ha!" Zhuan laughed wildly as if he had heard the best joke in the world. "Is there something wrong with this little bastard's brain? He is an 8-star war emperor, why would he run? What a joke. Continue to laugh. I'll see how long you can laugh." Qin Feiyang sneered. Seeing his serious expression, Zhuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Nothing, just remember not to run. If you don't say it, I'll kill this fatso." Zhuan stretched out his arm and pointed his index finger at Fatso's head. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Even if you kill him, I won't say it." Fatso cried, "Jiang Lauda, you can't be so heartless. For the sake of our night of revelry, please say Fat Lord." "That night, revelry?" Zhuan's old face twitched and his gaze became extremely strange. "Ha!" Lin Chen suddenly laughed, pointed at Qin Feiyang and said disdainfully, "So you have this kind of hobby and you even found such a fat pig. Your heavy taste is really scary." Qin Feiyang's face was dark. The night of revelry that Fatso mentioned was actually drinking at Spring Breeze restaurant last night. However, Fatso's words were too ambiguous, so the two mistakenly thought that he and Fatso were gay. Not to mention Lin Chen, even he felt disgusted when he thought about it. "Jiang Lauda." Fatso opened his mouth again wanting to say something. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang roared. The words that came out of this bastard's mouth would definitely have a different meaning. He didn't want this misunderstanding to continue to deepen. Cough cough. Zhuan coughed dryly and shouted, "Say it quickly." Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "Don't scare me, I will never tell you that we have already informed King Yen and the rest through the image crystal. You have already said it." Lin Chen's eyes were full of ridicule. However, Zhuan's face was extremely gloomy. "Did you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking carefully, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, "I was talking nonsense, it's not true because we don't have the image crystal at all." Lin Chen wanted to continue mocking him, but his face suddenly turned pale. Because he had also realized the seriousness of the problem. Informed King Yen and the rest? Didn't that mean that King Yen and the rest were already on their way? Zhuan asked, "Lin Chen, do they have the image crystal?" Lin Chen pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Haotian definitely doesn't have it, Feng Ling Er also didn't have it before, but we can't rule out the possibility that before leaving Yin City, the Martial King Hall Master gave her one to facilitate communication." Zhuan stared at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flickering. He really couldn't tell if this was true or if Qin Feiyang was just scaring him. Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. With a thought, Feng Ling Er appeared out of thin air. Immediately, Feng Ling Er pointed at Qin Feiyang's nose and scolded him. "What's wrong with you? How could you let such an important thing slip? If they run away, won't our plan to catch them all in one fell swoop be in vain? Why are you so unreliable?" While Feng Ling Er was scolding him, Qin Feiyang was also anxiously winking at Feng Ling Er and glancing at Zhuan and Lin Chen from time to time. It was as if he was telling Feng Ling Er to lower her voice and not let them hear her. After Feng Ling Er finished speaking, she glanced at Zhuan and Lin Chen from the corner of her eyes and shouted at Qin Feiyang, "What are you doing? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Do you believe that I'll dig them out for you?" "Oh my God. I did let it slip just now, but I've already told them that we don't have the image crystal, and they almost believed me. But now that you've shouted, we can't hide it anymore, can we?" Qin Feiyang looked helpless. Feng Ling Air exclaimed and hurriedly turned to look at Xuan and Lin Chen. She waved her hand and said, I was talking nonsense just now, we really don't have the image crystal, don't worry. Yes, we're just talking nonsense. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and pulled Feng Ling Air into the castle. After entering the castle, both of them laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang said, I didn't know that you're so good at acting. Feng Ling Air was like a proud little princess. Of course, I'm proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This person really can't stand a compliment. She's so arrogant after being praised. Feng Ling Air asked, do you think they'll be fooled? They should be. After all, our acting just now was flawless. Qin Feiyang said and then listened carefully to the movements outside. At this moment, Lin Chen's face was pale and his body and mind were trembling. He looked at Xuan in horror and asked, Master, what should we do now? We'll be dead when Prince Yan and the others arrive. Why are you panicking? Xuan shouted coldly, but his heart was in a mess. Although he was now an 8-star combat emperor, he didn't have much confidence in facing the giants of Yen City. Unless he broke through to the 9-star combat emperor, but it was unrealistic in a short period of time. Lin Chen said anxiously, Master, Feng Ling Air must have the image crystal. Let's go quickly. Let me think about it. Xuan lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This guy came out and said something ruthless. He was so confident that he didn't seem to be lying. Later he let it slip and immediately denied it. In the end, Feng Ling Air appeared and scolded him without saying a word. Her expression didn't show any signs of faking it. It seems like it's true. No. Before he stepped into the 9-star combat emperor, he must not fight with Prince Yan and the other 4 old dogs. He looked up at Lin Chen and said in a deep voice, Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat first. Good. Lin Chen nodded happily. He was waiting for this moment. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, What about the nether demonic flame? Xuan sneered, Let him keep it for now. I'll get it back sooner or later anyway. What about the 3 of them? Lin Chen looked at Ling Yunfei and the other 2. Xuan glanced at the 3 of them and said, I'm planning to recruit people. The 3 of them have good aptitudes, so I'll keep them as my servants. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Chen with one hand and the iron chain with the other and flew into the sky. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared again with the Chang Shui in his hand. He stomped on the ground and with the help of the force, he jumped more than 10 meters high and came to the side of the iron chain. Then, he waved the Chang Shui in his hand. With a loud clang, the iron chain broke on the spot. Then, he quickly reached out and grabbed the iron chain. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Xuan and Xuan were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. How is this possible? This iron chain is made of black meteoric iron. Even I have to use all my strength to break it. But he actually broke it with one slash. Am I dreaming? Xuan looked down at the iron chain in his hand and muttered to himself. His heart was filled with disbelief. All of a sudden, his body shook and his eyes shone brightly. That dagger was definitely a divine weapon. Jiang Haoyan, wait for me. I'll definitely go to Yen City to find you. He muttered to himself. Then, with Lin Chen in tow, he soared into the air and quickly rushed out of the inner space. Boom. After a while, on the peak of the mountain, there was a loud noise that shook the sky and the earth. Eagle Claw Peak suddenly shook violently. Cracks like a spider web quickly spread across the entire mountain. This was obviously the sign of a landslide. Chapter 121. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and led Feng Ling Air, Ling Yunfei, and the others out of the castle. When they saw the Eagle Claw Peak about to collapse, their faces suddenly changed. Qin Feiyang waved the Chang Shui, and the iron chains binding Ling Yunfei and the others immediately broke. Hurry up and escape or we'll all be buried alive. Feng Ling Air said anxiously. Lu Hong asked, Where's Chening and Su Jian? They're already dead, why care about them? Let's go. Feng Ling Air took the lead and ran to the front of the stone wall, preparing to climb up. Qin Feiyang grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. It's too late to climb up, let's directly blast open a passage. That's right. Feng Ling Air nodded, her jade-like hands clenched into fists, crazily bombarding the stone wall. A passage quickly appeared. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led Ling Yunfei and the others into the passage, following closely behind Feng Ling Air. Qin Feiyang also grabbed the Chang Shui and helped at the side. Fatso roared, It's collapsing faster. Why don't you do it? Feng Ling Air said angrily. I'm not as fast as you. Fatso smiled embarrassedly. Then shut up, don't talk nonsense. Barbarian Elephant Fist. She roared and used a perfect martial art, blasting all the way down like a hot knife through butter. Every punch could blast a dozen meters deep. A dozen breaths passed. Finally, a hole was blasted open in front. The group hurriedly ran out, looked up, and were scared out of their wits. The entire Eagle Claw Peak was collapsing. Gravel, soil, trees, and weeds turned into a shocking torrent rolling from above. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Qin Feiyang roared. The 5 people fled outside as if their lives depended on it. They had really used all of their strength to fight. The flood behind them was also chasing after them relentlessly. It was trying to devour them. At this moment, not only were they fleeing, but the ferocious beasts were also fleeing. They were densely packed and their roars shook the heavens. It was a spectacular sight. However, ferocious beasts were constantly swallowed by the torrent and buried alive. Feng Ling'er urged, "Fatso Lu Hong, hurry up." Feng Ling'er was a 2-star martial ancestor, so her speed was naturally very fast. Although Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei were 5-star martial masters, they both had auxiliary divine abilities. Only Fatso and Lu Hong were the slowest. The torrent was closing in step by step. The situation was not good. Feng Ling'er hurriedly retreated. She grabbed one person in each hand and dragged them along as she ran. Several dozen breaths later, the 5 of them stopped on a small hillside and looked back at the half-collapsed Eagle Claw Peak, their hearts filled with shock. The rumbling sound was like thunder, deafening. The thick dust and smoke covered half of the sky. No one knew how many ferocious beasts would be buried under the soil. It was really thrilling just now. Fatso patted his chest, still in shock. If it were not for Feng Ling'er's help, he would have been buried alive. "Hey, why don't I see that falcon?" Ling Yunfei was surprised. "It should have been subdued by Zuan long ago," Qin Feiyang said. "Oh no, we are surrounded by them." Feng Ling'er suddenly exclaimed, her face was ashen. In the surrounding forest, several huge ferocious beasts were closing in on the 5 of them step by step. They were the Black Panther and other ferocious beasts that they had encountered before. Fatso said in horror, "What should we do now? Sister-in-law's strength alone is not their opponent at all." "Sister-in-law?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Feng Ling'er said angrily, "Damn Fatso, if you talk nonsense again I will seal your mouth." Fatso said with a sad face, "Sister-in-law, if you can get rid of them, not to mention sealing my mouth, even if you spank me, I don't mind." "I mind." Feng Ling'er gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Jiang Haoyan, give me that dagger of yours." "No need, I have a way," Qin Feiyang said lightly. With a thought, the Black Wolf appeared. He looked at the Black Wolf and asked, "Brother Wolf, can you ask them to let us go?" The Black Wolf looked up at him, turned to the Black Panther and other ferocious beasts and growled. The Black Panther and other ferocious beasts stopped and growled as if they were talking to the Black Wolf. A moment later, the Black Panther and other ferocious beasts gathered together, turned around and ran away, quickly disappearing from their sight. The Black Wolf also took a step, ready to follow. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Brother Wolf, why don't you be my companion too?" After spending so much time with the Wolf King, he had an inexplicable good impression of wolves. The Black Wolf turned to look at him, but in the end, it did not stay and ran into the depths of the forest. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed, feeling rather disappointed. It seemed that it was not easy to make a ferocious beast follow a person willingly. When he looked at Feng Ling'er and the others, he found that they were looking at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion. Feng Ling'er said, "If I remember correctly, there was a white wolf in the place where we were hiding. Why are you so close to the wolf?" Has she already guessed it? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yunfei also squinted his eyes, which emitted a cold light. He knew Qin Feiyang's true identity, and he knew what it meant if Qin Feiyang's identity was exposed. Therefore he could only silence him. Noticing the change in Ling Yunfei, Qin Feiyang glanced at him, motioning him not to be impulsive, and then smiled, "Maybe it's because I'm popular with wolves." "Is that so?" Feng Ling'er narrowed her eyes and stared at him. "Then what do you think it is?" Qin Feiyang shrugged. At this time, Lu Hong frowned and said, "I remember that Qin Feiyang, who is wanted by the royal family, also has a white wolf by his side?" Feng Ling'er's red lips curled up slightly. She pursed her lips into a meaningful smile and nodded, "That's right. Speaking of which, this Qin Feiyang is truly amazing. He's already world-renowned at such a young age. Even in the Swallow City, there's no one who doesn't know his name." "So powerful?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Isn't this nonsense?" How can a person wanted by the royal family be an ordinary person? But then again, it is said that Qin Feiyang is only 15 or 16 years old, about the same age as Jiang Laoda. He also has a white wolf by his side. Coincidentally, this Qin Feiyang appeared in Black Bear City at the same time as you, Jiang Laoda. Moreover, Jiang Laoda, you have always been very mysterious and your origin is unknown. Could it be that you are Qin Feiyang in disguise? Fatso followed his train of thought and slowly pondered this conclusion. As soon as his voice faded, everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment. Ling Yunfei was naturally pretending. Damn Fatso, what are you blindly thinking about? Qin Feiyang secretly cursed, but although Fatso was timid, his mind was really not simple. How can I be Qin Feiyang? If it was true, I wouldn't have saved you in the Eagle Claw Peak. As for the White Wolf, the world is so big and there are so many strange things. Qin Feiyang is not the only one who can be friends with a wolf. Qin Feiyang said with a calm smile. Fatso nodded and said, it seems to make sense, then why did you hide the White Wolf? Qin Feiyang said, nonsense, Qin Feiyang is wanted by the royal family. If I don't hide it, I don't know how many people will mistake me for Qin Feiyang like you. At that time, even if I have 10 mouths, I can't explain it clearly. Boss Jiang, don't say that you're not Qin Feiyang. Even if you are, Grandpa Fatty will continue to worship you. Fatso said with a smile. Don't flatter me, I'm not a vain person, I won't fall for it. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Feng Ling Er stared at Qin Feiyang, her eyes flashed and said with a smile, okay, let's find a place to rest for the night, we will set off for Yen City tomorrow morning. The five of them walked side by side in the jungle. Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he finally fooled them. Half an hour later, they came to a lake. Ling Yunfei dived into the lake, caught 2 big fish and grilled them. After a simple meal, Fatso, Lu Hong and Feng Ling Er took a healing pill, sat cross-legged beside the fire, and closed their eyes to rest. Qin Feiyang walked to the riverside dozens of meters away, sat on a stone, and looked at the calm lake without saying a word. What are you thinking about? Ling Yunfei walked over, sat beside him and asked. Qin Feiyang sighed, I'm thinking about Uncle Yuan, I don't know where he is now and if he's okay. Uncle Yuan? Ling Yunfei was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, he is a very kind and amiable old man. For the past 5 years, he has taken care of me meticulously. In this world, other than my mother, the only one I care about is him. Ling Yunfei comforted, good people will be rewarded. Yes, he is a good person. Qin Feiyang nodded. What about your father? Why haven't I heard you mention him? Ling Yunfei asked. Crack. Qin Feiyang's hands suddenly clenched. His dark eyes turned blood red in an instant. It was full of hatred and pain. There was even a hint of killing intent. What's wrong? Ling Yunfei was shocked. At this moment, Qin Feiyang seemed to be possessed by an azura in his eyes, and the murderous aura emitted from his body was extremely shocking. In the future, don't mention my father in front of me. Otherwise, even if it's you, I won't be polite. Qin Feiyang said word by word, and his words were cold and piercing to the bone. After saying that, the bloody light in his eyes quickly receded. After a while, it returned to its previous appearance. Yes. Ling Yunfei nodded. But in his heart he was very surprised.